Chapter 639. Li Zishuan's performance today was unusually strong. His tone was not to discuss, but to inform and command. This was also the dignity that a principal should have. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others were also very cooperative because they all understood that in order for Yanhuang College to operate normally in the future, they must first establish a certain prestige for Li Zishuan. Seeing that the arrangements were almost done, Li Zishuan stood up and gave everyone a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. He encouraged them and said, "Then, from today onwards, Yanhuang College will officially operate. Everyone, please work together with me. For the Tang dynasty and for the continuation of our descendants, let's carry forward work in Yanhuang College. What we need to do is to establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people." Good. What a good, establish our hearts for the world and our lives for the people. Good. Let's carry forward Yanhuang College together. This bowl of inspiring chicken soup for the soul was still very popular. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of applause in the conference room. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan waved his hand and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Then, he took the lead and went out. At this moment, the people in the room had long lost the curiosity that they had when they first entered Yanhuang College. At this time, they put away the meeting notes. This was specially requested by Li Zishuan before the meeting, and went to do their own things. The Guanghua building, which used to be silent, suddenly became lively at this moment. This huge college also had a trace of vitality because of this. The Bishop of Yanhuang College, Guanghua building, was a typical building with 2 towers. The 2 towers in the center were 10 stories high. The towers were the offices of the college's teachers. As the top boss of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan's office was of course not shabby. His office was on the 10th floor of the tower on the right side of Guanghua building. With this huge glass wall, he could overlook the scenery within a 10-mile radius from his office. It was really crazy cool. However, Yanhuang College did not have elevators. Probably only people like him who knew martial arts would be willing to use this place as an office. After all, not everyone was willing to climb such high stairs every day. After opening the office door, Li Zishuan found Yen Xiaoning inside. At this moment, this guy was sitting on his leather chair with his legs crossed and looking at the scenery outside the window. Li Zishuan could not help but tease him. "Hey, Xiaoning, it seems like you're quite relaxed now." He had been at the college frequently these few days. He also knew that Yen Xiaoning would usually come to his office to drink tea and look at the scenery when he was free. He did not feel uncomfortable about this. After all, this was his buddy. Be reasonable, your buddy occasionally uses your office. Is that too much? Is it really too much? Not too much. Heh. That's. Previously, you were just a hands-off shopkeeper and it really tired me out. Now that it's finally your turn to be busy, can't I rest for a while? Yen Xiaoning did not even turn his head. He just had his back facing Li Zishuan and gloated. Thinking about the huge pile of things that he had to deal with later, Li Zishuan felt a headache. He sat down on the sofa next to him and said angrily, "T. When have I ever been a hands-off shopkeeper? When you were busy helping me build the college, I was also busy writing teaching materials. That stuff is not much easier than yours." Yen Xiaoning picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, he turned his chair around and said smugly, "Hey. That's none of my business. Anyway, my task is almost done now. Next, your task is going to be heavy. Haha. I heard that the students who came to take the Yanhuang College exam this time are already in time for this year's imperial examination. What a bad friend." Li Zishuan was speechless. However, what Yen Xiaoning said was also the truth. There was indeed nothing for this guy to do. Li Zishuan leaned on the sofa and felt rather depressed. After a while, he asked, "Are the 10 villas in the northwest completed?" Yen Xiaoning nodded and said, "Yes, they're all completed. Now, the construction team is building other unimportant buildings in the college. Don't worry, the construction area is all separated from the distant teaching area. When the time comes, it won't affect the students. This construction progress was all planned. Li Zishuan wasn't too surprised about this. He sighed and said, "When do you estimate it will all be completed?" Yan Xiaoning must have made an estimate before this question. At this moment, he didn't even think and answered, "About a month." So fast? Li Zishuan was a little surprised. Yan Xiaoning said matter-of-factly, "What's so strange about that? Now that the construction team is getting more and more skilled, their cooperation is also getting better. Plus, with the crane that you made, the construction speed is of course a few times faster than at the beginning." Speaking of this, Yan Xiaoning patted his head and suddenly shouted, "Oh! Oh right, I forgot to tell you something." "What is it?" Li Zishuan asked subconsciously. Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, "That, Xiao Xian, can we exchange the villas on Yunshan?" Li Zishuan suddenly became alert. He didn't agree or disagree, but instead asked, "Why? Didn't you build your villas according to the blueprint of mine?" The first batch of villas on Yunshan had a total of 10 villas. At first, they were allocated to the professors of the college, but later on, Li Zishuan felt that the scenery on Yunshan was very good, so he also wanted to build a villa for himself here. This way, if he was too busy at the college and didn't have time to go home in the future, he would have a place to stay. Since he was building a villa for himself, Li Zishuan of course put in 120% of his effort. The villa he designed for himself was bigger than the professor's villas, and it was also 1 floor higher. When Yan Xiaoning saw it, he immediately wanted to change his villa to the same one. How could Li Zishuan have a reason to object? Now that the construction team was in Yan Xiaoning's hands, this guy could just abuse his position for personal gain, a little, and their villa could be built however he wanted. At this time, Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said, "Although the blueprint is the same, my villa is facing away from the sun, Xiaoshuan's villa is facing the sun. My dad's legs can't stand the cold, and he loves the sun the most. So, Xiao Xian, why don't we exchange?" At this moment, Yan Xiaoning no longer gloated as before. Instead, he became a little flattering, which made Li Zishuan feel very strange. Chapter 640. Bulsh *T. Uncle Yan's steps are steady. How does he look like he has a leg problem? You're too shameless. How could you say something like that to achieve an ulterior motive? Inside the principal's office, Li Zishuan, who felt that something was wrong, was seriously thinking about the loopholes in Yan Xiaoning's words. After a while, he suddenly said angrily. Yan Xiaoning's expression changed slightly, but he still said firmly, "That's just on the surface. In fact, my dad's leg hurts when he gets cold." Li Zishuan's lips curled into a smile. He then said, "Okay. Then I'll go visit Uncle Yan now and see if there's really something wrong with his leg." After saying that, he actually turned around and was about to leave. Yan Xiaoning immediately became anxious. He quickly stood up from the chair and shouted from behind, "Hey, don't. Xiao Xian, don't go. I was just joking." "Oh? Joking? Xiaoning, you've got guts. You even joked about Uncle Yan. What kind of power made you do such a rebellious thing?" Li Zishuan turned around and sneered as he stared at Yan Xiaoning with burning eyes. Yan Xiaoning's face turned red. He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "This. Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? I was just joking because I wanted to change houses with you." Li Zishuan smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy. Therefore, he just stared at Yan Xiaoning, trying to use his gaze to influence this dishonest youth. After staring for a full 15 minutes, Yan Xiaoning finally couldn't take it anymore. He said dejectedly, Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Previously, after the construction team finished building the houses in the area you circled, a craftsman accidentally found that your backyard would emit steam every morning. He used a bamboo tube to poke 3 inches down, and the result was. Li Zishuan's curiosity was already piqued, but Yan Xiaoning suddenly stopped at this crucial moment. This made him a little mad. He couldn't help but urge, "What's the result?" Hurry up and tell me. Sigh. Enchanting sat back on the chair and let out a long sigh. There's actually a hot spring under the garden. You're really lucky. That's why I want to trade with you. As early as in the pre-Qin dynasty's classic of mountains and seas, there was a record of hot spring. At that time, it was called Hot Spring. Bandit's water came from Kunling Mound County's high-pressure mountain. It was also called Dongha Hot Spring. The water came from the northwest Clamor Valley. The water was as warm as hot soup, and could cure all kinds of diseases. Therefore, it was called Hot Spring. Later on, people began to call it hot springs. For example, in the Han Dynasty, an astronomer wrote a book called Hot Springs Prose. In the text, he wrote, looking at the treasures of the central region, there is no god of water. Staying in the hot springs, to pass the time, to get rid of the harshness, to serve the righteous. Emperor Shiyu, save your own life. F***ck. Hot spring. Li Zishuan's eyes widened. His expression was wild with joy as he said, haha. That's great. I can't believe I found a hot spring in such a beautiful place. In the future, I'll build a house on top of it and soak in the hot spring during winter while eating delicious food. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Enchanting's old face darkened. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, F***ck. You're too much. Li Zishuan curled his lips and said, TSK. Who's the one who's too much? Someone wanted to cheat me of my hot spring just now. When Enchanting heard that, he immediately stopped talking. Li Zishuan saw that this guy was unhappy and couldn't help but say, Xiaoning, didn't you try digging in your backyard? What if your house has a hot spring too? Enchanting looked at Li Zishuan with a strange expression and then said unhappily, how do you know I didn't dig it? Not only my backyard, I dug everywhere except my house. In the end, I didn't dig anything. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. The image of Enchanting instructing a group of craftsmen to dig his house involuntarily appeared in his mind. TSK, so ruthless. Sigh. But speaking of which, why do you want a hot spring? This thing can cure some diseases, and it's good for women's skin. Xiaoning, you're healthy, so the hot spring doesn't seem to be attractive to you? Don't tell me you want to be a gigolo? Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something wrong and couldn't help but ask with a strange expression. The ancient people had a certain understanding of the medical and health effects of hot springs. The Han Dynasty's 3 Qin records recorded the legend of hot springs curing diseases. The first emperor traveled with the goddess and disobeyed her orders. The goddess spat on him and caused him to have ulcers. The first emperor thanked her, but the goddess washed off the ulcers in order to get out of the hot spring. The goddess used the hot spring to cure Qin Shi Huang's ulcers. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang called the Li Mountain hot spring goddess soup. Enchanting said angrily, you're the one who wants to be a gigolo. I want a hot spring only because I'm afraid of the cold in winter. You don't know how cold Chang'an's winters are these years. Even charcoal can't cure it. Is it that exaggerated? Li Zishuan didn't think much of it, but he was too lazy to argue with Enchanting over such a small matter. He looked at the sky and said, then I'll go take a look at my house first. If it's all renovated, I'll immediately arrange for people to buy furniture for it. Maybe I'll really have to live here in a few days. Enchanting felt a little hurt when he thought of the hot spring. He waved his hand and said, go quickly. Go quickly. Oh, right, if you're buying furniture, help me buy one while you're at it. I always feel that the house we're building will look very awkward with the furniture bought from the East Market. Okay. Li Zishuan responded and went out. Thinking of Enchanting's words just now, he couldn't help but think to himself, a modern house should of course be equipped with modern furniture. If you put some couches and screens in the house, of course it will look awkward. After leaving Yanhuang College, he walked towards the northwest. After passing through a tree-lined path, he could see a few modern-style villas scattered not far ahead. The main buildings of the villas were mostly 2-story bungalows. Only 2 villas in the south were 3-story bungalows. There were fences in front of the buildings and ancient trees. Behind the buildings was a very spacious courtyard with a garden, rockery, pavilion, and all kinds of low shrubs. It was actually a simplified version of a modern villa. Sigh. It feels like a lifetime ago. Lisa Schwan looked at the modern villas in front of him and couldn't help but think of his previous life. Although he was living well in ancient times, his soul was still from the 21st century. His family, friends, lovers, and more than 10 years of memories were there. But he couldn't go back anymore. Chapter 641. After sighing inexplicably for a while, Lisa Schwan lifted his feet and walked towards the southernmost courtyard. That place was an area that he randomly picked with better lighting, but he didn't expect there to be a hot spring there. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have designed this courtyard so stingily. This was because he only wanted to build a temporary residence here. After all, this place was only a few steps away from Yanhuang College. But now that there was a hot spring here, Lisa Schwan wanted to build a bigger residence, at least the size of the Li mansion. When the time comes, it could be a manor for the Li family outside of Chang'an City. Although this would cost a lot more money, Lisa Schwan didn't lack money now. In his opinion, he had earned so much money. If he didn't know how to enjoy it, wouldn't it be a waste? Hey! Boss, you're here? When Lisa Schwan arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, he met an acquaintance. Gu Xiaomao. What are you doing here? Lisa Schwan asked curiously. According to Yan Xiaoning, all the craftsmen in Yanhuang College were focused on building the remaining buildings. As the captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, Gu Xiaomao had no reason to hang around here. Gu Xiaomao quickly replied, Boss, Commander Yan asked me to take some time today to bring a few people here today to check the construction drawings to see if there are any omissions. He said that the academy is about to start classes, and these courtyards are likely to be put into use soon. There can't be any mistakes. Lisa Schwan heard and was instantly angry. Good for you, Yan Xiaoning. You already arranged for people to check, but you purposely didn't tell me. You made me come here specially. This brat is definitely doing it on purpose. Oh. Are you done checking? Lisa Schwan adjusted his emotions and asked. Gu Xiaomao took out a piece of paper, nodded and said, Hey, boss, I've finished checking. Your courtyard didn't miss anything. However, the 7th courtyard is missing 2 fences and a stone bench. After I report to Commander Yan, I'll bring people over to fix it. Lisa Schwan glanced at the paper and found that there wasn't a single Chinese character on it. It was just some scribbles. Obviously, Gu Xiaomao didn't go to school. But even so, his work attitude was commendable. Xiaomao, in last month's evaluation, what was your regiment's rank? Lisa Schwan seemed to ask casually. Ha! Gu Xiaomao scratched his head embarrassedly and answered, Last month, our 1st team got 1st place, so everyone's salary was doubled. Also, the team I was leading was rated as one of the 5 most outstanding teams, so we were rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Including our salary and some rewards in the middle of the month, we got nearly 10 strings of cash. I've never seen so much money in my life. Thank you, boss. Feeling the youth's heartfelt happiness, Lisa Schwan's originally slightly gloomy mood gradually improved. He smiled and said, You don't have to thank me. You exchanged all of this with your own 2 hands. Also, you led the 8th team of the 1st Regiment to achieve such good results. Qing Ke, the original team leader, should be thanking you. Gu Xiaomao didn't dare to answer him. He knew Li Tai's real identity. Oh right, Xiaomao, is the autumn harvest at home affected by your work here? Gu Xiaomao bowed and said, It's not affected much. But I heard from my father that this year's harvest is 10% to 20% lower than last year's. Luckily, you're kind enough to give me such a high salary. With this money, my family's reduced grain production won't be affected. Lisa Schwan's expression became a little serious. He suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had told him a while ago about the Han village's grain yield problem, so he asked, Xiao Mao, is it only your family's grain yield that has decreased? Gu Xiaomao shook his head and said, "No, boss. No one in our village has a higher harvest than last year. A few families' harvests have decreased by 30%. Sigh. They're not as lucky as me to have such a good boss like you. I think they'll starve before next year's autumn harvest." Li Zishuan was silent. He could save one family, but he couldn't save thousands of families. He patted Gu Xiaomao's shoulder and said, "All right, you don't have to worry. The imperial court will definitely find a way." Gu Xiaomao nodded dejectedly. Li Zishuan saw this and changed the topic. "Xiaomao, how much money have you earned in the past 2 months?" If someone else asked this, Gu Xiaomao's first thought would be that the other party was eyeing his money. However, since Li Zishuan asked, it was different. Gu Xiaomao thought for a while and answered, "It should be 15 strings." Gu Xiaomao's team was very active. They often came in at the top of the rankings. Their salary wasn't much, but they received a lot of bonuses. That was why they had the miracle of earning 15 strings of strings in 2 months. After transmigrating for so long, Li Zishuan was no longer the naive person who didn't know anything. He knew very well what 15 strings of strings meant to an ordinary family. He asked, "Xiaomao, have you thought about what you want to do with this money?" Gu Xiaomao was stunned for a moment before he scratched his head and said, "My father and mother want me to use this money to get a wife, but I don't want to get married so early. I want to use this money to buy medicine for my mother to treat her illness. If there's any money left, I plan to use it as capital to start a small business in Chang'an." Li Zishuan was surprised and asked, "Your mother is sick?" Gu Xiaomao answered sadly, "Yes, my mother got sick when she gave birth to me. Later on, she often felt dizzy and her legs hurt easily. In recent years, it has gotten worse. My father doesn't even dare to let her get out of bed to work. In the past, the doctor said that my mother could recover if she took some nourishing medicine, but the medicine is too expensive. My family can't afford it, so it has been delayed until now. So, this time, I must cure my mother's illness." Li Zishuan praised, "Good. Xiaomao, you're right. Filial piety is the most important virtue. I support your decision." Gu Xiaomao was a little embarrassed by the praise. He said shyly, "Thank you, boss. Then, what kind of business do you plan to do after curing your mother's illness?" For some reason, Li Zishuan suddenly wanted to enter the world of this simple farmer's son. Perhaps it was because he was also a farmer's son in his previous life. Gu Xiaomao thought for a moment and said, "As long as it's not against the law. I'm willing to do any business that can make money. I want to make more money and build a big house like these villas in the future. When that time comes, I'll go find a wife. Later on, I'll send my son to a prestigious school like Yanhuang College to study. If he can't pass in 1 year, I'll let him take 2 years. If he can't pass in 2 years, I'll let him take 3 years." Chapter 642. Gu Xiaomao's dream was so simple that Li Zishuan only needed to move his lips to help him realize it. But at the same time, his dream was so difficult that even if an ordinary person spent their entire life, they would not be able to achieve even a small goal in his dream. "Xiaomao, I have a long-term task here. The more you are unwilling to do it, the more you are unwilling to do it." Li Zishuan did not directly give Gu Xiaomao a large sum of money to let him realize his dream, nor did he leave him to fend for himself. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a day. He intended to give Gu Xiaomao a shortcut to success. Gu Xiaomao was stunned and then said excitedly, "Boss, please say it. I'm definitely willing to do it." Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. "You agreed so decisively. Aren't you afraid that I'll ask you to commit murder and arson?" Gu Xiaomao grinned and said, "Hey. Boss, you're such a kind person. How can you ask me to commit murder and arson?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. Since that's the case, I'll tell you about this task. Yanhuang College will have more and more students in the future. Xiaomao, you can open a snack shop in the college." No, open a snack shop. The monthly surplus will definitely be enough for you to realize your dream. In Taiji Palace, the morning court was in progress. Your Majesty, now that the autumn harvest is over, according to the situation reported by the counties near Chang and City, this year's harvest is not good. Most of the harvests have decreased by about 20%. In some places, the harvest has decreased by 30% to 40% compared to last year. In this way, after the people have finished their grain, I'm afraid that the remaining grain in their hands will not last until next year. Fang Xianling stood in front of the team and bowed to Li Er to report. As soon as his voice fell, there was a buzz of whispers in the court. In this era of relying on the sky to make a living, grain was the lifeline of a country. This was a fragile and sensitive nerve that no one would ignore. Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, could not help but feel his heart sink. At the same time, his mind was reminded of Li Zishuan's locust plague language. Li Er found it hard to imagine what kind of calamity would befall the Great Tang if it hadn't made preparations in advance. Then order all the provinces and counties to exempt citizens from 20% of their taxes. After a moment of silence, Li Er instructed in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you mustn't. An old man in his 50s hurriedly stepped forward and retorted, Your Majesty, although this move can relieve the pain of the people, it is no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. If the various regions follow His Majesty's decree, it will cause the official storehouses of the various provinces and counties to be filled with rations. Once there is a famine or natural disaster, the various provinces and prefectures will face a situation where they have no food to use and can only wait for the imperial court to rescue them. The person who spoke was Xiao Yu. Your Majesty, I also feel that this is inappropriate. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Wei Jing also stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Your Majesty's move can only solve the problems of a small portion of the citizens. Most of the citizens rely on the rich and powerful. If Your Majesty reduces taxes, they won't feel any gratitude. Clearly, Wei Zheng had already noticed some loopholes and shortcomings in the Tang dynasty's equal field system. However, he could not come up with a more perfect and reasonable land system. This subject agrees. This old subject also agrees. Not long after, 2 or 3 officials stepped forward to express their agreement. Li Er frowned and said, This is not drinking poison to quench thirst, but weighing the pros and cons. You may have all forgotten, but counting the days, the fleet that went south should return with a full load within a month. At that time, with the food brought back by the fleet, the Great Tang dynasty will no longer lack food. All the ministers were shocked. They had really forgotten about this. But Your Majesty, Fang Xianling thought for a while and felt that it was not reliable to rely on a fleet with an unknown harvest. He opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but Li Er waved his hand and interrupted him. Minister Fang, there is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. Instead of collecting more food and causing famine and the imperial court to allocate more food, it is better to keep it for the benefit of the people and save a lot of trouble and waste. Just like that, Li Er made the final decision to reduce the tax rate by 20%. When the news spread, the whole country cheered. Oh, 20% tax reduction? What is Your Majesty thinking? Li Zishuan, who was in Yanhuang College, received the news in the afternoon. Like Fang Xianling, he also felt that Li Er's move was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. The land tax system had existed in China for more than 2,000 years, and it was only abolished 50 years after the founding of New China. From this, one could see how deeply the ruling group relied on the land tax. Given the current economic level of the Great Tang, reducing the land tax by 20% was akin to cutting flesh and playing with fire. What gave Li Er the confidence to do this? This. I can't guess Your Majesty's intention. But this move can alleviate the urgent needs of the people, but it is a test of the ability of the various provinces to withstand disasters. Ma Zhou sat opposite Li Zishuan and pondered. Forget it, let's not think about it. By the way, Brother Ma, how is the expansion of the workshop going? After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan still couldn't think of anything. After all, this guy had forgotten about the large number of ships going south. He suddenly thought of the new workshop, so he asked. In order to expand the workshop, Li Zishuan had originally planned to move the workshop to Plum Village. But because of the construction of the academy, money was tight, so Li Zishuan had Faubert temporarily suspend this plan. Later on, with the introduction of the immortal mirror and the glass utensils, Li Zishuan had made a fortune, and the financial crisis was quickly alleviated. Only then could the expansion and relocation of the workshop be restarted. Ma Zhou and Faubert had been busy for the past few months. Lord Zhu, the site for the new workshop has been arranged. It was built on the riverside according to your wishes. Everything is basically ready and can start production at any time. Ma Zhou replied with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded, his heart calming down a little. He had been too busy these past few months, so he definitely couldn't take care of everything. Fortunately, the people around him could often take care of things on their own. In that case, Brother Ma, I'll have to trouble you in the future. You have to take care of Datong daily and the academy. Li Zishuan sighed with emotion. Ma Zhou smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Lord Zhu, I've told you before. I'm not cut out to be a teacher, but you. Chapter 643. The reason why Ma Zhou said that he was not suitable to be a teacher was mainly because he knew that he had a criminal record. During the reign of Wu De, he was once promoted by the provincial governor of Bo Province to be an assistant teacher in Bo Province. However, he was fired by the provincial governor of Bo Province because he often drank and made mistakes. Now, Ma Zhou couldn't help but feel ashamed every time he thought about it. Li Zishuan knew a little about Ma Zhou's past. He waved his hand and said, I think Brother Ma was young and impetuous back then, but that's all in the past. What's the point of bringing it up now? In the future, as long as Brother Ma doesn't drink during lectures, it'll be fine. What's more, there's a drunkard in our academy who is even bigger than you. Ma Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lord Zhu, are you talking about Mr. Wu De? The old man is carefree and open-minded. I've admired him for a long time. I didn't expect Lord Zhu to invite him here. Hey. In my opinion, Brother Ma admires him for his alcohol tolerance, right? Haha. Sigh. There are only 2 days left. Reading a little more won't affect the final results. I might as well go to Yanhuang College again. It's a pity that I didn't go in last time. In the afternoon, Chongren Lane, Tongfu Inn. Di Zhishuan sat in front of the window with a book in his arms and muttered to himself. Then, this guy really did what he said. He put down the book and began to change his clothes. In less than a quarter of an hour, Di Zhishuan had finished packing. He straightened his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Ah. Father. You. Why are you here? Di Zhishuan never dreamed that he would encounter such a big surprise the moment he opened the door. It really scared him out of his wits. Humph. Why am I here? You brat, if I didn't come, when would you come to see your father? Opposite Di Zhishuan stood an old man in a purple robe with round eyes. At this moment, he was reprimanding Di Zhishuan aggressively. Feeling the power of the old man, the waiter who had rushed over after hearing the commotion did not dare to go forward and question him. The old man was none other than Di Zhishuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu, the minister of the imperial court's left prime minister. Father, your son is actually preparing to meet you. I didn't expect you to find me here. How did you know I live here? Di Zhishuan forced a smile and then lied through his teeth. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. How could Di Xiaoxiu not see that his son was lying? He angrily said, Bastard. You still want to deceive your father? If I hadn't received your mother's letter the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have known that you've arrived in Chang'an. Furthermore, you haven't come to find me for so long. You're getting bolder and bolder. Di Zhishuan thought to himself, so that's how it is. What a miscalculation. After feeling regretful for a while, Di Zhishuan licked his lips and said, That's my fault. Father, please calm down. Do you want to go in and have a drink? At a time like this, this guy still wants to let Di Xiaoxiu drink water to calm down. He's simply too naive. Di Xiaoxiu flicked his sleeves and said, drink what? Hurry up and go back with your father. Don't embarrass yourself here. Ah. Father, that. Di Zhishuan still wanted to struggle, but Di Xiaoxiu did not give him a chance at all. He directly ordered, tie him up and bring him back. Ha. I was wondering why you secretly came to Chang'an City. So you're here to take the Yanhuang College exam. You little brat, what did I teach you in the past? I told you to read more books and pay more attention to current affairs. You actually dared to spend your time on this miscellaneous subject. This is outrageous. Qinren Square, D Mansion. Di Xiaoxiu pointed at a mathematics textbook on the ground and roared at Di Zhishuan with his eyes wide open. Di Zhishuan shrank his neck and said weakly, Father, who said that mathematics is a miscellaneous subject? Even His Majesty didn't say that, right? Di Xiaoxiu did not expect his son to dare to refute. He was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths and said, I said it. If I say it's a miscellaneous subject, it's a miscellaneous subject. You don't agree? Di Zhishuan lowered his head and muttered softly, the imperial examination is considered a subject. How can it be a miscellaneous subject? What did you say? Di Xiaoxiu's volume suddenly increased, and Di Zhishuan felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He quickly shook his head and said, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Bastard. How dare you say that it's a subject? I only allowed you to take the imperial examination. If you dare to have any other ideas, I will break your legs. Father, you can't do this. It's my freedom to choose what subject to take the examination. You can't take it away from me. These were all advanced ideas that Di Zhishuan learned from the newspaper. He used them here, but he also used them in the wrong place. Di Xiaoxiu's nose was almost crooked when he heard this. He trembled and said, unfilial son. Stubborn. Someone, bring the family discipline. Master, you can't. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler hurriedly came forward to persuade him. The young master is young and inexperienced. Why do you have to be so calculative with him? Give the young master some time, and he will definitely think it through. Young master, hurry up and apologize to master. As the old butler spoke, he madly winked at Di Zhishuan. Humph. Butler, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Hurry up and bring the family discipline. Today, I will. Father, I was wrong. Di Xiaoxiu was in a fit of anger. How could he listen to advice? He hurriedly urged the butler to bring the family discipline, but Di Zhishuan actually gave in. Humph. Didn't you just say that mathematics is not a miscellaneous subject? Di Xiaoxiu was a little doubtful of his son's sincerity, so he snorted angrily. He heard Di Zhishuan say sincerely, Father, I was wrong. I was not sensible. You are right, mathematics is a miscellaneous subject. Then don't you still want to take the imperial examination for mathematics? Father, I was wrong. I will only take the imperial examination for literature in my life. Didn't you plan to go to Yanhuang College in the beginning? Father, I was wrong. I will never think about going to Yanhuang College again. I will return to Bingzhou tomorrow to study hard. Father, I was wrong. The father and son's questions and answers stunned the servants outside the house. Di Zhishuan, who was a spineless person, admitted his mistake over and over again in the face of Di Xiaoxiu's questioning. In short, don't ask. If you did, he would say, Father, I was wrong. A wise man submits to circumstances. However, only the heavens knew what this fellow was thinking in his heart. However, the older, the wiser. Di Xiaoxiu added one last sentence, from today until the day after tomorrow, which is the day of the entrance examination for Yanhuang College, you are not allowed to step out of the house for 3 days. Do you understand? Chapter 644. Li Zishuan didn't know what had happened to Di Zhishuan, but even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Even an upright official couldn't settle a family dispute. Di Xiaoxiu had taught his son a lesson, so even if Li Er came, he couldn't do anything about it. What's more, Di Xiaoxiu's current official position and title were no worse than Li Zishuan's. What right did Li Zishuan have to help Di Zishuan? Moreover, Li Zishuan had so many things to do that he couldn't handle them all. Yamacho, all the examination rooms have been assigned, and the exam number has been pasted on each seat. Well, inform Ma Zhou to inform all the candidates who have arrived in Chang and on the Datang Daily tomorrow to come to the academy to get their exam number the day after tomorrow. All candidates will enter the academy according to their exam number. Yes, Yamacho. By the way, ask Ma Zhou to arrange a few people to make a notice. Draw the distribution of the examination rooms clearly, and then paste it on the notice board at the entrance of the academy. Okay. The teachers of the economics department had the least work at the academy because they had a certain level of attainment in Confucianism, so they didn't need to learn professional knowledge from scratch like other subjects. Therefore, the teachers of the economics department were arranged to prepare for the admission exam the day after tomorrow. Yamacho, I don't understand these symbols in the physics textbook. Can you tell me what they mean? Why don't you ask Mr. Mo? The Mo family was very good at physics. After receiving the physics textbook a while ago, Mo Huai studied it seriously for a long time. He also asked Li Zishuan a lot of questions. Logically speaking, with his current knowledge, it was more than enough to answer the questions of these physics beginners. Therefore, Li Zishuan was a little puzzled. Yamacho, group leader Mo isn't here right now? How could he not be here? Where did he go? Group leader Mo said he had something to do at home, so he went back first. Something to do at home? Well, what symbols did you say you didn't understand? Li Zishuan frowned and took the book from the hands of a middle-aged man who came forward to ask questions. It's these symbols. There are many more such symbols behind, but I've never seen them before. The man leaned over and pointed at a line of Arabic numerals on the book. Smack. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Li Zishuan couldn't help but pat his forehead and said to that person, Mr. Yu, immediately inform all the teachers in the academy. Other than those in the mathematics department, everyone else should go to Mr. Li Gang to get a mathematics textbook. You don't need to be proficient in the new mathematics, but you must understand some of the basic concepts in it. The symbols you asked about are all mentioned in the mathematics textbook. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. He stammered, Sean. Yamacho. It's already difficult for us to learn physics, so how can we have the time to learn mathematics? The other teachers who were queuing up to look for Li Zishuan also complained, that's right. Yamacho, chemistry is also difficult to learn. Geography is also difficult to learn, okay? No, mountain leader, don't tell me that we from the economics department also have to learn mathematics. We don't need it. Li Zishuan listened to their noisy voices and couldn't help but frown. You have to learn all of them. What don't you need? How can you not need it? As teachers of Yanhuang College, if you don't even know about the new mathematics, then won't you be embarrassing the academy when you go out? You have to learn. When everyone saw that Li Zishuan was serious, they were all silenced. Li Zishuan added worriedly, if you have any problems with mathematics, feel free to look for Su Hongji. Everyone, don't treat mathematics lightly. I'll check it later. If you don't pass, I'll find someone to tutor you. Mr. Yu, go and inform the other teachers now. Yes, Yamacho. The middle-aged man paused, then cupped his hands and said. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts. It wasn't easy to be a teacher of Yanhuang College, even though the salary was quite high. Li Zishuan stayed in the academy until 3:00 in the afternoon. Only then did he settle all the matters in the academy. There were many things that he couldn't think of in detail at the beginning. He would only realize the problems when he actually did it. For example, the problem of notifying the examinees of their exam numbers. This way, he could determine the actual number of examinees participating in the exam in advance and simplify the process of finding the exam venue. He didn't think of this before. There was also the problem of Arabic numerals in physics, chemistry, and geography. He didn't think about this before, and this made it difficult for many teachers to get started. Li Zishuan saw that no one was looking for him, so he returned to Chang'an. However, he didn't go straight home. He wanted to find someone, Qin Shubao. Xiao Xian. Why are you here? At the entrance of Qin Manor, he met Qin Huayu. It seemed that he had just returned from outside, but he didn't know where he came from. Yes. I'm here to find Uncle Qin. Huayu, where have you been? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Qin Huayu made a please gesture and invited Li Zishuan into the house. Then, he said, I just went to the Qing family. Chumo has been busy preparing for the exam and encountered some problems. He asked me to help him. Li Zishuan asked curiously, what? When did Chonyo become so serious? Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Qin Huayu also felt that it was a little funny. He said, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to get into Yanhuang College? You know that he's not good at classical studies, so he can only rely on mathematics to score points. He said that if he can't even beat some students from other places who haven't been exposed to new mathematics, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Li Zishuan smiled and said, yes, that would be embarrassing. As the two talked, they entered the front yard and came to the front hall. Not only was Qin Xiong inside, but Sheng Yaojin was also there. Hey! Huayu is back. How was it? Chonyo should have no problems taking the exam the day after tomorrow, right? Sheng Yaojin stood up and asked with wide eyes. Qin Huayu cupped his hands and said, with Chimo's wit, there shouldn't be any problems. Bullsh *T. Sheng Yaojin heard this and sneered, that little brat's with my ass. I say, Xiao Xian, if my Chonyo really can't pass the exam, you have to give him more points. Otherwise, I won't be able to save my face. Li Zishuan almost fell to the ground. Sheng Yaojin, how could you say such things in front of a junior? How shameless could you be? However, the friendship between the two families was obvious. This kind of small matter didn't affect the big picture. It wouldn't take much to pull strings under the table. Thus, he said sullenly, okay. Chapter 645. Jijia, you. How can you say something like that? And Xiao Xian, you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. How can you agree to something like that? Qin Xiong's face turned red when he saw that Li Zishuan had agreed. Yes, he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed to be in the same group as Sheng Yaojin and Li Zishuan. Qin Huayu covered his face and pretended that he did not hear anything. He quickly left this place of trouble. Sheng Yaojin shrugged and said helplessly, second brother, what do you want me to do? I don't want that brat to be as smart as Xiao Xian, I just want him to be as smart as your Huayu. But look, he's so much worse than Huayu. What else can I do other than give up my dignity and find a way out for him? Qin Xiong was speechless. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, you're too narrow-minded. Chonyo might not be good at studying, but that doesn't mean he's not good at other things. As a general of the imperial court, shouldn't you be training him to fight? It would have been better if Qin Xiong did not say that. Sheng Yaojin was furious when he said that. He said angrily, hey! That brat is my son, but he hasn't even reached the threshold of the Qi transformation realm. He's embarrassing his father. Li Zishuan said helplessly, fighting a war doesn't depend on one's martial arts. Uncle Li Jing, he's not that strong, is not good at martial arts, but he can still win battles. How can that brat be compared to Medicine Master? Medicine Master is proficient in the art of war and strategy. Even His Majesty is inferior to him. Even if there are 10 of Chonyo. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about that brat. Xiao Xian, what are you doing here today? Shouldn't you be busy with your academy? Sheng Yaojin sighed and suddenly looked at Li Zishuan. Qin Xiong raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I'm here today to invite Uncle Qin to be the academy's martial arts instructor. Before Qin Xiong could answer, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but interrupt. Martial arts instructor? Don't tell me you plan to teach martial arts at Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan shook his head and explained, that's not the case. What I'm thinking is to give the new students a month of military training. It's similar to military training. First, it's to strengthen their bodies. After all, these people usually study and their bodies are weak. Second, I want them to learn to understand the rules through this month of training. I want them to understand the rules like the sergeants of the Tang Empire's 16 guards. This was actually similar to the modern university military training. Those who had personally experienced the military training would definitely be able to sense the huge changes in a person's mental state before and after the military training. Living in ancient times, although he couldn't copy the modern model for everything, Li Zishuan felt that the military training system of the school in his previous life could still be copied. After hearing this, Qing Yaojin felt that Li Zishuan was taking things for granted. He smacked his lips and shook his head. Tisk tisk. You're dreaming, kid. But from what I see, if I were to train these students of yours for 2 days, they'd probably lose an arm or a leg and never be able to get out of bed again. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He cursed this old devil for not knowing how to talk. Qin Xiong was more mature than Qing Yaojin. He stroked his beard and said, Xiao Xian, your idea is indeed good. No matter when there are more people, discipline is needed. Otherwise, it will become a mess. But what Jijia said just now, although it's a bit rough, you have to seriously consider it. After all, these students are only here to learn, not to sell their lives. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncle Qin, don't worry. I've already thought about this. We can do something about the amount of training. This definitely can't be compared to the 16th Guard and the others. During the military training in the academy, the amount of training at the beginning is only half of that of the Imperial Guard. Later on, we'll slowly increase it, giving the students a gradual process of adaptation. This way, they should be able to endure it. Qin Xiong thought about it seriously for a while and finally nodded. Okay. I'll be the martial arts instructor for the academy. Li Zishuan said happily, thank you, Uncle Qin. The academy will start the military training on the 20th of this month. Remember to go. Qin Xiong laughed and said, haha. Don't worry, I'll remember. Hey. Xiao Xian, how can one martial arts instructor be enough? Why don't you invite me over? Are you looking down on old Chang's kung fu, or are you looking down on old Chang's ability to lead an army? At the side, Qing Yaojin was unhappy and snorted. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. When meeting such an unreasonable old man, you can only follow his wishes. Otherwise, he will continue to argue with you. Cough cough. Uncle Cheng, I saw that Uncle Qin was idle at home and didn't have much work to do, so I invited him to be a martial arts instructor. I didn't mean to look down on you. Li Zishuan explained reluctantly. However, his words were not without reason. Previously, Qin Xiong was injured and didn't have to attend morning court or do any work. Although he still had the position of general of the Left Guards, in reality, in the current stable and unified environment of the Tang Empire, the position of general of the 16th Guard was only an empty position. He didn't have much work to do, and the ones who really handled the internal military affairs were the generals under him. Not long ago, Qin Xiong had completely recovered from his illness and made a breakthrough. Li Zishuan had thought of giving Qin Xiong some real work, but first, there was no war in the Tang Empire, and there were very few places where Qin Xiong could use his skills. Second, even if there were suitable positions, there were already people in those positions. He couldn't just give Qin Xiong a position just because he had recovered from his illness, right? Therefore, things were delayed, and Qin Xiong was still in a state of idleness. But Qing Yaojin was different. This old demon's body was very good, and he ate very well. It was very rare to see him take sick leave. Therefore, he had a lot of responsibilities. Other than the empty title of Left Guard General, he was also the provincial governor of Luzhou, inspecting troops and garrison troops, and envoy, in charge of the military of Lu, Rong, and Rong. He was a very busy man. After hearing Li Zishuan's explanation, Qing Yaojin felt a little better. He thought for a moment and said, "When I'm free, I'll help second brother Qin teach those kids. Although my kung fu is not as good as second brother Qin's, I'm still very good at training troops." "Xiao Xian, you're lucky." Li Zishuan secretly rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "I don't think I'm the lucky one, but the new students of the academy are the unlucky ones." Chapter 646. After leaving the Qin residence, Li Zishuan rode his horse to the Li residence in satisfaction. It was September, and the weather was much cooler than before. Therefore, Li Zishuan chose to ride a horse when he went out. Big White's hooves, which had been nailed with iron, stepped on the limestone streets of Pucheng, making clear clattering sounds. Looking at the various pedestrians on the streets, Li Zishuan sighed. Busy, busy, busy. Who are all the people busy for? Suddenly, Li Zishuan saw a familiar figure in front of him. Mr. Mo? Li Zishuan rode his horse and chased after him before shouting loudly. That person was Mo Huai, the Mo Huai who had applied for leave on his first day at work. However, there was a small group of people behind Mo Huai. There were both men and women, and there were about 40 people in total. Yamacho. Mo Huai stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He turned around and was shocked. He quickly cupped his hands at Li Zishuan. After Li Zishuan officially became the Yamacho of Yanhuang College today, all the teachers of the college, including Li Gang, directly called Li Zishuan Yamacho on formal occasions. They would only occasionally call him by his name in private. This was also to establish prestige for Li Zishuan. Okay. Li Zishuan responded. Then, he got off his horse and looked at the people behind Mo Huai. He asked, "Mr. Mo, these are..." Mo Huai came to a realization and hurriedly introduced, "Yamacho. These are the remaining core disciples of the Mo family. Previously, under the persuasion of you and Mr. Li Gang, I decided to let the Mo family enter the world. That day, I sent a command to the Mo family's encampment. Then, they traveled day and night and finally arrived in Cheng, and before Yanhuang College opened." Li Zishuan was moved. "Mr. Mo, why are you in such a hurry? It won't affect them much even if they come later. It's too hurtful for them to travel like this." "Humph. What do you mean by it doesn't matter if we come later? Are you looking down on us?" While the two of them were talking, a clear and melodious female voice sounded from the side. Then, a bright-eyed young woman wearing a light blue dress and a green pleated skirt with scattered flowers and mist walked out from behind the Mo Huai tree. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old. Her shoulders were slender, her waist was slender, her skin was creamy, and her aura was like an orchid. Folding her slender waist and taking small steps, she presented her white wrist under the light muslin. Her eyes were like clear spring water, and her hair was tied up in a bun with a golden hairpin. It was decorated with purple jade, and its tassels sprinkled on her black hair. Her eyes were like water, but they were cold as ice, as if she could see through everything. Her fingers were slender, white with a hint of pink, as if water could be wrung out of them. Her red lips smiled sweetly, and her every move was like a dance. Although her delicate little face was cute and charming, her slightly furrowed eyebrows and unfriendly gaze made it obvious that this girl was not someone who could be easily bullied. "How dare you? Wei, this is the current Yamacho of Yanhuang College. From now on, you will all be working in Yanhuang College. Hurry up and apologize to Yamacho." Mo Huai's expression changed, and he reprimanded sternly. "No." Of course, the little girl was unconvinced. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's my fault for not making it clear just now and causing this girl to misunderstand." "Humph. That's more like it." The little girl in blue snorted proudly. "Wei, don't be rude." Mo Huai reprimanded again. It was obvious that his attitude towards this girl was different from his attitude towards Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. The girl didn't speak anymore. She lowered her head and secretly stuck out her tongue twice, looking very naughty. Mo Huai helplessly cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, this is my daughter, Mo Lingwei. I've neglected her since she was young. Please don't take it to heart. Li Zishuan smiled and shook his head. Mr. Mo, you're thinking too much. Your daughter is lively and active. This is her nature. There's nothing bad about it. Besides, do I look like a petty person to you? When Mo Lingwei heard Li Zishuan praising her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. She thought to herself, this person is quite good with words. He's also quite good-looking. However, when she heard Li Zishuan's second half of the sentence, she was instantly unhappy. What did he mean by, do I look like a petty person to you? Wasn't he still saying that she was the one who had done something wrong? When she thought of this, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but raise her head. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed as she glared at Li Zishuan angrily. It had to be said that this girl was a person who liked to pick at words and haggle over them. Li Zishuan suddenly felt a murderous aura for no reason. When he found the source of the murderous aura, he couldn't help but touch his nose. He didn't know how he had offended this girl again. Mo Huai, who was opposite them, didn't notice the small movements of the two young people. At this moment, he said gratefully, Thank you, Yamacho, for your magnanimity. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Mr. Mo, you're welcome. Seeing her father, whom she had always admired, being polite to a young man who was about the same age as her, Mo Lingwei felt somewhat indignant. She tugged at Mo Zhong's arm and whispered, You, come here. Mo Zhong, who was listening attentively to his leader's speech, was instantly alerted by the girl's call. He gritted his teeth and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd with Mo Lingwei. Mo Zhong, tell me honestly. Who is that man? Why is father so polite to him? When Mo Huai issued the order, he didn't mention what had happened before. He only ordered all the core disciples of the Mo family to immediately head to Chang and City with light luggage. After Chang and City was settled, they could return to the encampment to pick up their families. That was why Mo Lingwei asked this question. Mo Zhong carefully glanced in front. When he saw that Mo Huai wasn't paying attention to this side, he explained in a low voice, Little sister Wei, that man is called Li Zishuan. He is the Crown Prince John Shi and His Majesty personally conferred the title of founding magistrate of the country. He is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. The newspapers with novels that you were reading earlier were founded by him. About half a month ago, he came to Chang and City at the invitation of the former Crown Prince's Grand Preceptor, Li Gang. While Li Zishuan and Mo Huai were talking in front, Mo Zhong told Mo Lingwei about their bizarre experience in Chang and City in full. After listening, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but open her mouth wide and murmur softly, This man is actually so amazing? Oh no, oh no. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that I, Mo Lingwei, am the most knowledgeable among my peers? Little sister Wei, you, what did you say? What's amazing? Mo Lingwei's voice was too soft, and they were on the street, so Mo Zhong couldn't hear her clearly. He asked in a low voice. Nothing. Nothing. Let's go and see if they're done talking. I'm so tired from walking all the way here. I want to take a good bath and sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 647. Dad, it's getting late. Let's go back to the inn. Mo Lingwei saw that Mo Huai and Li Zishuan were still chatting after so long, so she couldn't help but interrupt them. At the same time, she looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. She was indeed very tired after walking all the way here. Oh. Indeed. I almost forgot the time. Mr. Mo, are you staying at an inn tonight? Li Zishuan hurriedly said. Mo Huai nodded and said, Yes, we've been staying at inns recently. Since His Majesty transferred our household registration to Plum Village, then we'll go to Plum Village to build houses in the future. However, I really don't have time recently, so I can only stay at an inn for the time being. Fortunately, His Majesty personally instructed, so the officials of the Ministry of Civil Affairs sent the Mo family's household registration over a few days ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to stay at an inn now. In ancient TV dramas or wuxia TV dramas, we often see a certain hero entering the door and shouting, "Waiter, 2 good guest rooms." Okay. Then, the guests would immediately check in. Doesn't it seem very simple? However, the reality is definitely not like that. At this time, if you want to stay at an inn, you have to register your identity. Not only do you have to, but you also have to be checked very closely. However, it's not the modern ID registration. Foreigners need a customs clearance document, but locals need your household registration certificate. China's household registration system originated very early. During the spring and autumn period, it developed into a book club system. 25 houses formed a club. The club's household registration book is in the territory. During the Warring States period, the strong countries did not pay much attention to their people and implemented a system of counting. The local officials had to report the household registration status and tax revenue budget to the king every year. After Shang Yang's reform, the state of Qin strictly controlled household registration and combined it with military organization. 5 houses were the guarantee, and 10 houses were the company. After the Qin dynasty unified the country, the head of the Qin dynasty made the land real, and the fields were included in the household registration. In the Han dynasty, the household registration law was in August, and the land and other property owned by each household would be recorded in the household registration book as the basis for collecting population tax and assigning military service and labor. The household register was a combination of population, land, and taxes. The Han household register was created once every 3 years, and it was called the Big Competition. It was also recorded once every 3 years. The annual verification before the collection of taxes was called the Small Case Competition. The Tang dynasty also had a census every 3 years. It was up to the commoners to declare their household registration and fields themselves, and record them into their hands. Li Zheng would then create a household register based on their hands. According to the amount of assets of each household and the strength of its members, the officials would determine the number of households. Households were divided into 9 grades, and collect tax accordingly. The previous record had been changed to once a year, and the years between the 2 records would be recorded in the record book according to the handwritten reports of each year, which was equivalent to a record of abnormalities. In order to prevent people from understating their age or making false claims about sickness and old age, the officials would inspect the appearance of the people and call them group appearance. From this, it could be seen how strict the household registration system was in this era. If Mo Huai and the others were to register themselves, they would have to go through many obstacles in the process, and it would be easy to expose their identities as followers of the school of Mo. But if Li Er personally stepped in, the whole thing would be much simpler. This was equivalent to a country's #1 leader in the modern world personally helping people to apply for an ID card. Wouldn't that mean that they could set up a household register wherever they wanted? Mr. Mo. It's my fault. I didn't expect the Mo family to arrive so quickly, and I didn't even have time to arrange your accommodations for you. I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that. How about this, Mr. Mo? You take them to an inn for the next few days and ask for the best room. I'll bear all the expenses, including your and Mo Zhong's expenses these days. Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that he had promised Mo Huai that he would be in charge of settling everyone in the Mo family. In the end, they were all here, but he hadn't even prepared a place for them to stay. Wouldn't he have slapped his own face until it was swollen? Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. Hee. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei's eyes couldn't help but light up as she laughed. Men didn't care about their living environment when they were outside, but women cared more. Therefore, Mo Lingwei was very happy when she heard Li Zishuan say that he would let them stay in the best rooms. Mo Huai scolded her with a headache. Then, he said to Li Zishuan, Yamacho, actually, there's no need. Sigh. Mr. Mo, you don't have to say any more. I didn't make proper arrangements for this matter. Just do as I say. Besides, you know that I don't lack money. Li Zishuan really didn't say this last sentence to show off. It was because he really didn't lack money. Hey. That's right, that's right. Daddy, let's go back to the inn. Mo Lingwei pulled Mo Huai's arm and said. Mo Huai said helplessly, thank you, Yamacho. In the next few days, I'll instruct the Mo family to build houses in Plum Village. Once they're done, we'll go to Plum Village to stay. Wait. When Li Zishuan heard that Mo Huai was going to Plum Village to build houses, he suddenly thought of something. After thinking seriously for a moment, he said, Mr. Mo, actually, there's no need for you to build houses. There's a ready-made mansion in Plum Village that's empty now. Mo Huai said in surprise, oh? May I ask, Yamacho, whose house is it? Can it be sold? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, you don't have to buy it. I'll be able to get it by using my connections. However, it's been a long time since anyone lived there. It needs to be tidied up. Moreover, that house occupies a very large area. It's more time-consuming to tidy it up. It's already late today. You should go back to the inn to rest first. I'll bring you there tomorrow. Wow. There's such a good thing. Yamacho, quickly tell me who lived in this house before. Why did he move away? Mo Lingwei found it unbelievable that they had obtained a mansion as soon as they arrived in Chang'an. Hee. That house used to belong to a landlord in Plum Village. As for why he moved away, I'll tell you in detail tomorrow. Ink Girl and my brothers must be tired from the long journey. So, let's go back to the inn to rest early. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. That's right. The house he was talking about was the Lu family's mansion. It was Lu Shuren who was chased away by the people of Plum Village. Half a year ago, Lu Shuren was attacked by all the villagers and was forced to flee. After that, his mansion had been empty. Occasionally, beggars would pass by and sneak in to stay for 2 nights. However, they would usually be discovered by the people of Plum Village within 2 days and be chased away. How wasteful would it be to leave this house empty? It would be better to renovate it and give it to Mo Huai. Anyway, this house was big enough. It wouldn't be a problem for these people to stay in it for a while. Chapter 648. The next day. Li Zishuan arrived at Yanhuang College early in the morning because he received news that there was a mess at the college. It was just a small mess, but it was really funny. The situation was like this. Yesterday afternoon, some of the college teachers who lived in Chang'an naturally went home when they saw that it was time. However, a considerable number of them were not from Chang'an and their homes were far from the college, so they enjoyed the treatment of living in a dormitory for the first time in their lives. However, this dormitory was different from any room they had lived in before. Yanhuang College's classroom dormitory was similar to a modern university or middle school teacher's dormitory. Correspondingly, the student dormitory was also similar to a modern student dormitory. The teachers who lived in this dormitory for the first time used the keys they received from Li Gang during the day and smoothly opened the room door. They lit the candlesticks in the room first and looked at the neatly arranged bedside cabinets and quilts in the room. They were quite happy and felt that the environment here was better than some of the big inns in Chang'an City. Then they went to wash up and sleep. They saw that there was a small room in the innermost part of the dormitory. Many people guessed that it was a place to wash up. They went in and took a look. Well, there was a snow-white porcelain wash basin, a shiny water pipe, and even a small fairy mirror. Everyone felt that this dormitory was really too extravagant. Then, when they went to the toilet, they were instantly dumbfounded. Well, this white and smooth pit was the toilet. They used it during the day. Sigh, they had a stomachache, so they went to the toilet. But this place was connected to the sleeping area. And there was no water next to the toilet to flush the poop. If they pooped here, how would they sleep at night? It should be noted that Yanhuang College only has the dormitory and bathhouse water pipes. The other buildings are relatively tall and use a lot of water overall. The amount of work needed to send enough water to the water tower at the top of the building is very large. Currently, there is no water supply for these buildings. Therefore, in Guanghua Building, Red Building, and other buildings, there is a bucket of water next to the toilet. Damn, this was not the most important point. The most important point was that after they pooped, they suddenly found that there was no toilet paper. How could this be? These people didn't notice the roll of white toilet paper in the display window. Perhaps even if someone saw it, they wouldn't think that it was used to wipe one's butt. After all, to the ancient scholars, paper was a very precious thing. As a result, many dormitories were instantly filled with the sound of calling friends. Brother Sima, are you there? I'll have to trouble you to help me get a toilet token. Toilet token? Oh. Wait a moment, Brother Han. I'll go out and take a look. Brother Shangguan, do you have any toilet chips in your house? Can you lend it to me? Brother Yuan, wait, let me see. Hey, I don't have any toilet chips in my room. Then, Brother Shangguan, can you go out and help me find a piece? I remember that there is a bamboo forest behind our academy. Alright, Brother Yuan, please wait for a moment. I'll get 2 more pieces while I'm at it. This was the idea of those who knew the names of their neighbors. But some people were assigned dorms, and they did not even know the people next to them. What should they do? I can't chop bamboo naked, right? Hey, it seems like I can. Anyway, it's dark at night and no one can see, therefore, no one would have thought that the world's top academy 10 years later would have such an unbearable scene when it was just established. Oh. Here comes another one. It stinks. Ugh. Isn't it 2F** king smelly? One can imagine how smelly it is to make a group of cultured people swear. No, I have to finish chopping quickly and go back. Hey, who the F*** touched my butt? F***, old gong, was it you? There are so many calluses on your hands. It must be you. Last night, the night was dark and the wind was strong. There was no moon or stars, and it could be said that one could not see his fingers in front of him. These people painstakingly found the location of the bamboo forest and helplessly found that there were so many accomplices there. Therefore, such a conversation occurred. Li Zishuan had previously asked people to transplant the bamboo forest for the students to enjoy and cultivate their moral character. Because of this, they made a foul atmosphere. Mo Zhong, ask all the teachers to gather at the teachers' dormitory. When they arrived at Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan said to Mo Zhong with a dark face. Mo Huai was now the head of the physics department of the academy and was also one of the big shots of the academy. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were not as capable as Mo Huai. Originally, the two of them had applied to Li Zishuan to be the guards at the academy's gate. However, Li Zishuan felt that their kung fu was good and it would be a waste to use them as gatekeepers. Therefore, he asked them to run errands and pass on messages to him. 23333, speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference between gatekeepers and runners. Yes, Yamacho. A quarter of an hour later, all the teachers of Yanhuang College came downstairs to the teachers' dormitory. When they saw Li Zishuan's expression, the people who stayed at the academy last night lowered their heads in guilt. Those who did not stay at the academy also looked very embarrassed. Obviously, they knew about the setback that happened at the academy last night. Li Gang came later. After all, he was old, so he did not know. At this moment, looking at this strange scene, the old man felt that his brain was not enough to process. Dear teachers, I am very sorry about what happened at the academy last night. I am responsible for it. For many people, Yanhuang College is a new thing that they have never seen before. However, as Yamacho, I did not teach you how to use these new things in advance. This is my fault. Today, I will take you to familiarize yourself with all the things in the academy. In the future, when the students enter the academy, don't forget to teach them all of these things. Li Zishuan did not blame them. His expression was ugly because too many problems were exposed on the first day of operation of Yanhuang College. These problems proved that there was a big blind spot in his thinking. He always felt that these modern things in Yanhuang College were very convenient for him, but he forgot that the people around him were all from the Tang dynasty. Thus, there was the absurd phenomenon that the physics teacher could not understand the formulas with Arabic numerals in the book, and the residential teachers did not use ready-made toilet paper to use the toilet and had to go out to chop bamboo naked. When everyone heard this, they secretly thought that Yamacho was really reasonable today. Therefore, they all said politely, "Hey, Yamacho, you are too serious." Yes. No wonder Yamacho. Chapter 649. Li Zixuan spent more than 2 hours showing all the teachers how to use the water pipes, shower nozzles, toilet paper, and other new things in the academy. After confirming that they knew how to use them, Li Zixuan let them do their own things. The teachers in the academy were suddenly taught so many new things. While they were excited, they couldn't help but talk among themselves. "Hey! The disc-shaped thing in our dormitory is actually used for bathing. This thing is much more convenient than a bathtub." "Yes. And that water pipe can actually continuously discharge water. I don't know how they did it. The most amazing thing is that the thing next to the toilet flushes when pressed. Last night, I was wondering why the toilet was so close to the sleeping area. Aren't they afraid of the stench? So it's because I don't know how to use it. Hey! Isn't that right? I don't know who came up with these things. The most incredible thing is that the Yamacho actually made us use that toilet paper to wipe our butts. It's too extravagant." "Ha! It's quite extravagant, but this thing is cleaner than toilet paper. It's also more comfortable to wipe." "That's true. I just don't know how much it costs." Actually, these things in the academy might feel a little complicated at first, but I have to say that when you get used to it, you'll find them very convenient. That makes sense. Sigh. I realized that in our dormitory, only that candlestick is familiar to us. Li Zixuan, who was observant and alert, suddenly thought of something when he heard the last sentence of the discussion. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced. "Fortunately, I haven't developed electricity and lights. Otherwise, someone would have died last night. Mr. Mo, you can assign all the work in the physics department in the morning. I'll take you to see the house in the afternoon," Li Zixuan said to Mo Huai as he walked. Mo Huai was still in shock. When he heard the voice, he suddenly came back to his senses and said, "Thank you, Yamacho." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Ha! How many times have I told you, Mr. Mo? You and I are working together now, so why are you being so polite?" Sigh. By the way, where are your daughter and the rest of the Mo family? The reason why he mentioned Mo Lingwei wasn't because Li Zixuan was interested in her, but because he suddenly thought of that beautiful girl who liked to nitpick, so he casually asked. When Mo Huai heard that, his old face turned red as he said, "Cough, cough. My daughter. My daughter should still be resting right now. After all, the journey was tiring. As for the other disciples, they are still waiting in the inn. I didn't let them go out for fear of causing trouble." Li Zixuan wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world, so how could he not understand what old man Mo was trying to say? He wondered if Mo Huai was lying. But why was there a need to lie about such a small matter? Could it be that Mo Lingwei didn't wake up so late because she was tired from the journey, but because this girl always liked to sleep in? Li Zixuan thought randomly in his heart, but he didn't know that his random thoughts actually hit the right answer. As the head of the Mo family, Mo Huai had always been very strict with the people around him. After all, the Mo family's motto was to wear clothes and wear clothes, to work day and night, and to suffer to the extreme. One couldn't be blindly greedy for worldly pleasures. Therefore, Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the rest were all trembling with fear when they saw Mo Zhong. However, Mo Huai couldn't be strict with his daughter. Mo Lingwei lost her mother when she was young. There were many women who died during childbirth in ancient times. As the spiritual continuation of her mother in this world, Mo Huai only treated Mo Lingwei with love and couldn't bear to be harsh with her. Therefore, it was natural that Mo Lingwei's lazy and unruly personality had long been adopted. "They are so bored in the inn. Mr. Mo, why don't you let them come to the academy? The academy is really in need of people now. Li Zishuan asked casually. Mo Huai immediately changed his expression and said sternly, the academy is an important place for learning. Although some of them are somewhat talented, you didn't assign them a position in the Yamacho, so they are not considered to be part of the academy. How can they enter as they wish? The current Mo Huai had returned to his old-fashioned and strict mode. Li Zishuan was a little speechless. He said in a muffled voice, then after I show you the house in the afternoon, I will assign the rest of the disciples. You don't have to tidy up the house, I will send someone to do it. After Li Zishuan finished his official business in the morning, he returned to Cheng and in advance. Li Zishuan estimated that it was about time for the imperial court to end, so he rode to the imperial city and found the Ministry of Civil Affairs, later known as the Ministry of Revenue. If he wanted to legally obtain Lu Shuren's house, the Ministry of Civil Affairs had to file a record and go through the procedures. After notifying someone, he was invited in and met with the Minister of Civil Affairs, Xiao Yu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Zishuan briefly explained the purpose of his visit. When Xiao Yu heard this, he didn't hesitate and asked a servant to bring the corresponding documents. The reason why he was so straightforward was that this matter couldn't be any more trivial for a court official like Li Zishuan and him. Even if he didn't help Li Zishuan today, Li Zishuan still had 100 ways to obtain that house. Secondly, he still had some friendship with Li Zishuan. Last time, his grandson had bought a new carriage and mirror, which made him owe Li Zishuan a small favor. Today, he could use this small matter to return that small favor. Wouldn't that be perfect? Moreover, this matter itself was not against the rules, so no one could find fault with it. Xiao Yu smiled as he guided Li Zishuan to sign and stamp his thumbprint on a few documents. After a few operations, Li Zishuan obtained the new title deed of the Lu family's mansion at the price of 200 strings of cash. Now, even if Lu Shuren came back, the mansion would no longer belong to him, because his previous title deed had been destroyed in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Haha. Thank you, Elder Xiao. After the matter was settled, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. In June of this year, Feng Luan, the minister of the right servant, passed away due to illness. Previously, Xiao Yu was replaced as the minister of the left servant, so this position has been vacant ever since. Up to this point, the positions of Minister of War, 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 Minister of War Li Er reappointed Xiao Yu as the Minister of the Left. This was the second time Xiao Yu was the Prime Minister of the court during the Jingguan era, so Li Zishuan addressed him as Elder Xiao. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yu was still the Minister of Civil Affairs. Haha. You're too polite. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Xiao Yu cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Seeing that the matter was more or less settled, Li Zishuan didn't continue to stay here and took his leave. Chapter 650. After leaving the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Li Zishuan left the city with his documents and headed back to Yun Mountain. Back to his Yun Mountain residence. Li Zishuan asked San Bao to gather people to move after finding out that the Yun Mountain residence had been renovated yesterday morning. As the mistress of the house, how could Han Yushi not participate in such a big event like moving house? Moreover, she was also Li Zishuan's wife and knew what Li Zishuan liked the most. She knew what to move and what not to move. With her guidance, the speed of moving house was more than twice as fast. San Bao said that the Yun Mountain residence had been fully renovated this morning. Actually, although he said he was only moving the furniture that Li Zishuan had prepared for the Yunshan residence. He didn't mean that he was moving everything from the Li residence. After all, Yunshan was only his temporary residence. His home in Chang'an City was his real headquarters. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the foot of Yun Mountain. It was worth mentioning that the mountain path of Cloud Mountain was very unique. One side of the path was in the form of a staircase for pedestrians to climb the mountain, while the other side was in the form of a slope for carts and horses to climb the mountain. In fact, the mountain path was not steep. The overall slope was only about 15 degrees. With Big White's physical strength, climbing such a slope was naturally no problem. They rode up the mountain and headed west. After passing through the tree-lined path, they saw their own residence, Yun Mountain Residence No. 1. Husband. You're back. Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the residence. Han Yushi, who was wearing a snow-white dress, hurriedly came out from the house and greeted him with a smile. Li Zishuan was stunned. Beside a modern European-style building, a stunning woman in a white ancient costume was smiling as she welcomed her husband who had just returned home. The woman was wearing a snow-white dress with pink flower patterns embroidered on the wide hem of her dress. She had a purple silk scarf around her arm, and a purple belt inlaid with jadeite was tied around her slender waist. Her black hair was tied up with a light purple ribbon. A few strands of hair fell mischievously over her shoulders, making her delicate skin look even fairer. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked fresh and attractive. Beautiful. Although it was a mixture of two different styles, Li Zishuan still wanted to say that the scene was beautiful. So moving. What's more, what was even more beautiful and moving than this scene was the phrase, "Hubby, you're back." It made Li Zishuan feel as if a lifetime had passed. Many people did not understand why Li Zishuan married Han Yushi. It was undeniable that Han Yushi was very beautiful, but her identity was her biggest shortcoming. Moreover, among the daughters of the rich and powerful families in Chang and City, there were many who were more beautiful than Han Yushi. Li Zishuan had achieved success at a young age, and he was an influential figure in Chang and City. It was reasonable to say that there were many better choices, but he chose Han Yushi. In fact, only Li Zishuan knew the reason in his heart. Han Yushi was gentle but strong. She was obedient to Li Zishuan, but she also had her own opinions. This kind of personality was too similar to Li Zishuan's girlfriend in his previous life. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan recovered from his shock, then grabbed Han Yushi's little hand and smiled slightly. Han Yushi was now used to Li Zishuan's little actions, so she didn't blush or shy. Instead, she tugged at Li Zishuan excitedly and said, "Hubby, come and see how I decorated it." Li Zishuan followed his wife's intention and entered the house. Looking at the modern furniture in the main hall, such as the sofa, coffee table, mahogany cabinets, long dining table, and back chairs, as well as the marble floor that was as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, the orange-white curtains, and the snow-white walls, Li Zishuan was once again stunned. Except for the lack of chandeliers, televisions, refrigerators, air conditioners, and other home appliances, this living room was no different from a modern living room. It should be noted that the marble floor was not a modern one. It had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. However, most of the indoor floors in the Qin and Han dynasties were rammed earth. The more exquisite ones were bricks. Stone was rarely used to pave the floor because stone would be very cold in winter compared to rammed earth or bricks. As for the wooden floor, it was not common in ancient times. It was only used in pavilions. A layer of wooden floor used for construction had no other effect except to rot and attract insects. "Hubby? How is it? Do you like it?" Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan didn't speak, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan took her into his arms and laughed, "Haha. I like it, I like it. This layout is to my liking. Wife, you are a genius." When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was like eating honey. She broke away from Li Zishuan's embrace and said, "Hubby, you must not have eaten yet, right? It just so happens that I am already halfway through cooking. Hubby, you can go to the other rooms. The food will be ready in a while." Li Zishuan touched his stomach, nodded, and praised, "You know me." "Haha." Han Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. Then she turned around and took the white apron on the sofa. This thing was called the apron in ancient times. She went to the kitchen to cook. In the kitchen, Xiao He and Xiao Shi were helping her look after it. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, began to tour around his own small villa. This fellow actually went to every room. Of course, the one that satisfied him the most was the large mahogany bed in the bedroom. It was not the wooden bed that was enclosed on 3 sides like a large cabinet in the Tang dynasty. Instead, it was the large bed in the modern era with arched back pillows. A lot of thought was put into this bed. First of all, the width alone was more than 3 meters. It would not be crowded even if 3 people slept side by side. Then, there was the mattress. It was installed with the most elastic spring in the workshop. It was very elastic to sit on it. The bed was covered with layers of kapok. At the top, there was a good kapok brocade quilt. Its fluffy appearance made people want to sleep on it. In the Tang dynasty, cotton was only used as an ornamental flower. It was not planted on a large scale. Ordinary people's quilts were made of cloth, linen, or animal leather. The rich people's quilts were made of kapok. The yield of kapok was not as good as cotton, but it was thin and soft. It was very suitable to be used as a warm item. Its effect was similar to cotton. Of course, Li Zishuan would never admit that he had bad intentions when he made this bed. His thoughts were very pure. Hubby. It's time to eat. Oh. Okay, coming right up. Han Yushi's shout came from downstairs. Li Zishuan responded and quickly went downstairs. TSK. This is our first meal in our new home. Come. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Li Zishuan was in high spirits today. He picked up the wine jug and poured a bowl for Han Yushi, Xiao He, and Xiao Shi. Then, he laughed loudly. Although Xiao He and Xiao Shi did not know how to drink, they did not want to dampen Li Zishuan's spirits. They all picked up their wine cups and took a sip. Oh. Xiao He, Xiao Shi, do you like this new house? NN. I like it. Young master, this new house is really beautiful. He. Xiao He, didn't you tell me before that this place was very quiet? Great. Xiao Shi, you dare to betray me. Chapter 651. Mo Zhong. Are you saying that Yamacho is already married? In the afternoon, Mo Huai returned to Chang'an City and brought Mo Lingwei and a group of Ma's disciples to Yunshan. On the way, Mo Lingwei asked Mo Zhong a lot of information about Li Zishuan. At this moment, the little girl was starting to care about Li Zishuan's marriage. Mo Zhong was actually unwilling to be alone with this domineering little devil. Not only him, but almost all the followers of Mahist sect kept a respectful distance from this young lady. As for why, Mo Zhong could only say, don't ask, she's so ruthless. Only those who come will know. Sister Wei, Yamacho is indeed married. Everyone in Chang'an City knows this. Mo Zhong replied sullenly. Oh. Mo Lingwei nodded. She frowned her cute eyebrows and muttered softly as she picked up the pebbles on the road with her feet, Aya. Why is he married at such a young age? Sister Wei, what are you talking about? Mo Zhong sweated. He didn't know if he had an illusion just now, but he seemed to have seen a trace of regret in Mo Lingwei's eyes. Or was it disappointment? Nothing. Mo Lingwei's reaction made Mo Zhong feel that something was wrong. This little devil would actually panic? Hey! Mo Zhong, what's with that look? Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs? Reality proved that the so-called demure girl only existed for 3 seconds to Mo Lingwei. The little girl realized that something was wrong and immediately changed her expression. Mo Zhong quivered and quickly looked away. He waved his hand and said, nothing. Humph. Mo Lingwei thought for a while and asked, then let me ask you, is the Yamacho's wife beautiful? Mo Zhong was speechless. How would I know? I've never seen it before. TSK. Useless. Yamacho, this old man has brought all 39 core disciples of the Mahist clan. After Mo Huai and the others went up the mountain, Li Zishuan arranged for them to stay in the bishop's conference room. When they saw the strange and magnificent buildings of Yanhuang College, they naturally exclaimed in disbelief. The one who had the biggest reaction was, of course, a certain young lady. Mr. Mo, you've worked hard. Brothers of the Mo family, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan said politely and then gestured for everyone to take a seat. Looking at the nearly 40 followers of the school of Mo in black, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. The school of Mo prospered during the Warring States period of the 100 schools of thought. As the only prominent school that could compete with the Confucian school, it has declined to the point where there are less than 100 core disciples of the school of Mo. I'm very sorry about this. I've always admired your sect's founder, Mod. I believe that if he saw the school of Mo's current situation, he wouldn't feel good, right? Hearing this, all the followers of the school of Mo couldn't help but change their expressions. Some of them were so angry that their faces turned red. They wanted to stand up and scold Li Zishuan for exposing their scars in front of them. Li Zishuan saw the expressions of these people. He pressed his hand down and continued, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm not saying this to humiliate the school of Mo. The school of Mo prospered for the benefit of the world and got rid of the world's evils. Even today, it's only respected. No one has the right to mock it." As soon as he finished speaking, the followers of the school of Mo felt a little better. The frost in Mo Lingwei's eyes also gradually faded. However, the school of Mo's decline today is an indisputable fact. I'm sure you know the reason for the school of Mo's decline better than I do. Let's not talk about this here today. It's useless to talk about it. However, for the school of Mo, if they continue to hide from the world, they will definitely die. Entering the world is the only way out for the school of Mo. A while ago, Mr. Mo and I came to an agreement that the school of Mo could impart knowledge in Yanhuang College. Didn't the school of Mo prospered for the benefit of the world? The school of engineering today is also for the benefit of the world. As Mr. Mo is very skilled in physics, he was appointed as the leader of the physics department in Yanhuang College. I know that some of you are skilled in physics, mathematics, and engineering. No matter what you are skilled in, as long as you join Yanhuang College, there will be opportunities for you to display your talents. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I invite all of you to join us. For the continuation of the school of Mo, for the sake of the world, and for the sake of the people, let's spread the knowledge that is useful to the world. Here, you can teach the most outstanding students of Tang Dynasty. At the same time, you will also receive the most generous treatment. Fame and fortune at the same time. Why not? Li Zishuan gave a long speech and began to bewitch the group. Although their leader, Mo Huai, had already agreed to join Yanhuang College, he did not know how Mo Huai's prestige was among these people. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to introduce the advantages of Yanhuang College to them. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. We'll listen to you, Juzi. We'll go wherever Juzi tells us to go. Yes. We'll listen to you. Although Li Zishuan's speech was quite provocative, and some people were indeed tempted, they had been influenced by the discipline of the organization for many years and reacted in unison. Mo Lingwei's lips curled into a smile when she saw this. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. Did I just say so much for nothing? It was a classic case of playing the lute to a cow. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. The discipline of the school of Mo was too strong. If he did not think of a way to assimilate them in the future, they might assimilate the other teachers. This was a cooperation that coexisted with risk and opportunity. However, Li Zishuan felt that his chances of success were greater. Mr. Mo, what do you mean? Li Zishuan urged Mo Huai to quickly state his position. Mo Huai did not dare to delay. He looked at the people of the Mo family and said in a deep voice, "What Yamacho said just now is what I mean. In the future, in Yanhuang College, you must fulfill your responsibilities and preach to the students. You must not mislead them. Also, from now on, there is no Juzi of the Mo family here, only colleagues. You are not allowed to call me Juzi in the academy. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan nodded secretly. He thought that Mo Huai was quite self-aware. He had straightened out his position and attitude as soon as he came up. The other disciples of the Mo family were shocked. Jizzy, you can't. The Mo family's Jizzy has never given such an order. That's right. You're our Jizzy. How can we be disrespectful to you? Mo Huai's face stiffened, and he said sternly, I've made up my mind. If you still recognize me as your Jizzy, do as I say. Chapter 652. Under Mo Huai's strong pressure, the Mo family finally accepted reality. This reality referred to the fact that they were colleagues in Yanhuang College, not the reality of joining Yanhuang College. In fact, after witnessing the prosperity of Chang and city, they no longer wanted to return to the bitter cold place where the Mo family stayed. Today, after witnessing the extreme luxury of Yanhuang College and hearing Li Zishuan's inspiring speech, they were no longer against teaching in Yanhuang College, which was both fame and fortune. Some of them were even tempted. Next, they were divided into subjects according to their respective fields of expertise. Li Zishuan wasn't familiar with these people, so he could only let Mo Huai assign them. In the end, 8 followers of the school of Mo were assigned to the mathematics department, 5 to the chemistry department, 10 to the physics department, and 5 to the geography department. The remaining 11 followers of the school of Mo specialized in martial arts and were not suitable for teaching. In order to give them something to do, Li Zishuan had no choice but to let them become the academy's guards. Of course, the so-called 39 followers of the school of Mo didn't include Mo Lingwei. This was because Mo Huai had never raised Mo Lingwei as a follower of the school of Mo. He only hoped that his daughter could cultivate her moral character and become a gentle lady. Cough cough. Old man Mo's wish was destined to never come true, so that she could marry into a good family in the future. Therefore, this girl was considered to be the only one who wasn't assigned a job. Hey! Yamacho, you haven't assigned me to a department. As expected, Mo Lingwei was instantly unhappy when she saw that everyone else had a corresponding position but she didn't. She stood up and protested. Everyone in the room was stunned. Mo Huai's expression was ugly as he said, Wait, don't be ridiculous. Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. As a girl, what are you going to do? Go back to your seat. Although the Tang dynasty was more liberal and the social status of women was higher than during the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were still no women in schools and academies. Therefore, Mo Huai, who had always doted on his daughter, became a little unreasonable at this moment. His expression and tone were very strict. Dad. Mo Lingwei was unwilling to give up and decided to act coquettishly. Sit back down. However, the little girl's coquettishness didn't seem to work at all. Not only did Mo Huai's tone not soften at all, it even seemed to be getting worse. Mo Lingwei also knew that the situation was hopeless. She pursed her lips and looked at Li Zishuan pitifully. Li Zishuan shrugged at her with a helpless expression. The girl finally gave up and sat back down with a huff. Yamacho, I'm really sorry. My daughter doesn't know any better and made you laugh. Mo Huai turned around and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan in embarrassment. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, It's okay. Then, he noticed that the atmosphere in the room was a little heavy, so he deliberately changed the topic and said, Since everyone has a place to belong now, I'll bring you to see the house in Plum Village. Mo Lingwei, who was sitting on the chair and sulking, suddenly heard Li Zishuan say that they were going to see the mansion. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she didn't say anything out of her restraint as a girl. Mo Huai said, Thank you, Yamacho. It would be best if they could have a temporary place to stay in Plum Village. Living in an inn every day wasn't a good idea either. Alright, let's set off now. I've already told the village chief of Plum Village in advance. We can go there directly. Li Zishuan said with a smile, then led Mo Huai and the others out of the meeting room. Mo Lingwei naturally pouted and followed behind. Lord Zhu, you're here. I received your message in the morning. I've already asked the villagers to tidy up Lu Shuren's house. It's basically cleaned up now. Do you want to take a look? When they arrived at Plum Village, Li Zishuan happened to meet Lu Qingfeng, who reported to him enthusiastically. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Lu Qingfeng has worked hard. However, from today onwards, this house no longer belongs to Lu Shiren and his son. It belongs to me. At this point, Li Zishuan took out a deed from his pocket. Lu Qingfeng glanced at it and was instantly shocked. He secretly thought that his Lord Zhu was very resourceful. Li Zishuan waited for Lu Qingfeng to finish reading the deed before saying, "Now, I'm giving this house to Mr. Mo, and these people are all teachers from Yanhuang College. From now on, they are also villagers of Plum Village. They will temporarily stay in the Lu family's house for the time being. At the same time, I'll find someone to build a house for them in Plum Village. When the time comes, Lu Qingfeng, you have to persuade the villagers of Plum Village. Don't let them feel conflicted about these new teachers." Lu Qingfeng smiled excitedly and said, Of course. Lord Zhu, don't worry. Since these teachers are from Yanhuang College, the villagers will only have respect for them. They will definitely not neglect or be conflicted. Lu Qingfeng was more or less a scholar. He knew that Yanhuang College was currently the focus of the entire Tang Empire. Yanhuang College's location just happened to be next to Plum Village. In this way, Plum Village would be basking in the glory of Yanhuang College. If Yanhuang College really became famous in the future, wouldn't Plum Village, as the birthplace of Yanhuang College, benefit from it? Therefore, when he heard that Imo Huai and the others were teachers from Yanhuang College, Lu Qingfeng was extremely excited. Let's go see the house. Under Lu Qingfeng's lead, the group of people arrived at Lu Shiren's mansion. When they pushed open the courtyard door, the fishy smell of grass juice hit them in the face. Looking at the scattered grass on the ground, it was obvious that someone had just finished plucking the grass in the yard. Wow! This house is just as Yamacho said. It takes up a lot of space. There's a rockery, a pond, and so many rooms. The people who lived here in the past were really rich. Some girl's anger came and went quickly. In just half an hour, Mo Lingwei was no longer as angry as before. At the very least, this little girl finally opened her mouth to speak. The previous owner of this house was a big villain. This house was a pearl covered in dust in his hands. Today, I'll give it to Ink Girl and the others. Li Zishuan handed over the title deed and said with a smile. Ah. You're really giving it to us? Although Mo Lingwei's personality was very cheerful, she didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing. She stared at him and said weakly. Yamacho, you can't do this. We're only staying here temporarily. Mo Huai also objected. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to waste time. He directly stuffed the title deed into Mo Lingwei's hands and said, Just take it. Anyway, this house is an abandoned building. I didn't spend much money to get it. Chapter 653. The Lu family's residence was really quite big. It was only about 10% or 20% smaller than the Li family's residence. Previously, the Lu family had over 100 servants. Now, Mo Huai and the rest of the 40 people were more than enough to live in. Of course, they could not live in this residence forever. Li Er's imperial edict made them all villagers of Plum Village. Now, they were all independent individuals. There was no superior or subordinate relationship. Therefore, once their houses in Plum Village were built, they would move out separately. However, no matter what, today was considered a housewarming celebration. Li Zishuan was quite open-minded and didn't let the Mo family officially go to work today. Instead, he gave them half a day off to let them settle down first. Yamacho. You really don't want me? Unknowingly, Mo Lingwei actually sneaked up to Li Zishuan's side. At this moment, there was no one around them. Mo Lingwei blinked her eyes and said pitifully. Li Zishuan suddenly quivered. What a vixen. This little girl's words were too king ambiguous, right? Coupled with her beautiful face, if it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Cough cough. Ink Girl. Whether you can go to the academy or not, I don't have the final say. You have to ask old Master Mo. Li Zishuan moved 2 steps to the side without a trace. he couldn't help it, this girl's lethality was a little too strong, then coughed twice and said. Mo Lingwei wrinkled her nose and snorted unhappily. Humph. My stubborn father won't agree. Li Zishuan wiped his sweat and spread his hands. Then. I have no choice. But you're the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Aren't you the boss here? Doesn't my father have to listen to you? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and complained. Li Zishuan's face darkened. He said, Old Master Mo is your father. You have to do whatever he asks you to do. This is your family's business. Even if I am the Yamacho, I can't interfere. You. Mo Lingwei was furious. She stomped her feet and wanted to beat Li Zishuan up. However, when she thought about what Mo Zhong had told her about Li Zishuan, she felt that she couldn't beat him. She thought about how she couldn't enter the academy despite her talent and knowledge. She could only watch her fellow disciples display their strengths in Yanhuang College. She couldn't beat them in a fight and couldn't win in a debate. Suddenly, her heart was filled with grievances. With a hurrah, she squatted on the ground and cried. None of you are good people. Isn't it because I, Mo Lingwei, am a girl? What's wrong with women? Can't women enter the academy? Can't they be stronger than men? Woo-woo. What a bully. I didn't expect the people in Chang'an to be so stingy. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. Why did this girl cry just like that? She didn't even try to build up her feelings. When did this young master look down on women? Also, what did she mean by, I didn't expect the people in Chang'an to be so stingy? As they talked, not only did it involve gender discrimination, but it also involved regional discrimination. Ink girl, calm down. Let's calm down first. Li Zishuan wanted to pull Mo Lingwei up, but the ancient etiquette was strict. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Thus, he could only squat down and say anxiously, this one has never meant to look down on women. To be honest, in my family, my mother's status is higher than my father's. If my mother says one, my father doesn't dare to say two. My wife and I are the same. Tell me, how can I look down on women? If this girl kept crying like this, it was hard to guarantee that no one would pass by and see her. At that time, people would think that he did something to her. Then, wouldn't he be unable to explain himself even if he had 8 mouths? Therefore, in order to make Mo Lingwei stop crying as soon as possible, Li Zishuan also put in a lot of effort. He instantly sold himself and his father out. Pfft. As expected, Mo Lingwei paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. Perhaps she felt that it was inappropriate for her to laugh at this time, so she quickly stopped laughing and rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan. Is that really the case? Yamacho, you're a dignified county man. Are you afraid of your wife? Li Zishuan touched his nose and said, I'm not lying to you. It's really like that in my family. Speaking of this, he suddenly said seriously, but this isn't called fear, it's respect. My father respects my mother, and I also respect my wife. There's no such thing as fear. Everyone said that people were afraid of their wives or were henpecked, but in fact, there were very few people who were truly afraid of their wives. Most people's fear wasn't real fear, but respect for their wives. For example, Fang Xianling, a famous official who was afraid of his wife, was he really afraid of his wife? In fact, that wasn't the case. Everyone thought that Fang Xianling was afraid of Lady Fang, but they didn't know that the couple had a touching story. Before Fang Xianling became famous, he was sick and dying. He said to his wife, Madam Lu, I'm dying. You're still young and can't be a widow. You should remarry and serve the new husband well. When Madame Lu heard Fang Xuanling's considerate words, she was very sad. She cried and went into the room. She stabbed one of her eyes with a sharp weapon to show her husband that she was determined not to remarry. Later, Fang Xianling recovered from his illness and was very grateful to Madame Lu. He treated her with courtesy for the rest of his life. Therefore, the virtuous official of the Great Tang, Fang Xianling, should be said to respect his wife, who could resolutely drink poisoned wine, and not be afraid. Respect? When Mo Lingwei heard this, her expression became a little inexplicable. At this moment, this girl didn't have time to cry. She opened her mouth and looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. After a while, she said, "Your mother and wife are really happy." Li Zishuan grinned and said, "Hey. Of course. When my mother was willing to marry my father, didn't she believe that my father could give her happiness? As a man, how can I let down a woman's trust?" "Ah. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Ink girl, take it easy. There are so many fun places in Chang'an. You don't have to go to the academy." Li Zishuan noticed that Mo Lingwei's gaze was becoming more and more strange. He quickly stopped the previous topic and tried to persuade her. He didn't intend to flirt with other women. Besides, although Mo Lingwei was cute and lively, she was not his cup of tea. He didn't want to have a headache every day. After that, Li Zishuan stood up and prepared to go back to the academy. As long as Mo Lingwei stopped crying, it would be fine. He didn't have the obligation to help her solve her family problems. Ah. But Yanhuang College is more fun than Chang'an. I still want to go to the academy. Yacho, don't underestimate me. I, Mo Lingwei, know everything that the followers of the Mo family know. Li Zishuan staggered and hurriedly quickened his pace to escape. There was no way to reason with this girl. Chapter 654. Whoa. Second Master Lu, why did you buy so many cold melons? After getting rid of the little witch, Li Zishuan planned to return to Yanhuang College to deal with official business. When he walked to the entrance of the village, he saw Second Master Lu driving an ox cart towards him. The ox cart was filled with watermelons. He was puzzled and couldn't help but go forward and ask. "Yo! Lord Ju, you're here." When Second Master Lu saw that it was Li Zishuan, he quickly stopped the ox cart and greeted him. Then, he replied, "Hey. Aren't the students about to go up the mountain for the exam? I was thinking of getting a cart of watermelons and selling them to the examinees to quench their thirst." When Li Zishuan heard this, he said happily, I didn't expect Second Master Lu to be so business-minded." Lu Wanshan waved his hand and said, "This wasn't my idea. It was Mei Jun's wife, Han Xiaomei. Yes, she's the sister of Han Xiaodong from the Han family village. You should know her, Lord Ju." Han Xiaodong? Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He still had an impression of Han Xiaodong, so he smiled and said, "Well, Mei Jun married a good wife. She's quite smart. Did the other farmers in our village also prepare all kinds of goods?" Lu Wanshan grinned and said, "Of course. Of course, everyone has to earn money together. But don't worry, Lord Ju. We won't raise the price. We'll sell it at whatever price is sold in Chang'an City. Anyway, we have nothing to do. We'll be satisfied with the travel expenses." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "I still believe in Second Master Lu's character. It's not that I won't let you raise the price. After all, Yunshan is so high. It's quite hard to go up and down. It's not impossible to raise the price a little. But there must be a limit to everything. Second Master Lu, go back and discuss with Lu Lijiang and my father-in-law. We will set up a standard for the price of goods and set up a monitoring team. In the future, Yanhuang College will attract a lot of people to Plum Village. I won't allow there to be any malicious cheating here." According to Li Zishuan's plan, they would rely on Yanhuang College to develop a batch of new technologies in the next few years. These new technologies would definitely bring about new industries and more people. This would also bring about considerable profits for the Han family manor and Plum Village's villagers. However, as the saying goes, huge profits move people's hearts. When that time came, it was inevitable that some villagers would deliberately rip off their customers in order to make quick money. Once this situation was spread out, the reputation of Plum Village and the Han family manor would be completely ruined. Even Yanhuang College would be affected. Such examples could be found everywhere in his previous life. Li Zishuan had no choice but to guard against them. Lu Wanshan frowned and said with an ugly expression, "Don't worry, Lord Zhu. We will tell everyone in advance. At that time, if anyone dares to tarnish the reputation of our Plum Village and the Han family village, this set of old bones will personally knock on their door." Thank you for your trouble, Second Master Lu. Li Zishuan said politely, then said goodbye to Second Master Lu and walked in the direction of Yunshan. In the afternoon, he accompanied Mo Huai and the others to look at the courtyard, so he didn't ride a horse. "Uncle Zhong, help me think of a way. I have to go out today." The next day, in the backyard of the D residence, Di Jishuan dragged the old housekeeper into the study and whispered sneakily. Housekeeper Zhong's face was bitter. He pushed Di Jishuan's hand away and said, "Young master, why haven't you given up yet? If old master finds out that you still want to go to Yanhuang College, you will suffer again." Di Jishuan said anxiously, "Uncle Zhong, if you don't tell him, how will my father know? Besides, this time I just want to take the exam and see how I am doing in mathematics. After all, I have been studying this course by myself for more than a month. You have to let me see how good I am, right? Don't worry, whether I can pass the exam or not, I will not go to Yanhuang College. I will definitely go back to Bingzhou to prepare for the exam." Housekeeper Zhong shook his head and said, "No. Young master. Old master has ordered that whoever dares to let you out in these 3 days will have their legs broken. There are 4 or 5 guards watching the front yard." When Di Jishuan heard this, he couldn't help but think that his father was really ruthless. His brain was working very fast. After a while, he said to the old housekeeper, "Uncle Zhong, if I don't take the exam, I'm afraid I will feel uneasy. It will affect my progress in preparing for the exam. How about this, I will secretly climb over the wall and leave. You can pretend that you didn't see it. Even if my father finds out, he won't blame you. How about that?" The old housekeeper was shocked and hurriedly pulled Di Jishuan, afraid that he would really climb over the wall. Then, he said, "Young master, you can't. The wall in the mansion is so high. If you accidentally fall and something bad happens to you, no one in the mansion can bear the responsibility." In fact, the wall in the D mansion was quite high. It was definitely not like some ancient dramas where the young lady could easily climb over by stepping on the back of the servant girl. Seeing that Di Jishuan didn't seem to give up, the old housekeeper continued, "Besides, old master will come back after the court. He will definitely look for you. Young master, even if you go to Yanhuang College to register, once old master finds you coming back, he will lock you up. You won't be able to go to Yanhuang College to take the exam tomorrow." According to Li Zishuan's instructions, Ma Zhou had published a notice in the most eye-catching headline of yesterday's Datang Daily, informing all the students in Chang and City who were preparing to take the entrance exam of Yanhuang College to go to Yanhuang College on September 17th, which was today, to get the exam number and enter the exam with the number. This was the real reason why Di Jishuan was in a hurry to escape from the D mansion today. If he couldn't get the exam number today, he wouldn't be qualified to take the exam tomorrow. In fact, according to the rules, it wasn't that others couldn't help him get the exam number, but the problem now was, who in the D mansion dared to help Di Jishuan get the exam number? Wasn't that asking for death? That was why Di Jishuan wanted to sneak out. However, what housekeeper Zhong said was not unreasonable. His house was 4 or 5 miles away from Yanhuang College. Even if he rode a horse, it would take nearly 2 hours to go back and forth. What's more, there might be many people waiting in line on Yunshan Mountain. In that case, he couldn't guarantee that he would come back before his father, and his intentions would be exposed. He would have even less chance to sneak out and take the entrance exam of Yanhuang College tomorrow. What should I do? At this moment, Di Jishuan was like an ant on a hot pan. He was very anxious. Once he set his mind on something, he would do whatever it took to accomplish it. Now, this feeling of helplessness made him very unhappy. "Young master, I think you'd better give up. Old master is doing this for your own good. Don't do anything stupid." Alas! The old housekeeper persuaded and then left with a sigh. Only Di Jixuan was left in the room with a bitter face. Chapter 655. Haha. It's finally the day of the exam. After 2 months of hard work, we'll finally be able to see if we succeed or fail tomorrow. South of Chang'an City, Jinyu Academy. 3 unkempt men with unkempt hair and dirty faces stood in the courtyard, ready to go. One of the men laughed loudly. Looking at the man's face, it was Chen Tianhua, the down-and-out scholar who serialized Zhang Xiaohua's Legend of Cultivation in the newspaper. Haha. For the past 2 months, we have been in seclusion and studying hard. Luckily, Tianhua, you gave that child from the Wang family some benefits and let him send us newspapers every day. Otherwise, wouldn't we have missed the exam number plate today? Hua Hongyi's image was not much better at the moment. However, this guy's actions were naturally graceful, as if he was not affected by any external factors. He always looked so comfortable and indifferent. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, "Perhaps this is the saying, a scholar doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. I have to say, Li Xiannan's Datang Daily has really given us a lot of convenience. A scholar doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world." This saying first came from chapter 47 of Laozi. One doesn't go out, but knows everything in the world. One doesn't follow the rules, but knows the heavenly Tao. One goes out far, but one knows little. That's why the saints don't know, don't see, and don't do. Hua Hongyi nodded in agreement. Seeing the two of them chatting, Liao Feichen couldn't help but say gloomily, "I say, why are the two of you so confident? You don't seem to be nervous about tomorrow's exam at all?" Hua Hongyi smiled faintly and said, "Nervous? What's the use of being nervous? Besides, we're all prepared for the exam, what's there to be nervous about? If we unfortunately don't make it, it only means that our qualifications are not good enough. It's useless to be nervous now." Chen Tianhua was more attentive. He felt that Liao Feichen seemed to be a little nervous, so he pondered for a moment and said, "Feichen, Brother Hua is right. The most important thing in the exam is to prepare for it. It's useless to be nervous. Besides, the 3 of us don't have any reason to be nervous." Liao Feichen asked curiously, "Why? You must know that the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College this time is more than the number of people who took the imperial examination." Of course, he had also read this information from the newspaper. Chen Tianhua smiled confidently and said, "Because we were the first batch to know about Yanhuang College's enrollment information, and we also started preparing for the exam as soon as possible. This time, the students who applied for Yanhuang College came from the 365 provinces and counties of Great Tang. Although the Tang Dynasty daily used fast horses to teleport us, we had at least half a month to prepare compared to the examinees from other provinces and counties. This is our biggest advantage. In addition, we also got someone to buy the May exam papers from the School of Mathematics, so we have a certain understanding of the style of the male examinees from Li County. Therefore, in this entrance exam, other than the students from the School of Mathematics, the 3 of us have the biggest advantage. What reason do we have not to be confident? If we really don't get in, then we can only say, 'Heaven's death is not my fault for fighting.' Heaven's death is not my fault for fighting." From the 7th volume of the Records of the Western Han Dynasty, Xiangyu Benji, Hua Hongyi nodded repeatedly when he heard Chen Tianhua's explanation. In the end, he couldn't help but praise, "Tianhua, your analysis is still the best. I presume Feichen's heart will be at ease after hearing what you said." I realize that I'm even more confident now." Liao Feichen was obviously relieved. He nodded and said, "That's right. After hearing what Tianhua said, I feel more at ease. Let's go to Yanhuang College." Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi had no objections, and the 3 of them went out together. On the way, smelling the fresh air and looking at the birds and flowers, Chen Tianhua sighed and said, "It's so comfortable outside. Even breathing is so much smoother." Liao Feichen was speechless and said, "Let's go quickly. If we're late, we'll have to queue for a long time again." This kid obviously knew everything about Li Zixuan very well. For the scooters, carriages, mirrors, etc., one had to queue. For the newspapers and cheap books, one had to queue. For the Drunken Immortal restaurant's chicken, Drunken Immortal, Dompa pork, meatballs, etc., one also had to queue. Therefore, Liao Feichen believed that there was an 80% chance that they would have to queue to get the exam number this time. The other two felt that it was reasonable and quickened their pace. However, Hua Hongyi was still walking and said, "If the three of us all pass this time, then we'll have to help each other in Yanhuang College. How about giving the three of us a title?" Liao Feichen rolled his eyes and said disinterestedly, "Boring." Chen Tianhua was interested and said, "That's a good idea. In my opinion, how about we call ourselves the Three Heroes of Jinyu? After all, the three of us met at Jinyu Academy and spent more than 4 years there." Hua Hongyi laughed and said, "Good. That's a good name." "I agree." Liao Feichen thought about it and also felt that the name was not bad. He nodded and said, "Then I agree." Chen Tianhua clapped his hands and said, "Then it's settled. From now on, the three of us will be called the Three Heroes of Jinyu." After deciding on the name, the three of them seemed to be in high spirits. They walked with a majestic gait. After a while, Hua Hongyi suddenly said, "Oh. That's right. After this exam, Tianhua, your Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator, and Feichen, your long immortal journey, have to be updated as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all have nothing to eat." It's time to update. Chen Tianhua subconsciously agreed. However, after saying that, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He said angrily, "F***CK. Hongyi, you still have the nerve to say that. You've been freeloading off me and Feichen for several months. Every day, you said that you wouldn't freeload off us after your novel was published. In the end, until now, there's not even a shadow of your novel." Liao Feichen also quickly agreed and said, that's right. Hongyi, tell us quickly. How long more before your novel is published?" Although they spoke fiercely, the two of them were not really angry. This was because before they started writing novels, they were the poorest. At that time, Hua Hongyi was the one who helped them. Therefore, now that Hua Hongyi was freeloading off them for several months, they were willing to accept it. When Hua Hongyi heard the condemnation of his two classmates, he couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Cough. This, soon, I'll be able to publish it." Actually, only he knew that he hadn't even started writing his novel. Chapter 656. A while ago, Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi stopped updating their novels in order to prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Of course, they told the Datong Daily's editorial department the reason for the suspension. The editorial department issued 2 statements in their names. Regardless of whether the readers understood or not, the two of them resolutely began to prepare for the exam wholeheartedly. After all, the two of them were not like Li Zixuan, who had ready-made novels in his mind to copy. Moreover, their writing speed could not be compared to Li Zixuan's. Therefore, in order to prepare for the exam, they could only give up updating their novels. Hey! Did you notice that during this period of time, it's not only me and Tianhua who stopped updating their novels on Datong Daily? Many novels have stopped updating. Liao Feichen suddenly said as the three of them walked out of the city. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. Could it be that the other authors are also preparing for the Yanhuang College's entrance exam? Hua Hongyi pondered for a moment and guessed. Chen Tianhua nodded and said, "It's possible. This collective suspension of updating will probably have a great impact on Datong Daily's Dahua Jianghu section. However, fortunately, the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality stood up at the critical moment and updated 15 times a day, directly filling the gap in this section. Otherwise, the Dahua Jianghu section would very likely be drowned by the reader's saliva." Liao Feichen thought for a moment and said, "That's true, but that Leather Knight is really a monster. 15 times a day, how did he do it? He's simply not human." 3 months ago, after Li Zixuan broke through to the Grandmaster realm, Not only did his true chi and spiritual power have been greatly improved, but his ability to control the various parts of his body naturally became more proficient. Therefore, with the support of the Grandmaster realm, his writing speed was also faster. He often wrote more than 100 chapters a day, which was really abnormal. Chen Tianhua also found it somewhat difficult to understand. He wondered, maybe he really is not human. Originally, the three of them didn't know the specific location of Yanhuang College. But today, there were many students from Chang and City heading to Yanhuang College. They followed a group of people and found their way there. Standing at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Hua Hongyi exclaimed as he looked at the majestic peak, the straight and wide mountain path, as well as the crowds coming and going on the mountain path. Who would have thought that there would be so many people coming and going in such a remote place? Li Xiannan is really a strange person. He actually built the academy on top of the mountain. This way, the construction difficulty and cost will increase by a lot. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, after a few more years, there will definitely be more and more people here. As for the problem of cost that you mentioned, Hong Yi, this is not something we should consider. Haha. Let's go up quickly. Along the way, I've heard other students praise Yanhuang College as a heavenly palace. I can't wait to go up and see it. Hua Hongyi shook his head and said, no matter how luxurious the building is, it's just a pile of dead things. In comparison, I'm more interested in the knowledge that Yanhuang College wants to impart. Haha. Young friend, at first, this old man thought the same as you. But after seeing the true face of Yanhuang College, this old man no longer said that. At this moment, on the mountain path, an old man in a blue shirt holding a book walked over while laughing. Liao Feichen, Hua Hongyi, and Chen Tianhua were shocked and took 2 steps back. There was no other reason other than the strong smell of alcohol on this old man. Haha. Fine. Fine. This old man won't say much. You kids can go up the mountain and have a look. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. When the old man saw the reactions of the 3 people, he laughed awkwardly and then floated away. Hua Hongyi felt that he was a little rude and couldn't help but shout from behind, "Hey! Old mister, please wait." Who knew that the old man would walk away as if he didn't hear him? This old man reeks of alcohol and he just came down from the mountain. Why do you think he's going to Yanhuang College? Liao Feichen looked at the old man's back and muttered. Chen Tianhua frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, looking at his words and actions, he's free and unrestrained. Since he's so old, he's definitely not here to apply like us. He looks more like a teacher from Yanhuang College. Liao Feichen was dumbfounded. He muttered, are the teachers from Yanhuang College all drunkards? At this moment, Li Zishuan, who was sitting in the principal's office of Yanhuang College, didn't know that Wang Ji, who had just asked him a question, had tarnished the image of Yanhuang College. You can't say that. Hua Hongyi chuckled and said, first of all, we don't know if that old man is a teacher from Yanhuang College or not. Second of all, although he reeks of alcohol, his demeanor and movements are extremely sober. This means that he's not drunk, so what if he's a teacher from Yanhuang College? Drinking a few glasses won't affect the teaching, right, Feichen? Liao Feichen waved his hand and said, yes, what you said is reasonable. Since Hong Yi is so analytical, when will your novel be published? Hua Hongyi choked and said helplessly, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Ha ha ha. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. Stop laughing. Let's go up the mountain. Hua Hongyi urged with a dark expression. Yes. Let's go up the mountain. Liao Feichen came to his senses and said anxiously. Chen Tianhua finally remembered what they were here for today. He quickly said, yes, let's go up the mountain. Thus, the 3 fellows who were chatting happily only started to climb up the stairs to the top of the mountain. Half an hour later. Phew. We're finally here. I'm so tired. Oh my God. Liao Feichen was the first to reach the peak. Hua Hongyi and Chen Tianhua, who were behind him, first heard this guy say that he was tired, then they heard an extremely exaggerated scream. Chen Tianhua shouted in puzzlement, "Feichen, what's wrong?" Liao Feichen was in a state of deep shock and naturally didn't have time to answer. Chen Tianhua didn't hear a response and thought that something had happened to Chen Tianhua. He hurriedly said to Hua Hongyi beside him, "Hongyi, let's go up and take a look." Okay. The two of them quickened their pace. After a while, they both reached the top of the mountain. Seeing Liao Feichen standing there in a daze, Chen Tianhua couldn't help but nudge him and say, "Feichen, why, my God." Chapter 657. This. When Hua Hongyi saw that Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were both staring blankly in front of them, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. When he followed the direction of their gazes, he was also stunned. What kind of scene was that? The road was greenish-gray, and the wall was surrounded by black iron bars. Behind the wall, there was a huge building with a very different style. Many large pieces of colored glass on the wall of the building reflected the morning sun, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. In the middle of the building, there were two steeples, like two sharp swords piercing the sky. Moreover, they could vaguely see that behind the building, there were many other similar buildings. From their angle, they couldn't see the whole picture of the college. From this, it could be seen that the college occupied a large area. Oh my God! This Yanhuang College's construction is too. Hua Hongyi was so shocked that his mouth was wide open, and he didn't know what to say. Those examinees weren't talking nonsense. This Yanhuang College is really like a palace of immortals. Liao Feichen had never seen such a domineering college. He wiped his saliva and added on Hua Hongyi's unfinished words. The architectural style is very different from ordinary buildings, but if you look carefully, you can still feel a majestic aura coming from it. Moreover, the materials used for this building are rare, and its height is amazing. It's really uncanny workmanship, and it's not an exaggeration to call it a palace of immortals. Chen Tianhua looked up at the central twin steeples of the Guanghua building, and his heart was surging with emotions. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, Hua Hongyi suddenly thought of the old man in blue he had just met at the foot of the mountain. He said, that old man was right. Now that I see the true appearance of Yanhuang College, I can't say those words. That sentence was naturally referring to him saying that Yanhuang College's buildings were just a pile of dead things. Okay. Hurry up and line up. Don't you see that there are so many people in front of you? Liao Feichen urged. The other two were stunned. Only then did they notice that there were dozens of long lines at the entrance of Yanhuang College. Their attention had just been attracted by the magnificent Guanghua building, so they didn't pay attention to this side. Now that they saw it, they didn't dare to blindly sigh here and hurriedly walked to the place where the crowd was queuing. Among the sea of people, there were many who knew each other, and a large portion of them were former students of the School of Mathematics. Haha! Iron Egg, you're here too. Sun Zifen, who was in the first row on the east side, laughed out loud. Iron Egg smiled and said, well, today is such an important day, of course I have to come. But Zifen, why did you come in person? Today's Iron Egg's words and actions were far beyond those of his peers. It could only be said that the people he came into contact with were different, and the speed at which his abilities and thoughts improved was also different. Hee. Anyway, since I have nothing to do at home, why don't I come to the academy to see my former classmates and catch up on the old days? Besides, the establishment of Yanhuang College is due to our efforts. Isn't it wonderful to come and see the fruits of our labor praised by others? Sun Zifen smiled proudly. Iron Egg was speechless. He thought that the reason of seeing his former classmates and so on was definitely secondary. The main reason was at the back, right? Hey! Iron Egg, this is? After Sun Zifen was done being proud, he noticed that there was a chubby boy behind Iron Egg, who was following Iron Egg step by step. Sun Zifen asked. Oh! This is a friend of mine from the same village. His name is Huguchi. Because of some things, he has some contact with my master. He has taught himself pinyin and arithmetic before. He is still young, and this time he is mainly here to see the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. It doesn't matter if he can pass or not. Iron Egg pulled Huguchi out and introduced him. Then he saw that Huguchi was a little confused and uneasy, so he patted Huguchi's shoulder and said, "Sure enough, don't be nervous. This is Sun Zifen, a very good classmate of mine. He is very easygoing." Haha. Iron Egg is right, I like to make friends the most. Sure enough, it is nice to meet you for the first time. When Sun Zifen heard that Huguchi had some contact with Li Zishuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, so he took the initiative to greet Huguchi. Huguchi was a little at a loss and scratched his head. After a long while, he stuttered, "Brother. Brother Zifen. The academy you built, the academy is really beautiful." His stuttering had been cured long ago, but the habit of speaking over the years made him unable to help but stutter whenever he was nervous. Sun Zifen didn't care about this, because Huguchi's last sentence made him feel a little smug. Haha. Sure enough, you have a good eye. If you can pass the entrance exam to Yanhuang College this time, then I, Sun Zifen, will protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, just use my name. Iron Egg's eyebrows twitched as he listened. What did he mean by, "Sure enough, you have a good eye"? Sun Zifen's words were getting more and more ridiculous. He couldn't help but criticize him in his heart. Huguchi liked to be praised the most. Sun Zifen's unintentional words made him feel that this person in front of him was quite easy to get along with, so he scratched his head and smiled. Hey. Thank you, Brother Zifen. Iron Egg rolled his eyes and was speechless as he looked at the two people who he had never met before chatting so enthusiastically. Yamacho, as of now, there are nearly 800 candidates who have received the exam number plates, and there are still a large number of candidates lining up in front of the academy. Therefore, a conservative estimate is that there will be at least 2,000 candidates taking the entrance exam this year. I'm afraid that such a grand occasion can't even be compared to the imperial examination. On the 10th floor of the Guanghua building, in the principal's office, Yen Silu excitedly reported to Li Zishuan. At first, he agreed to join Yanhuang College only because of Li Gang's invitation and Li Zishuan's school philosophy. In fact, he himself was not optimistic about Yanhuang College's situation in the first few years. He never expected such a grand occasion to happen today, which made him very excited. Li Zishuan stood in front of the bed and looked down at the bustling students at the entrance of the academy. The imperial examination and Yanhuang College's exam are two different things. There is nothing to compare. In the future, most of the students from Yanhuang College will take the imperial examination. To some extent, we are like the imperial college, cultivating talents for the Tang Empire. But since they have chosen Yanhuang College, we have to teach them something different. Rigorous scholarship is the foundation of Yanhuang College. We don't have to compare with others. Chapter 658. Yamacho is right. I didn't expect someone of my age to be obsessed with looks. I'm ashamed of myself. After hearing Li Zishuan's plain words, Yen Silu felt both ashamed and ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Li Zishuan shook his head and said meaningfully, Sir, you're exaggerating. I'm not saying that Yanhuang College can't compete. We don't have to compete for things like the number of students, but we have to compete for academics. Since we've chosen academics, we only need to care about academics. In the future, Yanhuang College will be the holy land of Tang Empire. Yen Silla pondered for a moment and understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He praised, Yamacho is right. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the way to survive for Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't say anything. He thought that Yen Silla's perception was quite high. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Mr. Yen, did the palace send the plaque to the college? If he remembered correctly, Li Er had promised to personally write the plaque for Yanhuang College. However, when he came to the college this morning, he didn't see the plaque at the entrance. How could this be? Tomorrow, Yanhuang College would have its entrance exam. Yen Silu was stunned and wondered, why would the palace send us a plaque? This old man saw that the college didn't have a plaque, so I thought that Yamacho had his own plans. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. What plans did he have? If Li Er wanted to write the plaque for the college, would he dare to ask someone else to write it for him? Even if he dared to ask, would anyone else dare to write it for him? Other than waiting for Li Er to send the plaque over, there was nothing he could do. Okay. Mr. Yen, you go ahead and do your work. I have my own plans for the plaque. Li Zishuan rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly. He couldn't tell Yen Silu that he was stood up by Li Er, right? If that happened, Li Er would definitely mess with him. Although Yen Silu guessed that there was more to this, since Li Zishuan didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask, so he cupped his hands and left. Li Zishuan stood alone in front of the large glass wall of the office, looking down at the examinees who were lining up and discussing with each other. He thought gloomily, did old Li forget about the signboard? Then how should I remind him? What a pain in the ass. Isn't that Li Tai? That's right, I'll let this little fatty do it. At that time, even if old Li gets angry, he won't be able to vent his anger on me, right? Li Tai, who was chatting and laughing with Meng Wenhao, Sun Zifan, and the others, did not realize that he had been given the title of a scapegoat. In the morning, almost all the 44 students from the School of Mathematics came to the Yanhuang Academy to collect their exam number plates. After collecting their number plates, they sat on the grass beside them and started chatting. It was very lively. When the surrounding candidates found out that they used to be students of the School of Mathematics, they naturally couldn't help but feel envious. After all, those who were slightly more informed knew that the School of Mathematics was personally taught by Li Zishuan. At this moment, Sun Zifan glanced at the many classmates around him and laughed happily. I'm sorry. TSK, TSK. Who else is missing from the School of Mathematics? Are they all here? A few students heard him and started counting. After a while, someone said, we're still missing one person. Why are there only 43 people? I remember that there are 44 students in the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Yes, we're indeed missing one. Another voice echoed. Sun Zifan frowned and said, who else is missing? As Mr. Li's students, even Qin K came in person on such an important day. Why is there someone else missing? Qin Huayu rubbed his eyebrows and said, cough, cough. Chimo didn't come. He's reviewing his homework now, so he asked me to help him get his number plate. Everyone, please don't blame him for this. Li Huiran shouted, wow. How can this be? Cho Nyo is working so hard. It seems that I'm in danger this time. Everyone, I'm here today, so I have to go back and review my homework now. See you in the examination room tomorrow. After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned eyes of the crowd and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Among the final 44 students of the School of Mathematics, he studied in the School of Mathematics for the shortest time. Strictly speaking, he and Xing Chimo were about the same in terms of mathematics. Therefore, when he heard that Xing Chimo was working so hard, Li Huiran suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. For him, it was not terrible to do badly. What was terrible was to be in the last place. That would be fatal. Because counting the days, his father, Li Xiaogong, would be back soon. If he really dared to be in the last place at this juncture, the consequences were simply unimaginable. F***ck. These two cowards are really the shame of our School of Mathematics. Sun Zifan pointed in the direction where Li Huiran disappeared and complained to the classmates next to him. Yes. That's right. Everyone agreed one after another. Unexpectedly, Sun Zifan's next sentence was, cough. That little brother has some urgent matters at home, so he has to go first. Everyone, and little brother who, I'll see you in the examination room tomorrow. After that, this fellow was afraid of being stopped and ran away. After all, his results were not that good. The other examinees thought that as Li Zixuan's former students, they would have a great advantage. However, Li Zixuan had only taught in the School of Mathematics for less than 2 months. Moreover, the students of the School of Mathematics had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College during the field break. In total, they did not have much time to revise. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they got up one after another and cursed in the direction where Sun Zifen escaped. Bah! Sun Zifen, you're a coward who's worse than what you look like. Shameless. I, Wang Meng, have never seen such a shameless person. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and catch that bastard Sun Zifen. F***CK. Wang Meng, you. Facts had proven that the former underachievers of the School of Mathematics were generally more timid. After knowing what Qing Chumo had done, they all slipped away and planned to do last-minute cramming. Li Tai saw that half of the people around him had disappeared in an instant. He said resentfully, "A bunch of cowards. What a disgrace. Your Highness Prince Wei, Yamacho invites you to go to his place." At this moment, Mo Zhong came from afar and cupped his hands carefully. "Oh. Why did Xiao Xian call me?" Li Tai muttered softly and then flicked his sleeves. "Okay. I got it. I'll go now." Chapter 659. Huff. "Xiao Xian, you're looking for me?" Li Tai spent a tremendous amount of effort and finally climbed to the 10th floor of the Guanghua Building's twin towers. He then came to Li Zixuan's office and asked while panting. He had been to Li Zixuan's office once before, so he didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he was cursing Li Zixuan in his heart. Was there something wrong with his brain? Why did he have to choose this office? It was such a *king trap. Li Tai felt that he almost lost half his life after coming up here. Sigh. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be so fat? Although Li Zixuan had become Yanhuang College's Yamacho, and Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others of the older generation had changed to calling him Yamacho, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and the others who were close friends with Li Zixuan still called Li Zixuan by his name in private. Qingke, do you have to go this far? The last time you came to my office, you were also like this. In my opinion, you need to lose some weight. Li Zixuan wanted to get straight to the point, but when he saw Li Tai looking like he would collapse at any moment, he couldn't help but speak out of turn. After all, Li Tai was really too fat. In the long run, there would definitely be problems. Only he dared to say this. If it was someone else, Li Tai would definitely flip out. Li Tai panted for a while, then gulped down a cup of tea and said, "Ha. It wasn't easy for me to get this fat. Why should I lose weight? Besides, it's so hard to lose weight. I can't stand it." This reason was so strong. Li Zixuan was instantly speechless. After pausing for a while, he said somewhat maliciously, "Hey. Since you don't want to reduce it, there will be someone willing to help you in a few days." Li Tai immediately sensed danger. He widened his eyes and pointed at Li Zixuan. "Damn. Little Xian, I've always treated you well. If you need help, I'll help you without asking for anything in return." "What do you mean by this? Tell me, what are you plotting?" Li Zixuan said unhappily, "Qingke, why are you so agitated? I'm not going to cut off your flesh. Look at how scared you are." Li Tai said angrily, "Who knows what kind of evil ideas you have in mind? Who would be able to stand it if you deliberately set people up?" In the end, the little fatty suddenly reacted and said, "Oh right, when I helped you complete the geography textbook, you promised me that I could take 3 days off in the first month of school. Does that still count?" Li Zixuan thought about it. 3 days was 3 days. The military training lasted for a month. What was the harm in letting this kid off for 3 days? So he nodded and said, "Of course it counts." Li Tai was instantly relieved and said happily, "That's good. That's good." Then he returned to the topic and asked, "Little Xian, why are you looking for me today?" Li Zishuan sighed and pointed at Yanhuang College's gate downstairs. It's about the Academy's plaque. Previously, His Majesty said that he would personally inscribe the plaque for Yanhuang College. Perhaps because it was a long time ago and His Majesty was usually very busy, he forgot about this matter. I want you to help remind His Majesty. After all, Yanhuang College is about to start. Li Tai couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time he heard that his father would go back on his word. He smacked his lips and was about to agree when he suddenly rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and said calmly, "So that's how it is. I can help you, but little Xian, shouldn't you also give me something?" Li Zishuan was confused and said, "What do I have to give you? I'll give you a string of money? F***ck. Li Tai was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Li Zishuan didn't lack money, but Li Tai didn't lack money now either. "I don't want your money. I want to say that I'll help you get the plaque for the academy. When school starts, you'll give me 3 days off, how about that?" This time it was Li Zishuan's turn to be angry. His old face darkened and he said, "You wish, kid. You'll also be a student of the academy in the future. You have a part in the academy's affairs. If you can't get the plaque done this time, do you believe that I won't cancel your previous 3 days of leave?" Faced with this almost shameless method, Li Tai was immediately dumbfounded. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You. As a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, how can you do something so untrustworthy?" Li Zishuan immediately retorted, "Then as a member of Yanhuang College, how can you not have a sense of collective responsibility?" Li Tai was speechless. After a while, he said hatefully, "Fine. Very good. You win." After saying that, the little fatty's face darkened and he left the principal's office. Li Zishuan looked at his back and said to himself, "Hey. This little fatty always likes to think of ways to take advantage of loopholes. However, it won't be long before you'll thank me for my persistence today. Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei requests an audience." In Ganlu Hall, after the morning court, Li Er didn't hurry to read the memorials. Instead, he came here on a whim to practice calligraphy. Just as he was in a trance, the chamberlain suddenly came in and whispered, "Announce." Li Er didn't even raise his head and spat out a word from his mouth. "Your son greets Imperial Father." In a flash, Li Tai came in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. Didn't Qin Ke go to Yanhuang College in the morning? Why are you back so soon?" Under normal circumstances, when Li Er was practicing calligraphy, he hated being disturbed by others the most. But today, the person who disturbed him was Li Tai, so the result was naturally different. He loved his son Li Tai very much. So, at this moment, he was earnestly copying calligraphy as he spoke to Li Tai. "Imperial Father, I came back after catching up with my classmates. Imperial Father is in a good mood today. Are you copying Wang Youjuan's calligraphy again?" Li Tai didn't know how to tell Li Er about the plaque of the Yanhuang Academy, but when he saw that Li Er was practicing calligraphy, he suddenly had a good idea. He took a step forward and whispered to Li Er, "Brother Li Er, I'll tell you about it. Qin Ke, come and take a look at Imperial Father's calligraphy. How is it?" Coincidentally, at this moment, Li Er finished the last stroke. He put the pen aside and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he smiled at Li Tai. At this moment, he naturally didn't know that Li Tai was harboring evil intentions. "Yes, Imperial Father." Li Tai took small steps and came to the side of the desk. He looked at the calligraphy seriously from beginning to end for a long time. Then, he saw his body trembling with excitement and said, looking at the exquisite workmanship of this calligraphy, "The method is pure and beautiful, comparable to Wang Youjuan's. Your son congratulates Imperial Father on improving his calligraphy." Chapter 660. Ha! Qin Ke, you've learned how to flatter people too. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er pointed at Li Tai and reprimanded him with a stern face. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a smile on Li Er's face. Obviously, he was not really angry. Li Tai hurriedly bowed and said, I'm afraid. Everything I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Even if Yu Shaojian were to personally appraise it, he would still be full of praise for father's calligraphy. The Yu Shaojian he was referring to was the secretary Yu Shinan, one of the 4 famous calligraphers of the early Tang dynasty. Li Er did not deny it and said casually, Oh? Is that so? After spending so much time with Li Zishuan, Li Tai had also become an actor. He said with a sincere face, he said sincerely, I've been copying Wang Youjuan's calligraphy for a year, but I've never been able to find the right path. Today, when I saw father's calligraphy, I suddenly felt enlightened. I sincerely hope that father can give this calligraphy to me. After I study it carefully, I might be able to catch a glimpse of the master of calligraphy's charm. This was a blatant bootlicking, but Li Er liked it. In fact, during the 300 years from the Eastern Jin dynasty to the Tang dynasty, Li Er could be considered as Wang Shiji's #1 fan. According to the Tang dynasty's Su family law book, Emperor Taizong left behind a special reward for Yu Youjuan's calligraphy. When Jingguan first issued an imperial order to purchase it, it was all lost. In other words, as soon as Li Shimin became the emperor, he could not wait to spend money on his idol and swore to buy all of Wang Shiji's works. The effect of the emperor's imperial order was great. According to the Su Shu Lu, Li Er collected more than 3,000 pieces of Wang Shiji's calligraphy and bound them into a scroll with the words Jingguan printed on it. However, Li Er, who was a fan of endless idols, said that this was not enough. He wanted to personally cheer for his idol. The Book of Jin, one of the 24 history books, was written in the 22nd year of Jingguan. In the book, there were 4 historical commentaries written by Li Shimin himself. One of them was the biography of Wang Shiji. In the historical commentary, Li Er commented on Zhong Yao, Wang Xianji, Wang Shiji's 7th son, and the other calligraphers one by one, and found a lot of problems with each of them. Then, he directly said, looking carefully at the past and present, studying the fine seal, the plain, and the perfect, only Wang Yi is lacking. The rest are trivial, what's there to talk about? In order to highlight the perfection of her idol, she did not hesitate to belittle others. This included her idol's son. Li Shimin's craziness when he chased after a celebrity was comparable to the modern fangirls of some young male idols. However, Li Er was the emperor after all. He still had a sense of perspective. While he chased after celebrities, he did not forget to improve his calligraphy skills. It was said that every time he obtained an authentic work of Wang Shiji, Li Er would order people to hang it in his bedroom so that he could view and copy it every day. Moreover, not only did he copy it, but his sons also had to copy it hundreds of times. It was not a few times, nor was it dozens of times, but hundreds of times. However, Li Tai still had a certain talent in calligraphy. Although Li Tai's remarks just now were a bit exaggerated, there was no doubt about the excellence of this copybook. For Li Er, after copying his idol's work for so long, he finally received such a sincere praise. Moreover, his behavior could be considered as a disguised form of motivating Li Tai to learn from his idol. Of course, he was overjoyed in his heart. However, he was still reserved and did not show it. Instead, he said with an indifferent expression, "Hee hee. Since you like it, Qingke, then I'll give this calligraphy to you. Remember to practice more diligently. Imperial Father looks forward to the day when you can catch a glimpse of 70% of the charm of Wang Youjuan's running calligraphy." Li Tai was flattered and bowed. This son thanks Imperial Father for the gift and will remember Imperial Father's teachings. I will definitely practice diligently every day. Li Er nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "Qingke, you're looking for Imperial Father today, right?" Li Tai's thoughts turned quickly. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. This son originally came to pay respects to Imperial Father, but seeing that Imperial Father's running calligraphy has reached such great success, I have a presumptuous request in my heart. Oh? What request do you have, Qingke? Tell Imperial Father. Li Er sat upright on the dragon couch, took a sip of tea, and asked curiously. Li Tai took a deep breath and replied, "Imperial Father, it's like this. Yanhuang College is about to start school, but the college has not hung a signboard until now. This son saw Imperial Fathers running calligraphy just now. It was simply like the authentic work of a calligraphy master. Therefore, this son boldly asks Imperial Father to bestow a signboard to Yanhuang College. Silence. As soon as Li Tai's voice fell, the main hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Li Er didn't say a word. His action of holding the teacup also froze in the air, and the scene seemed to be frozen there. In fact, Li Er's heart was not calm at all, because Li Tai's words made him suddenly recall something. 3 months ago, the 8 professors of the Imperial College, led by Cui Shanyu, jointly impeached Li Zixuan for corrupting the academic atmosphere, disrupting the teaching order of the Imperial College, and privately teaching miscellaneous studies. When Li Zixuan heard the news, he used Tatong daily to punish Cui Shanyu and the others. Then, he angrily resigned and wanted to go back home to teach. At that time, Li Zixuan was attracted by the engineering prospects described by Li Zixuan, so he agreed on the spot that after Yanhuang College was completed, he would personally inscribe a signboard for Yanhuang College. However, after such a long time, during which Li Zixuan was assassinated, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed, the Cui family was involved, and then there were constant storms in Cheng and city. By the time Yanhuang College was completed, Li Er had already forgotten about his promise to inscribe a signboard. Now, Li Tai suddenly mentioned this matter in front of him. Was it intentional? Or was it unintentional? After pondering for a long time, Li Er finally returned to normal. He put down the teacup, looked at Li Tai, and nodded, "Good. This emperor will inscribe a signboard for Yanhuang College." Whether Li Tai did it intentionally or not, since he didn't take the initiative to point it out, Li Er didn't need to take the initiative to mention what happened 3 months ago. After all, as a father, he still needed to maintain a bit of dignity in front of his children. This son thanks father. Of course, the little fatty mentioned it intentionally, but his acting skills were pretty good. For a moment, Li Er couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Li Er came to the dragon desk. Li Tai eagerly spread out the rice paper for Li Er and began to grind it on the side, looking like a lackey. Li Er closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and decisively started to write. The tip of the brush was like the tip of a sword, and the rice paper was like a battlefield. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, majestic and majestic. After a while, the words, Yanhuang College, appeared on the paper. "All right. Qingke, you can take it. This emperor is going to eat at your mother's place." Li Er waved his hand and walked out of the palace alone, leaving Li Tai alone here. Chapter 661. Could it be that father saw through it? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Not good, not good, this time it's a big loss. I was F** king tricked by Xiao Xian again. F**ck. Li Tai held Li Er's calligraphy as he walked on the palace road. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He felt that Li Er must have seen through something, otherwise, his attitude wouldn't be so different. After realizing this, he couldn't help but curse Li Zixuan in his heart. He knew that this kind of thing wasn't easy to do, but he still insisted on letting him do it. He was simply deliberately tricking him. After lunch, Li Tai personally went to Yanhuang College and gave the calligraphy to Li Zixuan. Li Tai, who felt that he had sacrificed a lot, naturally asked Li Zixuan to compensate him in other aspects, such as holidays and so on. When Li Zixuan heard the cause and effect, he naturally scoffed at the little fatty's excuse. With how much Li Er doted on Li Tai, he didn't believe that Li Er would blame the little fatty for such a small matter. This was because Li Er was usually quite magnanimous. Under his insistence, he naturally didn't agree to the humiliating terms that Li Tai proposed. Li Tai had no choice but to leave. "Hey! This little fatty is really..." Li Zixuan muttered to himself. Then, he was attracted by the 4 large words, Yanhuang College, written in bold calligraphy. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, he could see a trace of sharpness from these words. Compared to the words that Chu Suiliang had inscribed on the signboard of Chitsu Pavilion, These 4 words were more natural and more soul-stirring. Good calligraphy. Li Zishuan praised from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he had asked Li Er to inscribe these words to give Yanhuang College an extra layer of protection, but now it seemed that the calligraphy level of these 4 words alone was enough to serve as the signboard of Yanhuang College. Mo Yun, send this calligraphy to Pang Feiji downstairs and ask him to send it to the workshop quickly. Tell the workshop to make the signboard of the college before the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan took the calligraphy and handed it to Mo Yun as he ordered. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Yun took the calligraphy and turned to leave in a very capable manner. There were a total of 11 followers of the school of Mo in the Mo family who majored in martial arts. Among them, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's realm was the highest, both in the late stage of qi refining. Most of the rest were in the early or middle stage of qi refining. These people together could be considered a very powerful force. Therefore, the security of the college was mainly in charge of this team of followers of the school of Mo. The team of guards led by Pang Feiji was mainly responsible for the safety of Li Zishuan's family. Because there were too many candidates coming to Yunshan today, Brother Chicken had specially brought people to help maintain order. After Mo Yun left, Li Zishuan got up and walked to the glass wall. He lowered his head to look at the situation below. Mo Zhong saw this behind him and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been in this office for a few days, but he didn't dare to stand by the glass wall and look down like Li Zishuan. This position was really too high. Even a qi refining master would fall to his death. Mo Zhong, inform Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the leaders of the various departments of the college to meet in the conference room in 2 hours. Li Zishuan saw that the crowd below was not as big as it was in the morning, and it seemed to be decreasing. He knew that almost all the candidates who wanted to take the exam had come, so he turned around and gave the order. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong cupped his hands in salute and left as well. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of Di Zhishuan's figure. He had spent 90% of his time in this office today, and he often looked down from time to time. He saw many familiar figures, but he didn't see Di Zhishuan. Maybe I missed him? Li Zishuan shook his head. There were so many candidates today. No matter how good his eyesight was, it was impossible for him to see all of them. 2 hours later, in the conference room of Guanghua Building. Today, thousands of candidates came to the college. Thanks to everyone's coordination, we were able to keep things in order without any trouble. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan saw that everyone was present, so he stood up and said politely. Haha. It's not hard at all. It's what we should do. Everyone cupped their hands and said modestly. Only Wang Ji sat there awkwardly. He drank a little when he came this morning, and Li Gang was afraid that his drunken appearance would affect the image of the college among the students, so he let him go back first. Among everyone present, he was the only one who didn't help much. Well, Mr. Yan, can you count the number of students who came to pick up their exam number plates today? Li Zishuan looked at Yen Silu and asked. Yen Silu was already prepared. He looked at the booklet beside him, then stood up and said, It's unlikely that there will be many candidates today. I don't think there will be many examinees here at this time. Let me tell you the statistics before I came to this room. According to the data submitted by the teachers in charge today, there are a total of 2,118 examinees who came to collect their number plates. Compared to the final number of people who signed up according to the Tang Daily, 3,890 examinees, the reference rate for this entrance exam is much higher than the previous estimate. Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, Everyone must have heard that since so many candidates came to pick up their exam number plates today, it means that the number of students who will be taking the exam tomorrow will be roughly the same number. With so many students taking the exam, it means that there are also many students who are optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College. This is something to be happy about. At the same time, we must be aware of the heavy responsibility on our shoulders. We can't let down those who trust us. Therefore, the Academy will increase the invigilation efforts tomorrow. The leaders of each department must clearly instruct the invigilators under them to correct their invigilation attitude. They must not be absent-minded during the invigilation period, and they must have zero tolerance for cheating. During the exam in the morning and afternoon, I will personally go to each examination hall to inspect. If any cheating is found in any examination hall without the invigilator noticing, a demerit will be recorded. At the same time, the corresponding department leader will be held responsible. I need to remind everyone that these demerits will affect the evaluation of teachers' titles at the end of the academic year. Please pay attention to it. In this exam, we must let all the candidates feel fair and just. If we can't even do this, then there's no need for Yanhuang College to continue existing. Everyone, do you understand? Hearing Li Zishuan speak so solemnly, the expressions of everyone in the room gradually became serious. At this moment, they all replied in unison, understood. Chapter 662. Yanhuang College's exam was divided into two parts. In the morning, it was a combined exam for classics and morality. In the afternoon, it was a single subject exam for mathematics. The duration of the exam was 4 hours. The questions for the classics section were set by Li Gang and Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan had repeatedly instructed them to lower the difficulty and not set any tricky questions. Of course, the two old men were unwilling at first, but Li Zishuan kept persuading them, so they could only agree in the end. The questions for the morality and mathematics section were, of course, set by Li Zishuan himself. He had already given out the test papers 5 days ago. After the printing, all the test papers were guarded by Wu Ho 24 hours a day in the workshop. There was no way that the questions would be leaked in advance. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was the east wind. The next day, when Chang and City's east gate opened, thousands of examinees who had been waiting at the city gate for a long time filed out. They carried their test boxes, the school bags used by the ancient people, and walked in groups of 3 to 5 toward Yanhuang College. Of course, some examinees from rich families rode horses and carriages. Some examinees were accompanied by their relatives. In order to make it in time for Yanhuang College's exam, all the examinees gathered here. In an instant, the streets near the east gate became unusually congested. Chang and City's Wu Ho was also on guard. Yuqi Jingda didn't even attend the morning court and personally commanded. Most of the Wu Ho mansion were transferred here to ease the congestion. Sigh. I didn't expect there to be so many students. Little Xian's Yanhuang College is quite successful. My Baolin should be able to get in, right? Yuqi Jingda was dressed in martial attire and stood on a nearby tower. Looking at the dense crowd below, he was both melancholy and happy. D Mansion, backyard. Bang, bang. Young master. Young master. You should get up and have breakfast. Butler Zhong gently knocked on the door and shouted inside. A moment later, a voice came from inside. Uncle Zhong, I'm not eating. Being locked up in the residence every day is like being in jail. How can I have the mood to eat? Hearing this, Butler Zhong hurriedly knocked on the door again and said, Little young master, you didn't eat last night. Master is very angry. When he left this morning, he specifically told this old man to let you eat some rice no matter what. Please don't make things difficult for this old man, and don't starve your body. In the room, Di Zhishuan's voice sounded a little impatient. He said, Uncle Zhong, don't try to persuade me. I'm really not hungry. Please don't bother me. Let me sleep for a while. Since I can't get out, are you not going to let me sleep? Hearing this obviously childish words, Butler Zhong sighed helplessly. Young master, this old man also wants you to leave, but no one dares to disobey master's orders. Besides, you can leave the residence as you wish tomorrow. Come out and eat something. Humph. Uncle Zhong, you know what I'm thinking. What's the use of me going out tomorrow? Take it away quickly. I won't eat it. Also, ask all the servants in the backyard to leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Otherwise, if I really make a scene, no one will have a good time. Hearing the extremely impatient tone in Di Zhishuan's voice, Butler Zhong hurriedly said, Okay. This old man will leave now. Ask them to leave too. Young master, if you're hungry, call me at any time. After that, the old butler quickly left with the food box. This was because he knew that Di Jishuan was right. If he really made a scene, everyone in the residence would suffer. As long as Di Jishuan could be quiet and everyone was safe and sound, Butler Zhong would be satisfied. Hey! These people are finally all gone. In the room, Di Jishuan muttered excitedly as he watched Butler Zhong instruct all the servants to leave the backyard through the crack of the door. Looking at this guy's dressing, all his clothes were neat and tidy. He didn't look like someone who had just woken up. Obviously, what he said just now was all a lie. Alas. This is my last chance. Ancestors of the Di family, please bless me, Di Jishuan. Di Jishuan clasped his hands together and muttered a few words softly. Then, he turned around, took a bundle from the table, and left the room. When he arrived at the courtyard, he walked straight to the northwest corner. There was a huge rock that was half the height of a person there. Di Jishuan looked around worriedly. When he saw that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Hey!" Fortunately, no one noticed that there was an extra rock here. Otherwise, if they reported it to my father, the old man would be suspicious again. Shaking his head, Di Jishuan leaped onto the huge rock. Then, he used all his strength to finally climb up the wall. Looking at the bluestone floor outside the wall, Di Jishuan gritted his teeth and jumped down. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch! The Di family's wall was almost 10 feet high. It would be strange if Di Jishuan didn't get hurt when he jumped down like that. Di Jishuan hugged his right foot. His eyes and eyebrows were in pain. He sucked in cold air as he pressed on his right ankle. Ouch! This won't do. There's not much time left. I have to go to Yanhuang College as soon as possible. Otherwise, this jump will be in vain. Thinking of this, Di Jishuan endured the pain and stood up. Then, he limped toward the gate. Hey, hey, hey! The big brother in front, wait up! The more Di Jishuan walked, the more difficult it was for him to walk. The piercing pain in his ankle made him sweat all over. Just when he was about to give up, he saw a middle-aged man driving a flatbed cart pass by him. His heart stirred and he hurriedly yelled out, "Hey, hey! Young master, are you calling me?" The middle-aged man heard him and hurriedly reined in the old horse that was pulling the cart. He turned around and asked. Di Jishuan used the last bit of his strength to catch up with the middle-aged man. He took out a golden leaf and said, "Big brother, I accidentally hurt my foot just now. Now, I have something urgent to do. Can you sell this horse to me? The price is negotiable." At this time, he obviously didn't care about whether it was worth it or not. He could only get to Yanhuang College in time if he had a horse to ride. As for money, his family wasn't that short of money. Young master, you can't do that. This horse is an old one. It's specially used to pull goods. It's not worth much. Young master, your foot injury is so serious. Even if you ride a horse, it won't be easy. Why don't you tell me where you want to go? I'll drive you there. The middle-aged man saw the golden leaf shining in Di Jishuan's hand and quickly waved his hand. Di Jishuan didn't expect the man in front of him to be so straightforward. He smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, big brother. If you send me to Yanhuang College outside the city, I'll definitely thank you." Chapter 663. At the academy, all the teachers were already on standby at dawn. Li Zishuan didn't return to Chang'an last night. Instead, he stayed in Yunshan's courtyard. Early in the morning, he left his wife's warmth and came to Yanhuang College. In fact, the teachers of the academy were almost ready. However, Li Zishuan was afraid that something they couldn't handle would happen, so he came so early. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zishuan invited Yan Silu, Li Gang, and Mo Huai to have breakfast together in the academy's cafeteria. As for Wang Ji, the old man had just moved his luggage from his brother's house to the academy after the meeting yesterday afternoon. He was sleeping in the dormitory now. As early as 2 days ago, the academy's cafeteria had officially started operating. The chefs that were invited had all been trained by the drunken immortal house, so their skills were naturally excellent. Moreover, the style of cooking had also been greatly influenced by Li Zixuan. The four of them sat together and ate breakfast, steamed buns, porridge, and salted vegetables. Li Zixuan asked at this time, "Mr. Yan, have the test papers been transported here?" Yan Silla replied, "Yes, the Marquis escorted them here overnight. They are now locked in the Academy's secret room. That place uses the Mo family's Tianji lock. Only Mr. Mo has the key to open it." Li Zixuan was relieved when he heard this. Then, he asked again, "Then, have the invigilators been assigned to each examination room?" Yan Silla nodded and said, "Yes, everything has been assigned. There are a total of 52 examination rooms, and there will be invigilators in each examination room." Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Fortunately, the academy was built on a large scale. Otherwise, our academy wouldn't be able to bear this examination alone." Li Gang slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge and said with a smile, "Only you have the guts to build an academy on such a large scale for the first time. Judging from the current size of the academy, it won't be enough even if more than 2,000 examinees are admitted." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Yanhuang College's students study for at least 3 years, and the longest is 6 years. There will be students from other grades after that. How can you recruit so many people at once?" Li Gang suddenly understood and said, "Yo. That's true. Haha. Speaking of which, the food in this academy is really unique. This old man may have to eat and drink here in the future. Haha." This Yan wholeheartedly agrees with Brother Li's words. Yes. The food of the academy is indeed delicious. Yan Silu and Mo Huai agreed in agreement. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha. If the 3 of you like it, you can eat it at Yanhuang College for the rest of your lives." That's exactly what I was thinking. At 6:30 a.m., the first batch of examinees arrived at Yanhuang College. However, there was still more than an hour before the start of the exam, so they naturally couldn't enter the academy. They could only sit on the grass in front of the academy and wait for the academy to let the examinees in. Haha. Hugua, Iron Egg, what a coincidence to meet the 2 of you again. As time passed, more and more students arrived at the academy. Sun Zifan had just arrived and saw 2 familiar figures sitting on the grass in front of him. He quickly went forward and greeted them. "Hello, Brother Zifan," Hugua said with a smile. Hee, looks like Zifan's expression means that he's determined to pass this exam, right?" Iron Egg joked with a smile. Sun Zifan's face turned red. He liked to show off in front of strangers, but in front of a friend like Iron Egg, he didn't need to show off. He said unhappily, "No matter how determined I am, can I be more determined than Iron Egg? You're Mr. Li's core disciple." Speaking of this, he suddenly leaned in front of Iron Egg, then lowered his voice and said, "Iron Egg, tell me honestly, did Mr. Li leak a few exam questions to you? With our relationship, you have to take care of me." Iron Egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took 2 steps back to keep a distance from Sun Zifan and said, "Brother Zifan, don't talk nonsense. Master is definitely not the kind of person you said he was. Besides, I've been busy with martial arts recently and haven't spent much time on my studies." Sun Zifan widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Aya. Iron Egg, you actually know martial arts. That's amazing, amazing. In the future, if I'm bullied at the academy, you have to help me." On the side, Hu scratched his head in puzzlement and thought, Brother Zifan clearly said he would protect me yesterday. Why is he asking Iron Egg now? Doesn't this mean that Iron Egg is even more powerful? Seeing that Sun Zifan was actually so shameless, Iron Egg could only wave his hand and say, "As classmates, of course we have to take care of each other. Brother Zifan, don't worry." Sun Zifan laughed and said, "Haha. Good, good, good. You're so straightforward. Aya. Ching Chumo, you're finally here. You didn't handle the matter yesterday too well. You made so many of your classmates wait for you. At 7:30 in the morning, Yen Silu looked at the sky and then said to Li Zishuan, Yamacho, it's almost time. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's good. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, opened the door and welcomed the candidates. The two cupped their hands and went to open the door of the academy. It's open, let's go in. It's finally open. Haha. Chu Mo, let's go, we're all in the 7th examination hall. I guess you don't know where it is? It's okay, I'll take you there. But after the exam, you have to treat me to a big meal. Ching Chumo, when the candidates entered the academy, they didn't have to go through an extremely detailed body search like the imperial examination. Firstly, it wasn't necessary, and secondly, there were too many candidates. During the imperial examination, everyone would have a special examination booth, which gave the candidates a lot of room to cheat. However, Yanhuang College was different. With more than 50 people in one examination hall, everything in the hall was clear at a glance. If anyone cheated, the teachers above would immediately notice. Half an hour later, all the candidates gathered outside the academy entered Yanhuang College and found their examination hall. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, it's time for the exam, close the door. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun quickly did as they were told. The doors of the academy slowly began to close, which meant that the exam had officially begun. Hey! Wait! There's one more. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Di Jishuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 664. Ouch. Don't close the door, let me in. I'm also here to take the exam. The middle-aged man who pulled Di Jishuan to Yunshan in a handcart was kind enough to send Di Jishuan directly to the top of Yunshan. Unexpectedly, Yanhuang College was about to close the door, so Di Jishuan hurriedly jumped off the cart and shouted. However, his right foot couldn't bear such an impact. He immediately screamed, but he didn't forget to shout in the direction of the gate of the college. Hey! Little Langjun, be careful. Let me help you over. Perhaps after seeing that Di Jishuan was really a candidate, the middle-aged man's attitude became more respectful. Seeing that Di Jishuan was a little unstable, he quickly put down the reins and came over to support him. Thank you, Brother Han. On the way here, Di Jishuan had already learned about the middle-aged man. His surname was Han, and because he was the 7th child in his family, others often called him Han Laochi. Di Jishuan thanked him in a low voice, then looked firmly at the gate of the college and continued to walk there. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun also noticed Di Jishuan, but after going through so many things, they now obeyed Li Zishuan. Therefore, Mo Zhong stepped forward and said loudly, Yanhuang College's exam has begun. Little Langjun, you're late. Please go back. Hey! Don't. It wasn't easy for me to sneak out of my house. Besides, the exam hasn't officially started yet, right? Brother, please let me in. Di Jishuan came closer and said hurriedly. Suddenly, he saw Li Zishuan behind the gate and immediately shouted excitedly, Hey! Little Langjun, it's me. It's me. Do you know this big brother guarding the gate? If you do, please help me talk to him. He had speculated before that Li Zishuan's identity must be either rich or noble, so after seeing Li Zishuan, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Mo Zhong, let him in. Li Zishuan smiled and said softly. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong turned around and cupped his hands. Then, he said to Di Jishuan, you can go in now, Langjun. Then, when he saw that Di Jishuan had difficulty walking, he stepped forward to replace Han Laochi and helped Di Jishuan into the academy. Di Jishuan was happy at first, but then he was shocked. He walked up to Li Zishuan and said with his eyes wide open, Little brother, you are a Yamacho from Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan smiled and replied, That's right. Long time no see, brother Di. So, So, little brother, you are Li Zishuan? When Di Zhishuan heard Li Zishuan admit it, he was finally completely dumbfounded. He had speculated that Li Zishuan might be the descendant of a high-ranking official in the imperial court and had an extraordinary identity. However, he had never expected that the little brother he met by chance would be Li Zishuan, who was also a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "Yes, what's wrong? Brother Di, aren't you in a hurry to take the exam?" Di Zhishuan suddenly remembered the important matter and hurriedly said, Oh, right. I'm going to take the exam first. Little brother, oh, no, it should be Yamacho. Thank you so much this time. After saying that, he hurriedly turned around to enter the examination hall. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps. He turned around and said awkwardly, "Cough, cough. I had something to do yesterday and couldn't leave, so I didn't get the exam number. Yamacho, which room should I take the exam in?" There were hundreds of small rooms in the Guanghua building in front of him. If he didn't ask clearly, he wouldn't be able to find it even if he searched for the whole morning. Li Zishuan looked at Di Zhishuan's injured right foot thoughtfully and said, "Mo Zhong, help brother Di to the medical hall to see a doctor first. If his foot isn't treated in time, it will be easy for him to become disabled." Di Zhishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need. I'll see a doctor myself after the exam. Yamacho, tell me where to take the exam first. Mo Zhong glanced at Di Zhishuan's injured ankle and looked up at Li Zishuan. Yamacho, this little Lungjuan's foot must have been accidentally sprained. I happen to know some massage techniques. Why don't I give him a massage and relieve the pain in a moment? He should be fine after he goes back and applies some medicine. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Zhong in surprise and nodded. Okay. Mo Zhong, help brother Di treat his foot first. Mo Yun, go find Mr. Yen and get the exam number. Brother Di, you can treat his foot first. The 2 brothers, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, naturally accepted the order. Although Di Zhishuan felt that it was a waste of time, he had to wait for Mo Yun to get the examination number before he could take the examination. Therefore, he could only agree and said, Thank you, Mountain. Mountain Head, thank you, brother Mo. A moment later, Mo Yun came back with the exam number plate. Mo Zhong had just finished massaging Di Zhishuan's ankle. Di Zhishuan got down to feel it and found that the piercing pain in his ankle had disappeared. He said happily, "Ah. It doesn't hurt anymore. Brother Mo, you're really good." Thank you. Li Zishuan glanced at the exam number and smiled. Brother Di, go quickly. You're in exam room 51. I'll ask someone to take you there. Thank you. Di Zhishuan took the exam number and thanked him with cupped fists. Then, he was led by a follower of the school of Mo to the resplendent building. Li Zishuan looked at his back and smiled inexplicably. This unlucky kid actually ran away from home? I wonder what Secretary Di will think when he finds out. At the same time, it also shows that there are still many people who look down on engineering. After meeting Di Zhishuan for the first time, Li Zishuan deliberately collected information about Di Zhishuan's father, Di Xiaoxiu. Now that he had a basic understanding of the Di family, he sighed. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun looked at each other. They did not understand what Li Zishuan meant. Young Master Di, this is exam room 51. You can go in by yourself. The follower of the school of Mo said to Di Zhishuan when they arrived at a classroom on the west side of the 4th floor. Di Zhishuan glanced inside and nodded. Okay, thank you. I'll go in by myself. The invigilator of exam room 51 was Assistant Lecturer Mao. He was about to hand out the test papers when he saw another student at the door. The student said, I'm sorry, sir. I was injured on the way here. That's why I'm here. Assistant Lecturer Mao was about to say something when he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe winking at him. It was the follower of the school of Mo who had just escorted Di Zhishuan here. Assistant Lecturer Mao pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. He pointed at a seat behind him and said, Okay, you can sit there. Then, He picked up the test papers and said while handing them out, "I'll start handing out the test papers now. Please remember what I told you just now. If anyone cheats, they will be disqualified immediately and will never be able to take Yenhuang College's entrance exam again. Please don't play tricks." Chapter 665. In fact, except for Di Jishuan, who didn't have time to look around, all the candidates who took the exam today were shocked by the scene inside the Guanghua building after entering the classroom. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, making people feel as if they were in a dream. The windows made of large pieces of glass made the inside of the building as bright as day no matter how winding and crisscrossing it was. The spacious and bright classroom, the neatly arranged tables and chairs, and the pure color and sharp edges of the blackboard made all the students have a further understanding of the luxury of Yenhuang College. At the same time, their determination to enter Yenhuang College became firmer. If they couldn't study in such a professional and high-end college in their lifetime, wouldn't it be a great regret in their lives? So after receiving the test papers, almost everyone took a deep breath and then began to answer the questions very seriously. The first question was in line with the rules. Empty and empty, the people can't find a name. Towering, it has success, it has an article. This sentence was taken from the Analects of Confucius. It was a very famous paragraph in which Confucius praised Yao. The general idea was that Yao was so great that people couldn't find a word to describe his praise. His achievements were so outstanding that they were like the light of the sun shining in all directions. Generally, when the candidates answered the questions, they only needed to praise the great achievements of the ancient sages, and then praise the current emperor's literary and martial virtues, express their loyalty, and say that they had the ambition to become the pillar of the country, to share the worries of the emperor, and so on, to get a high score. It could be said that this was a relatively open question, and also a question with a very clear political position. Li Gang's questions were really stable. At least, Li Erwi liked it very much. The second question was, water, fire, metal, wood, earth, and valley are the only things to cultivate. This question was slightly more difficult than the first one. This sentence came from the great Umo of the Great Book of History. Coincidentally, Kong Yingda also explained this sentence. Water can irrigate, fire can cook, metal can cut, wood can grow, earth can reproduce, and valley can raise. Therefore, these 6 things were called the 6 residences, which were used by nature to raise all living things. As the saying goes, virtue is only good governance, and governance is to raise the people. The virtue of the sage was reflected in dealing with government affairs well, and arranging things like water, fire, metal, wood, earth, and valley was called only cultivation, which could make the people live and work in peace. As long as the meaning was expressed clearly and a few classic sentences of Mencius about the way of the king, the score wouldn't be low. The third question, unlike some examiners in the Qing dynasty, who tried their best to cut some complete sentences or put a few sentences together to deliberately make things difficult for the candidates, the questions set by Li and Yen Silu were, on the whole, the questions set of the standard Confucian classics questions, and the questions were standard questions, and difficult. But some people were the exception. For example, Li Huairan. Oh, no, Li Huairan was better. He could more or less tell the origin of some sentences, and then talk nonsense. But Qing Chumo was completely clueless. He didn't know where one of the 12 Confucian classics questions came from, let alone the meaning of the question. So after gritting his teeth for a while, he resolutely gave up on the Confucian classics part and went straight to the next part of the questions. There were many people in the same situation as him, such as Iron Egg and Hu Zhen, who had never learned the 4 books and 5 classics. They were basically people who had learned mathematics halfway. So for the 4 books and 5 classics, they were basically at the same level as Qing Chumo. Fortunately, the Confucian classics only accounted for 30% of the total score of the whole entrance exam. As long as they got high marks in the other parts, they also had a great chance of passing the exam. But the other parts of the questions were not simple, at least not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In the moral test part, there are no good or bad options in the following questions. You just need to choose the option that is most consistent with your actual situation. Your answers are only for testing and research purposes. Please feel free to answer. What does this mean? Could it be that this so-called moral test part is a freebie question for everyone? No matter what I choose, it will be correct? When Ching Chumo saw this strange question, he was surprised. Normal people would have the same thoughts as him when they saw this kind of question. However, as a former student of the mathematics school and a close friend who knew Li Zixuan's character very well, Ching Chumo became witty this time. That's not right. Looking at the style of these questions, only Xiao Xian would come up with this kind of question. But if these questions are really freebies, then what's the point of Xiao Xian coming up with these questions? This kid must be lying. Is he trying to trick me? No way. The score for each option is definitely different. I have to choose carefully. It just so happens that I don't have to do those stupid questions in front of me. I have plenty of time. It had to be said that at this critical moment, Ching Chumo's random thought had completely saved him. It could also be said that his previous studies in the mathematics school and his understanding of Li Zixuan's character had saved him. This was because the so-called, there are no good or bad options in the various options, was a huge trap that Li Zixuan had dug for all the candidates. It just depended on how many people jumped into it. In fact, this kind of question often appeared in various modern psychological tests, personality tests, and market research questionnaires. If you really thought that there were no good or bad options in the various options and blindly chose, then it could only prove that you were broken. You might even be labeled as crazy. In Li Zixuan's previous life, when he was in university, he met such a naive and cute classmate. At the beginning of school, the school routinely asked all the students to fill in a psychological test paper. One of the students in his class saw that there was no right or wrong option in the question, so he only took a minute to hand in the paper. As a result, the school arranged for the child to receive psychological counseling for a semester because the teachers determined that the child had severe depression based on his test results. Other than Ching Chumo, it could be said that the former students of the mathematics school had a trace of vigilance in their hearts after experiencing Li Zixuan's various trashy questions. After all, after being tricked by the same person so many times, one would have a certain understanding of the person's tricks. Therefore, when they saw the questions, their mental reactions were almost the same as Ching Chumo's. They all reined in at the most crucial moment. Of course, the final test results also proved that it was precisely because they reined in at the most crucial moment that they widened the gap with the other candidates in this part of the questions. Chapter 666. At this time, the whole exam had only been going on for less than a quarter of an hour. The examinees who could do the morality part were basically those who had given up on the classics part. Some of them were former students of the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Of course, there were also people from other states and counties. This was because Ching Chumo from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics was not the only one who didn't know about classics. However, this part of the exam seemed simple, but it was full of traps. The first question: which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Cheongzhou. B. Xiangzhou. C. Bingzhou. D. Luoyang. E. Chang'an. The second question: if you could be one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat. B. Horse. C. Elephant. D. Monkey. E. Dog. F. Tiger. This kind of question had never appeared in the Tang Empire. It made the examinees confused. Many of them were confused and thought, these choices don't seem to be different. It seems that you can choose anything. Is it really like the question said? There is no right or wrong choice for each choice. You can choose anything. It was not that these students were incompetent, but Li Zixuan was too cunning. He gave everyone a psychological misdirection at the beginning. Oh. Master's intention of these questions should be to test the examinee's character. Then what kind of character does Yanhuang College need? I think as long as I can figure this out, then these questions will definitely be able to get a high score. Iron Egg thought silently in his heart as he bit the end of his pen. After a while, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I understand. The first question must be Chang'an. Chang'an is full of talents. Although there is more pressure here, there are more opportunities and more challenges to one's ability. Yanhuang College definitely needs such students who are not afraid of difficulties and face them head-on. As for the second question, it's even simpler. Whether it's a person or something else, they must be the most powerful existence. How can they just be a cat or a dog? Of course, I'll choose a tiger. After finding out the purpose of Li Zishuan's questions, Iron Egg did this part of the questions smoothly without any pause. Therefore, he only used an hour to finish these 20 multiple-choice questions. At this moment, there were still more than 2 hours before the end of the exam, so Iron Egg was completely depressed. On the other side, Ching Chimo seemed to have figured out something. He didn't think as much as the Iron Egg. Anyway, he would choose whichever option was awesome, domineering, and most similar to Li Zishuan's personality. Based on these principles, he was able to do it smoothly. He finished almost at the same time as the Iron Egg. However, the examinees from the other states and counties were not as lucky as them. Many of them had chosen answer A and were debating whether or not answer B was more appropriate. Most of the time, once they got tangled up, the original correct answer would be changed into a wrong answer. Moreover, the process of solving the question would be bumpy, which would greatly affect the speed of solving the question. Perhaps some people would say that this kind of question was unfair to the examinees from other places, but was it really unfair? On the one hand, the students from the School of Mathematics had never come across this kind of question. Ching Chimo, Iron Egg, and the others completely relied on their own comprehension to figure out the trick to solving the question. On the other hand, at the beginning of the question, Li Zishuan had explained that the examinees should choose according to their own real situation. If there were examinees who had strong willpower, a calm mind, a strong desire to lead, a strong ambition, and a personality that wouldn't give up until they achieved their goals, then they could fill in the question according to their real thoughts and get a high score. The purpose of Li Zishuan's set of questions was to select a group of students with good temperament for Yanhuang College. How was it unfair? Moreover, what in the world could be absolutely fair? It was undeniable that Ching Chimo, Iron Egg, and the others were opportunistic because they might not be completely in line with this kind of personality. However, sometimes opportunism and improvisation were also a kind of personal ability. They were opportunistic within the rules, so who could say anything? Oh. Hand in the paper. Let's not waste time. When there were only 2 hours left before the exam, Iron Egg stood up resolutely, walked to the podium, handed the paper to the invigilator, and left the classroom. Most of the students from the School of Mathematics were in the 7th examination room. After seeing Iron Egg handing in his paper, Ching Chimo also handed in his paper in advance. He felt that he wouldn't be able to solve the Confucian Classics section even if he was given another year. It was better to hand it in early and go home for lunch. After all, the mathematics exam in the afternoon was the most important one for him. Yes, you heard it right. Mathematics was now Ching Chimo's best subject. After Ching Chimo, some students also handed in their papers one after another. There were Wang Meng, Yu Dongkai, Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Jiang Wenchang, Bai Hongyuan, and other second-generation officials from the School of Mathematics. There were also a few students from other provinces and counties. It seemed that these people were not proficient in Confucian classics. As for Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Kushir Qing, Zheng Ziren, and other top students in the School of Mathematics, they were not as uncultured as Ching Chimo. Therefore, at this time, they had just finished the moral character section. Cough, cough. It had to be said that Sun Zifan, this little fatty, under the influence of his father who was the #1 scholar, knew a thing or two about Confucian classics. At the very least, out of the 12 Confucian classics questions, there were 7 or 8 that he knew the answers to. Of these 7 or 8 questions, at least 4 of them he knew how to answer. Virgo, you brat, why are you out so soon? Li Zishuan, who had just finished patrolling the various examination rooms, saw Ching Chimo's back as soon as he went downstairs. It seemed that this guy was preparing to leave the school and go home. He hurriedly called out to Ching Chimo and said. Ching Chimo stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Zishuan. He said in a bad mood, if I don't come out so soon, do you think I'll wait for the new year inside? It's not like you don't know that I, old Cheng, am not good at those things, right? Li Zishuan walked over at this time and asked with a smile, so you're saying that you're very good at the second half of the moral character test? Ching Chimo narrowed his eyes and laughed very proudly. He said, hey. Xiao Xian, you must think that those questions of yours can stump me, right? Haha. Let me tell you, there's no way this time. Ha ha ha, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go home and recharge my energy. This afternoon is the subject I'm best at. This time, I'll definitely be able to get into Yanhuang College. After saying that, this guy waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Li Zishuan was stunned for a while. He didn't know what medicine this guy took and where he got his confidence from. Moreover, because of Ching Chimo, even if this time Ching Chimo didn't do well in the exam, Li Zishuan would use special means to recruit him into the school. Now it seemed that he could save this step. Ching Chimo, who thought that he had jumped out of Li Zishuan's trap, did not know that he had fallen into another trap of Li Zishuan's. Chapter 667. Including Li Zishuan, there were a total of 77 teachers in the Yanhuang Academy. There were also 13 teachers, 11 followers of the school of Mo, plus Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who were in charge of the academy's security and daily chores. Other than the 52 teachers who were supposed to invigilate the exam, the rest of the teachers were assigned as volunteers to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise at any time. It was close to noon, less than an hour before the end of the exam. Suddenly, a young teacher hurriedly found Li Zishuan and said, "Mountain leader, it's not good. Di Xiaoxiu, Minister Di, has come to the mountain gate. He said he's here to take his son back. He wants us to open the gate quickly." Li Zishuan had come to Li Gang's office to chat after the exam. When they were talking about the morality test, the young teacher came over. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger welled up in his heart. Isn't this Di Chang going too far? What a disgrace to Yanhuang College. Li Gang stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a little overboard. He can settle his own family matters behind closed doors when he's back home, but it's too ungentlemanly to cause a ruckus here. This old man will go with you. Li Zishuan nodded. Okay, I'll have to trouble you, sir. The two left Guanghua building and went all the way to the gate of the college. They saw an old man in black with two servants, who were staring at the two followers of the school of Mo at the gate. Let me in. I'm just taking my son back. I won't affect anyone else. I'm sorry, Di Chang. Yamacho has a rule that no one is allowed to enter the college during the exam period. Bastard. Could it be that this old man is also an idler? This, Secretary D, please don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. What I mean is that those who don't belong to Yanhuang College, those who have nothing to do with the exam, and those who will affect the exam are called miscellaneous people. Li Zishuan walked over quickly. The two followers of the school of Mo at the gate heaved a sigh of relief as if they had just been pardoned. They had lived in a harsh place for a long time and had no experience in dealing with important people like Di Xiaoxiu. They had almost said the wrong thing and escalated the conflict. Li Zhanshi. Di Xiaoxiu squinted his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. He said in a clear voice, Li Zhanshi, when you founded Yanhuang College, this old man has never raised any objections. However, this old man hopes that the younger generation in my family will become an official. Today, this old man's fifth son sneaked away from home and came here to take the entrance exam. Therefore, I hope that Li Zhanshi can give this old man a convenience and let this old man kidnap that unfilial son and bring him back. Overbearing, Di Xiaoxiu was being overbearing. Li Zishuan did not back down. He looked straight at Di Xiaoxiu and said with an unfriendly expression, Secretary Di, I don't care how you teach your son and how you throw your weight around at home. However, this is Yanhuang College. Right now, there are more than 2,000 students studying hard for their future. How can I ruin the future of the other students for the sake of your family? Di Xiaoxiu was furious. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, Good boy, you're getting more and more arrogant. This old man is just Haha. Secretary D, little Xian is just stating facts. Why do you have to be so angry? Li Gang walked over at this time. He looked at Di Xiaoxiu and said with emotion, "You and I are both old men who have been officials in the imperial court for many years. You should be more patient with the younger generation. You should be less angry." Di Xiaoxiu's pupils shrank. He cupped his hands at Li Gang and said, "So old Mr. Li is also here." "Forget it, this old man was too impetuous just now. I didn't think about your Yanhuang College. This old man will wait outside until that unfilial son comes out after the exam." Li Gang's seniority was too great. Looking at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, not many people would not give him face. Di Xiaoxiu, of course, could not do that. Therefore, seeing that Li Gang was here, Di Xiaoxiu decisively took a step back. "That's right. You and Xiao Xian are both officials in the imperial court. Why do you have to bear a grudge over such a small matter?" Li Gang nodded with satisfaction and smiled while stroking his beard. Li Zishuan was somewhat dissatisfied. He frowned and said to Di Xiaoxiu, "Secretary Di, are you going to bring your son home today?" Di Xiaoxiu raised his head and said, "Of course. Not only that, even if he passes this time, this old man will not let him come to Yanhuang College." The smile on Li Gang's face suddenly froze. Li Zishuan's face was even more furious. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation to Yanhuang Academy and Gong Shui. "Secretary D, you have a great prejudice against my engineering?" Li Zishuan asked with a gloomy face. Di Xiaoxiu said, "This old man is just speaking the truth. I'm not prejudiced. As for engineering, this old man personally does not think highly of it. Running a country and managing a family requires Confucianism." Li Zishuan sneered and said, "Why? Secretary D, do you still think that engineering is a miscellaneous subject?" Di Xiaoxiu said matter-of-factly, "Isn't it? Of all the learning in the world, only Confucianism is orthodox. Li Zhansher, you've been traveling around the world with an expert since young. I'm sure you've never been influenced by Confucianism. That's why you can't feel the charm of Confucianism. However, this old man believes that you will feel it one day." This old man was secretly looking down on Li Zishuan for being uncultured. Li Zishuan's eyes were burning with anger. He said angrily, "The president of Yanhuang College is the current emperor. Secretary D, you still say that engineering is a miscellaneous subject. What do you think of His Majesty?" "That's right. Minister D, what position do you place me in by saying this?" Just as Li Zishuan finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the door. When everyone heard the voice clearly, they were all shocked. Because Li Er had come. He had come at this critical and sensitive time. His arrival had tipped the scales of victory in Li Zishuan's favor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After the shock, everyone bowed to Li Er, who was dressed in casual clothes. Li Zishuan arranged for someone to open the door and followed suit. "Let's go in first." Li Er waved his hand and said to Li Zishuan. The group of people entered the meeting room of Guanghua Building. After they were seated, Li Er asked again. "Dear Secretary D, this old man asked you a question. You said that engineering is a miscellaneous subject. What do you think of me, the president of Yanhuang College?" Even a fool could see the anger in Li Er's eyes. After all, Li Er had given a lot of support to Yanhuang College. Di Xiaoxiu's face turned pale when he heard this. He did not know how to answer. Chapter 668. After the morning court session, Li Er remembered that Yanhuang College was holding an entrance exam. Ever since he, Zhang Sun, Yang Fei, and their children visited Yanhuang College after its completion, he was shocked. At the same time, he was looking forward to the future of Yanhuang College. Li Er reckoned that the examination over there was not over yet. Thus, on a whim, he decided to go to Yanhuang Academy to take a look. Who knew that as soon as he climbed up the cloud mountain, he would hear the conversation between Di Xiaoxiu and Li Zishuan. Li Er, who was originally full of anticipation, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart. Your Majesty, I was impatient for my son and spoke indiscreetly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. In all of the Great Tang, only a few people dared to directly confront the enraged Li heir. It was clear that Di Xiaoxiu was not one of them. Sensing Li heir's aggressive gaze and the powerful pressure radiating from his body, Di Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment before bowing and begging for forgiveness. Humph. Impatient for your son? Li heir was still a little dissatisfied. He snorted and said, Do you mean that Yanhuang College is a tiger's den? Or is it a place of corruption? Why are you in such a hurry to take your son away from here? This was not a question that would give him free marks. It was a question that would kill him. Di Xiaoxiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how to answer and could only say, I dare not. Bam! Li heir finally exploded. He slammed the table, stood up, and said angrily, You dare not? But you've already done it. Why not? I've already said in the court that engineering is not a miscellaneous study. As long as it's useful to the Tang Empire and can make the Tang Empire stronger, I'm willing to accept it. But there are always some people who ignore the interests of the country, the court, my repeated orders, and the millions of people of the Tang Empire because of their prejudice. What are you guys up to? You must know that there is a country before there is Confucianism and engineering. If the Great Tang is weak and falls into the hands of the foreign race, where can Confucianism spread to? Don't tell me you want to be the dog of the foreign race that enslaves us Han people. I became the dean of Yanhuang College in order to make you give up your prejudice. But I didn't expect that even so, some people still think that engineering is a miscellaneous subject. Ha! Very good. Di Xiaoxiu, you have to know that you are my minister before you are a disciple of the Confucian sect. At the end of his speech, Li heir was so angry that he started laughing. His angry voice even echoed in the meeting room. When the guards outside felt Li heir's anger, they couldn't help but straighten their backs and widen their eyes, afraid that someone would barge in at this time. And Di Xiaoxiu, who was facing Li heir's anger, felt even more pressure. He quickly bowed and said sorrowfully, I'm afraid, Your Majesty, please calm down. Li Zishuan secretly applauded when he heard this, especially when Li heir said, You must know that there is a country before there is Confucianism and engineering. If the Great Tang is weak and falls into the hands of the foreign race, where can Confucianism spread to? Don't tell me you want to be the dog of the foreign race that enslaves us Han people. In his previous life, he read a post that talked about the performance of the descendants of Confucius when the country was on the brink of death. At that time, he was so angry that he cursed out loud. The content of the post was roughly as follows. During the coup of Jingkong in the southern Song dynasty, the Jin kingdom invaded the Song dynasty. Gaozong of the southern Song dynasty, the king of Kong, Zhao Su, fled to the south. The 48th Duke of Yensheng, Kong Duanyo, abandoned his ancestral temple and fled to the south in the name of paying respects to the emperor. In 1252 AD, the 50th Duke of Yensheng, Kong Yuanzhua, passed away. At this time, the Mongol nobles ruled the Central Plains. At this time, the descendants of Confucius did not lead the people to serve the country with loyalty. Instead, they fought to flatter their new master, Kublai Khan. It was said that at that time, Kong Yuanzhua's sons and nephews all ran to Kublai Khan to fight for the title of Duke of Yensheng. When he saw the ugliness of the descendants of Confucius, Kublai Khan laughed and replied, All of you, go back and study hard. If you have talent, I will give you the title of an official. 400 years later, the Manchurian Qing entered the pass, and Aizen Joro Fulin ascended the throne in Beijing. The 64th Duke of Yensheng, Kong Yenji, who was conferred the title by Emperor Chongzhen, immediately submitted a memorial to Emperor Xuanji the next day. He also flattered the Manchu Qing monarch in the first entry essay, bearing the heavens and imperial supremacy, subduing the people with virtue, the six universe shared the divine sovereign, the eight wastelands salty song holy emperor, the mountains and rivers and the sun and the moon share the splendor, the nation's co-ruler Han Bingyong, and the nation's co-ruler Han Bingyong. He also claimed in fear and trepidation that your subject is a Confucian scholar, Zhang Jian is insignificant, I have received the great kindness of the previous generations. Today I celebrate the prosperity of the new dynasty. I look forward to learning. I fear to fall behind, and so on. This kind of servile attitude was simply disgusting. Therefore, throughout history, whenever foreign invaders invaded on a large scale, almost none of the descendants of the Holy Gate could stand up and organize the people to fight against the foreign invaders. On the contrary, they always immediately surrendered to the foreign invaders and eagerly asked the foreign invaders to continue their title of Duke of Yencheng. The weakness in the bones of Confucianism was obvious. Perhaps Li Er's words just now were unintentional, but it just so happened to predict the state of Confucianism 1,000 years later. At that time, the disciples of Confucianism would really become the dogs of the foreign race who enslaved the Han people. Of course, this kind of slightly rebellious words, only Li Er dared to say it. No one after Li Er dared to say it directly. One reason was that at this time, Confucianism had not developed to the point where it could completely control the political situation of the imperial court. Another reason was that Li Er was a strong ruler who could rule the country with both literary and martial arts. He had absolute control over the country. Ha! I know you are not convinced in your heart. Then I will tell you one more thing. Not long from now, I plan to implement Li Zishuan's new mathematics in the entire Tang dynasty. At that time, all the local government and yamen will have to use the numbers and calculation methods in the new mathematics. After Li Er calmed himself down, he looked at Di Xiaoxiu and said lightly. Di Xiaoxiu was shocked and wanted to say something, but he forced himself to hold it back. Seeing this, Li Er said meaningfully, "Beloved official Di, you must think that my actions are inappropriate?" Ha! Although I am biased towards engineering, I will not ignore the interests of the country. The previous Imperial College mathematics Dr. Liu told me not long ago that if we fully implement mathematics in the Tang dynasty, not only the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but even the household officials and granary officials of the prefectures and counties will be able to calculate at least 5 times faster and their accuracy will increase by several times. Beloved official D, do you know how much this will reduce the expenses of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 669. I don't know. Di Xiaoxiu was sweating profusely as he bowed. Li Er squinted his eyes and snorted, "Of course you don't know." Every year when the imperial court collects taxes from the local governments, there are always some crafty people who hire people to falsify the accounts to deceive the officials. If we can really implement the new mathematics on a large scale, our Tang Empire will have a surplus of 100,000 strings of cash every year. Do you know how many people can be saved with this amount of cash? Li Zishuan's heart thumped. He truly hadn't expected Li Erwi to suddenly decide to promote his new mathematics on a large scale. Although the new mathematics truly was beneficial to the daily work of the central and local finance departments, it was still very difficult to promote it throughout the country, as very few people were willing to learn it. Li Er continued, "Previously, I have already ordered the implementation of Li Zishuan's pinyin. Judging from the reaction of the people in the past few months, the implementation has been very effective. At least now, many children can read the Tang Dynasty dictionary to others. Now, I am going to implement his new mathematics. Dear Minister D, do you still dare to say that engineering is a miscellaneous study and a useless study?" Seeing that Li Er was so supportive of Li Zishuan, Di Xiaoxiu didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. It must be known that Li Er's personality was very domineering at this time. The Prime Minister of the Empire could do whatever he wanted. Xiao Yu was a living example, and didn't need to discuss with the other officials. From the looks of it, Di Xiaoxiu was just a small left deputy minister and a scattered cavalry attendant. Therefore, he could only say, "I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." He knew he was in the wrong, but Li Er seemed to be unforgiving today. He paced 2 steps on the spot and continued, "Others can study in the Yanhuang Academy, but you, Di Xiaoxiu's son, have a noble status. Do you think it will be an insult to his status in the Yanhuang Academy? Let me tell you another piece of news. Do you know that among the examinees today, there are Zhang Sunchong, Xuanling's son, Fang Yizhi, and Ding Shan's, Chu Suoyang's, son, Chu Yanfu? If their sons can come to Yanhuang College, why can't your son?" This time, Di Xiaoxiu was really shocked. He never thought that Zhang Sun Wuji, the head of the civil officials, would actually let his own son participate in Yanhuang College's exam. This. Di Xiaoxiu really wanted to say, there's a traitor among us. Not to mention Di Xiaoxiu, even Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard the news. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Chu Suiliang, these sons of civil officials actually came? He looked at Li Gang next to him and found that the old man's face was calm at the moment. Obviously, he already knew about this. This made Li Zishuan feel frustrated. It was because he was not careful in his work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only found out about it now. Seeing the shock on Di Xiaoxiu's face, Li Er chuckled and said, "Today's matter is your family's business, and I have no right to interfere. However, since it involves Yanhuang College, I have no choice but to interfere. It's fine if Di Zhishuan doesn't pass the exam this time, but if he does and you still dare to obstruct me, I won't let you off easily. Otherwise, where will Yanhuang College's prestige be? Where will my face be? Also, your behavior today is too excessive. Go home and reflect on it for a month, do you understand?" Reasonably speaking, Li Er's request wasn't excessive. His starting point was just to help Li Zishuan protect Yanhuang College's reputation. Otherwise, if Di Zhishuan really got into Yanhuang College and was forced to drop out due to Di Xiaoxiu's pressure, wouldn't the news spread that Yanhuang College was just a place for the Di family that they didn't want? In this way, not only would Yanhuang College's reputation be damaged, but Li Er's plan of using engineering to weaken the aristocratic families and balance Confucianism would also fail. This was something Li Er couldn't tolerate. However, Di Xiaoxiu didn't think so. It was fine if he had to reflect at home for a month, but he had high hopes for Di Zhishuan. Thus, he couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, this, What?" Li Er's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and his voice became a little dangerous. Di Xiaoxiu trembled and finally bowed his head and said, "This old official obeys." Li Er nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, in this case, Minister Di, you can go back. We just finished the morning court and Minister Di came here. You must be physically and mentally tired. You'd better go back and have a good rest." Di Xiaoxiu was speechless. He wanted to wait here until the morning's exam was over and hint Di Zhishuan not to do his best for the exam. However, Li Er asked him to go home directly, which really blocked his last escape route. He had no choice but to salute and say, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty." This old official will take his leave. At this point, he could only pray in his heart that Di Zhishuan's arithmetic level was terrible. After Di Xiaoxiu left, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Where do these candidates have lunch at noon? Boy, do you have any arrangements?" Cheng Chumo was a special case. He handed in his paper early and lived close to the college, so he could go home for lunch and take a nap. However, for most of the students, they could only eat lunch at Yanhuang College or near Yanhuang College. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be late for the afternoon exam. The afternoon exam time was 1:30 in the afternoon. Li Zishuan replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. I have already arranged it. The college's canteen will be open to the candidates at noon. It can accommodate more than 1,000 people at the same time. If anyone thinks the food in the canteen is too expensive, they can also eat in the Plum Village and the Han Village at the foot of the mountain. The villagers there have prepared all kinds of food today." Li Er stared at him and said, "Oh, what? Boy, do you need money to feed the students?" It was no wonder that Li Zishuan had such thoughts. It was because Li Zishuan's usual style of doing things was very rich. Especially when he built Yanhuang College, he threw away hundreds of thousands of coins without batting an eye. After Li Zishuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. What did he mean he needed money to feed the students? Was this something King human would say? When he was in school in his previous life, he had to swipe his campus card to eat. "Your Majesty, the ingredients used in the college's cooking were all bought by me at a high price. This is all cost. You can't let me run the college for 2 years and throw away all my family's wealth, right?" Li Zishuan said with a sullen face. Li Er was happy when he saw this and said, "Go, go, go. Do you think I don't know your background? You're actually complaining to me about being poor. Let's not talk about other things. Because Qingxian and Qingke are doing business with you, they are now richer than me. Many of the Empress clothes and jewelry this summer were bought by them." Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Gang said with a chuckle, Your Majesty, little Xian is right. The food in the college is very good, so the ingredients are also very expensive. I want to spend the rest of my life here." Chapter 670. Li Er had never been to Yanhuang College's cafeteria before. After hearing Li Gang's praises for the food in the cafeteria, he had the idea of going there to take a look. The three of them went to the cafeteria before the exam ended. They casually ordered 3 side dishes and sat at a long dining table to eat. The environment is not bad, and the food is not bad. You brat. Not only do you know how to enjoy yourself, you also have to lead others to enjoy with you. When the students of Yanhuang College graduate in the future, will they all be like you, not knowing how to suffer but only know how to enjoy themselves? After eating, Li Er drank tea with satisfaction and joked with Li Zishuan at the same time. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Although the conditions of Yanhuang College are very good, this is just a big pie that I painted for the students. I want to tell them that if they want to live a good life in the future, and if they want the people of Tang Empire to not have to worry about food and clothing, then they have to study engineering hard. Moreover, for most students, if they want to eat well and study well in Yanhuang College, they have to put in a lot of effort. It doesn't mean that they don't need to suffer." Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and said, "You're full of twisted logic." Then he looked out the window, sighed, and said, "I have already helped you block many voices of opposition. You have to work hard yourself. I have high hopes for Gong Shui, but if it continues to be useless, then I will be very disappointed. Do you know?" Li Zishuan's heart trembled. He said in a deep voice, "I understand. I will not let your Majesty down." Indeed, Li Er had done enough for engineering and Yanhuang College. However, one needed to be strong to forge iron. If Li Zishuan could not prove the value of engineering in the next few years, then Li Zishuan would have nothing to say even if Li Er gave up on Yanhuang College. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, loud and clear sounds of bells and drums could be heard from all directions of the academy. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan in confusion. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, "Your Majesty, this means that the examination is over. I think the candidates will be here for their meals soon." Li Er was suddenly enlightened. Then he stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said, "All right, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I'm going back to the palace. In a while, get someone to send a copy of the exam papers to me. Also, send the answers to me. I'll have time to see what kind of questions you've set this time." Li Zishuan thought for a while. Li Er wouldn't reveal the questions and answers for the afternoon exam, would he? In this world, the person who could bribe Li Er to help cheat probably hadn't been born yet. Thus, he cupped his hands and replied, "Yes." Hey. Tianhua, how did you do? Are you confident?" Liao Feichen asked with a smile as he walked downstairs. The legendary heroes of Jin and Yu were gathered together again. Chen Tianhua said angrily, "There's another exam in the afternoon. It's too early to say if I'm confident or not. Let's think about where to go to fill our stomachs first." Hua Hongyi laughed and said, "Haha. That's right. The world is big, but eating is the most important. Only when we fill our stomachs will we have the energy to deal with the afternoon exam." Anyway, he didn't need to pay for his meals recently, so this guy was the happiest. Liao Feichen rolled his eyes. He thought for a while and said, "Why don't we go to the academy's cafeteria to eat? Didn't the gentleman at the entrance say that today's candidates can eat at Yanhuang College's cafeteria?" Chen Tianhua hesitated and said, "But who knows if the food here is expensive or not? We've seen the luxury of Yanhuang College today. What if the price of the food in the cafeteria is as luxurious as the high-rise buildings here?" How can we afford it? Why don't we go to the villager's house at the foot of the mountain to eat? Hey! Tianhua, you're the author of Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator. You have thousands of followers. How can you shrink back from such a small matter? Hearing this, Hua Hongyi fanned the flames from the side. Chen Tianhua was furious. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Liao Feichen say, let's go and take a look first. I don't think Lord Li will use these dishes to make money wantonly. Besides, if it's really ridiculously expensive, we'll go down the mountain to eat. Tianhua, what do you think? Chen Tianhua said helplessly, since you've already said it, what else can I do? Let's go. Hee hee. Let's go, let's go. The two of them laughed excitedly and hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at the cafeteria of Yanhuang College, the three of them were once again amazed by the huge building and the luxurious decorations. Chen Tianhua touched his wallet and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he still walked in under the urging of the two guys behind him. After entering, they realized that there were already hundreds of examinees inside. Moreover, they were divided into more than 10 lines. It looked like they were queuing up for food. Haha. So many people are here to eat. It doesn't look expensive. Liao Feichen said with a smile when he saw the scene. Chen Tianhua did not deny it. He randomly chose a shorter line and walked in. After walking in, the three of them realized that there was a menu posted on the window of each line. Moreover, there was a price tag behind each dish. Gnawed chicken, 250 copper coins, braised pork, 250 copper coins, meatball, 250 copper coins, dongpa pork, 250 copper coins, twice cooked pork, 250 copper coins. Hiss. Why are the dishes here so expensive? Ordering 3 dishes already costs almost 1 copper coin. Liao Feichen could not help but exclaim after looking at the prices on the menu. The surrounding students in the line heard him and immediately looked at him with disdain. Hua Hongyi quickly pulled Liao Feichen and whispered, Feichen. Don't talk nonsense. These dishes are the signature dishes of Zuixian restaurant. Each dish costs 1 copper coin there. However, they are only sold for 250 copper coins here. This means that Lord Li really does not intend to earn money from the students. Don't say that they are expensive. Chen Tianhua was also shocked when he heard that. He whispered, each dish costs 1 copper coin. Hongyi, are you sure that people will eat such expensive dishes? Hua Hongyi curled his lips and said, hee hee. There are many people who are willing to eat them. Sometimes, they even have to line up. Liao Feichen clicked his tongue and said, wow, there are so many rich people in Chang'an City. However, if we really calculate it this way, wouldn't we have earned more than 500 copper coins just by randomly eating a dish here today? Chen Tianhua was speechless and said, you can calculate it this way. In the end, the three of them only bought a plate of braised pork and a plate of gnawed chicken. Even so, Chen Tianhua felt the pinch because he was the one who paid for it. Previously, it was said that Yanhuang College's first batch of students did not have to pay tuition fees and that it was a chance for us poor students. But now, it seems that with these dishes, how many poor students can afford to eat them every day? Chapter 671. You can't say that. Maybe the food in our line is more expensive. Look at the people next to us. Their food is very different from ours. Maybe the price is different too. Hearing Chen Tianhua's complaint, Hua Hongyi looked around and couldn't help but say. Chen Tianhua also looked around and said, no wonder the line we were in just now had the least people. It turns out that the food there is the most expensive. Liao Feichen grinned and said, hee hee. We've already bought it. Why are you still talking about this? Let's eat first. Hee hee. Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi saw that most of the food on their plate was gone. They roared in unison, F***CK. Shut up, Feichen. Hee hee. Qingke, I didn't expect that not only do we have to line up to eat, but we also have to pay for it ourselves. Li Ku and Li Tai sat opposite each other near a window. Looking at the 4 dishes on the table, Li Ke said with a smile. Li Tai pouted and said as if he was used to it, "What's so strange about that? Mr. Li is a person who values rules very much. He is most particular about treating everyone equally. Ah, Ku, you'll stay in Yanhuang College for a long time in the future. Little brother, let me remind you not to try to cut the line. If Mr. Li finds out, no one can save you." Li Tai and Li Ke were born only a month apart, so Li Tai wasn't used to calling Li Ke elder brother. Instead, he called him by his name. Hearing how scary this guy was, Li Ke couldn't help but shrink his neck and said weakly, "Ah Tai, is this really as serious as you say?" Li Tai stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth and said with a lisp, "Oh, of course. How can I cheat you, not hurt?" "Oh." Li Ke answered in a muffled voice. Then, seeing how happy Li Tai was eating, he couldn't help but pick up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. The child suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed with a lisp, "Oh. Why is the food at Yanhuang College so delicious?" When Li Tai heard that, a sense of superiority immediately rose in his heart. As he ate, he said proudly, "Of course. The dishes we're eating are all the signature dishes of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Of course, there are many dishes here that the Drunken Immortal restaurant doesn't have. In any case, in my opinion, the food here is even better than the Imperial Palace." Although what Li Tai said was a little exaggerated, Li Tai thought about it seriously and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. Wouldn't it be great to study in Yanhuang College in the future?" Li Tai was just about to nod his head in agreement when he suddenly remembered that Li Zishuan had said not long ago that Yanhuang College would help him lose weight during the first month of school. The little fatty immediately withered and said in a depressed tone, "Maybe." After saying that, he turned his grief and indignation into appetite and stuffed the meat into his mouth. Ugh! Li Ke didn't know why Li Tai's mood suddenly became depressed when he was clearly very happy. He paused and deliberately changed the topic. "Li Tai, in the exam this morning, that so-called moral test, is it really like what the questions say? There's no right or wrong, no good or bad choices. Pfft. Cough cough. Ah, Ku, you don't really believe it, do you? That's Mr. Li's evil scheme." When Li Tai heard that, he immediately spat out the rice and almost choked himself to death. He recovered and said to Li Ke. Li Ke was quite agile and avoided the tragedy of being sprayed all over his face, but when he looked at the table full of food, he couldn't eat anymore. However, after listening to Li Tai's words, he was a little curious. Evil scheme? Could it be that the questions are all lies? When Li Tai saw that the table full of food had been sprayed into such an unsightly state by him, he was a little embarrassed. He touched his nose embarrassedly and said, "Of course it's a lie." "Ah, Ku, if you believe it and randomly choose, then you're finished. Speaking of which, you don't really believe it, do you?" Li Ke shook his head and said, "No, I did believe it at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong, so I changed it." Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, that's good, that's good. Then, let's order another table full of food." Sure enough, let's eat. On the other side, Iron Egg and Huzhen sat together. As people from the same village, Iron Egg naturally had to take care of Iron Egg, so this lunch was naturally his treat. As Li Zishuan's brother-in-law, this child was not short of money now. "Oh, thank you, Iron Egg bro." Huzhen thanked him and looked at the delicious food on the table. He licked his lips and said embarrassedly, "I didn't expect the food here to be so expensive. I'll return the money to you when I go back." Iron Egg waved his hand and said, "Haha. No need, this meal is my treat." "How can that be? This meal already cost a lot of money." "Ha. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Hurry up and eat. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll get angry." "Oh." Huzhen saw that Iron Egg was really angry, so he lowered his head and ate a few mouthfuls. He suddenly said, "Iron Egg bro, this Yanhuang College is so expensive. If I get admitted in the future, I won't be able to afford this meal, but I don't know if I can go home to eat. Iron Egg laughed and said, "That won't do. The academy doesn't allow students to go out during normal times. They can only go home during the holidays. As for food, in fact, there are many cheaper dishes in the cafeteria. Each meal should only cost a dozen copper coins. Also, I heard from my master that Yanhuang College will assign some tasks to students in the future. Students can do tasks in the academy to earn money while studying. Besides, the academy's annual scholarship will be very generous. Anyway, as long as you are diligent and eager to learn, you will have a good life in the academy." Hu Zhen was surprised and said, "Really? Huh, if that's the case, then I can eat good food in the academy every day in the future." Iron Egg was speechless. He thought that this child would not become a foodie like Li Tai in the future. "Oh. Strange, my father didn't come to see me. It's really strange. Hasn't the morning court session ended yet?" Di Jixuan also came to the cafeteria after the exam. Looking at the attractive dishes in front of him, he was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he frowned and let his imagination run wild. "Oh. Forget it, forget it. Let's eat first and finish the exam in the afternoon. At most, I'll get beaten up when I go back. Dad can't beat me to death, can he?" After a while, Di Jixuan shook his head and murmured. Then he picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the burnt and meat aroma, Di Jixuan opened his eyes wide and almost swallowed his chopsticks. "Oh. Delicious, really King delicious. If only I could eat here every day." Chapter 672. Hee hee. This Yanhuang College is really shocking. Not only is the building luxurious and magnificent, even the food is so exquisite. It's comparable to Zuixian restaurant. Little brother, I came here to learn more about engineering. I didn't expect that I would fall in love with this place. At another table, Zhang Sun Chong, Fang Yizhi, Chu Yanfu, and Yuan Shuo were eating together. Zhang Sun Chong suddenly sighed. Fang Yizhi laughed. "Yes, I feel the same. Now it's up to us to pass." Chu Yanfu joked, "Yizhi, you're so humble. Wasn't the Confucian classics in the morning your best subject? You might even get full marks." Among Fang Xuanling's 3 sons, only the eldest, Fang Yizhi, inherited some of his father's studious genes. He was familiar with the classics since young, which was why Chu Yanfu said so. Fang Yizhi waved his hand and said, "Yanfu, don't say that. The most important part of this exam is the mathematics in the afternoon. Besides, the morality test in the morning is making me dizzy. I'm really not sure about it." Yuan Shuo couldn't help but say, "Actually, I'm curious. Why did Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Chu, and Duke Zhao suddenly allow you to come to Yanhuang College? I have less time to prepare than the others by a month. I'm the one who has the least chance of passing." The fathers of the 3 of them were all prime ministers of Tang dynasty. Only Yuan Shuo's father was a small assistant minister. However, his relationship with Chu Yanfu had always been very good. At first, Chu Yanfu wasn't very sure that he would come to Yanhuang College, so he didn't think much of it. Who knew that Chu Yanfu suddenly told him that he would definitely go to Yanhuang College? As a good friend, of course he had to accompany him. Therefore, taking everything into account, he had only prepared for this exam for slightly more than a month. Hearing Yuan Shuo's question, the other 3 looked at each other. In the end, it was Chu Yanfu who answered, "Actually, I don't know why my father suddenly became open-minded. Maybe it's because the influence of engineering has increased." Zhang Sunzhong and Fang Yizhi also shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't know the reason either. Sigh. Who cares? Let's eat. We still have to take the exam after eating. Burp. This food is really comfortable. If only my dad would allow me to stay in Yanhuang College forever after I pass the exam. After lunch, Di Jixuan rubbed his swollen belly and walked unsteadily to Guanghua Building. Although the weather today was not hot, it was better to rest in the classroom than to be noisy outside. "Young man, please wait." Just as Di Jixuan was praying that his father would show mercy and allow him to stay in Yanhuang College in the future, a low but powerful voice suddenly sounded beside him. Di Jixuan was shocked and quickly turned his head to look around. He found a man in black under a big tree not far away, looking at him. "Are you talking to me?" Di Jixuan looked around again and found that there was no one else nearby, so he pointed at himself and asked tentatively. "Okay." The man in black nodded coolly. Di Jixuan became alert and thought to himself, "This is the academy. I won't meet any bad guys, will I?" He asked tentatively, "Then may I ask why you are looking for me?" The man in black cupped his hands and said, "I've been entrusted by someone to deliver something to you. Please come over here, young master." "What is it? Tell me first." Di Jixuan looked at the man suspiciously and thought, why does this line sound so much like those villains who kidnap children in dramas? "Little boy, come over here. Uncle has candy to eat." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing Di Jixuan hesitate, the man said anxiously, "Little Langjun, are you afraid that I have bad intentions toward you? This is Yanhuang College, and their Yamacho is a master of martial arts. No matter how stupid I am, I won't do anything illegal here, right?" Di Jixuan thought about it and felt that the man in black was right. Moreover, the man in black looked righteous and didn't look like a villain. So he walked over carefully, and at the same time, he was ready to shout for help at any time. "Now can you tell me what it is?" According to common sense, the man in front of him wouldn't make trouble, but Di Jixuan was still very vigilant. "Little Langjun, wait." The man in black reached into his arms as if he was taking something out. Di Jixuan's eyelids twitched, for he was afraid that the man was taking out a dagger or some other weapon. When he saw what the man took out, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because what he took out was not a weapon, but a small piece of paper the size of a palm. "Little Langjun, this is what my master asked me to give to you. Remember to destroy it after you read it, or it will bring you trouble. Since I've delivered it, I'll leave now. Little Langjun, we won't meet again." The black-clothed man handed the small piece of paper to Di Jixuan. After leaving behind a few words, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Hey! Who is your master? What is written on it? Why do you want to destroy it after you read it? You haven't made it clear yet. Don't go." Di Jixuan was shocked. He wanted to stop the man and ask him what was going on, but when he looked up, there was not even a shadow in front of him. Damn! What does this man mean? He left just like that? He didn't even make it clear. Di Jixuan muttered in a low voice. Then, he looked at the small folded piece of paper in his hand and suddenly felt very conflicted. Should I read it or not? What if there is something disgraceful written in it? Then I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. But what if it's not a heresy? Hey! I'll just take a peek. There's no one around anyway. In the end, Di Jixuan gritted his teeth, hid under a tree, and opened the piece of paper. He saw the words on it. One day, Xiaoming went to buy onions and asked the shop owner how much they cost per kilogram. The shop owner said that the price was 10 coins per kilogram. If he wanted 100 kilograms, it would be 1,000 coins, damn. Which lunatic has nothing better to do than to give me this kind of paper? Is this a story? Di Jixuan, who originally thought that it was a record of the romantic affairs of a court official, couldn't help but complain after reading the beginning. He resisted the urge to throw the paper away, took a deep breath, and continued reading. After reading it, his face changed. He slowly put away the paper and muttered to himself, "This title is very interesting. But who is so bored to send me such a note? What is the purpose? He also told me to destroy it after reading it. There are many things that don't make sense." Chapter 673. In the end, Di Jixuan was still full of questions. He tore the piece of paper into powder and returned to the examination room where he had been in the morning to rest. In the afternoon, the second exam of Yanhuang College began on time with the sound of dang dang dang. Some people were anxious about this mathematics exam, while others were full of expectations. Especially Ching Chumo, Wang Meng, and Iron Egg, who were not good at studying classics but were good at mathematics. They were all looking forward to this afternoon's exam to make up for their shortcomings in the morning. They even hoped that today's exam questions would be more difficult, because only then could they, who were good at mathematics, widen the gap between them and the other candidates. However, reality did not develop as they expected. Li Zixuan's mathematics exam paper this time did not have so many tricky questions. Overall, this exam paper mainly tested the basic knowledge. In terms of difficulty, it was not even 30% as difficult as the monthly exam of the School of Mathematics. After all, for most of the candidates, even if they had self-studied mathematics for 2 months, their understanding of mathematics could not be compared to the students of the School of Mathematics who had been taught by famous teachers. Therefore, in order to take care of the majority of the students, Li Zixuan's mathematics exam paper was also greatly reduced in difficulty. However, this made the students of the School of Mathematics somewhat uncomfortable. Many people had clearly written the correct answer, but they could not help but doubt in their hearts. Was this question really that easy? Were there really no traps in it? You could not blame them for being suspicious. In the past, they were afraid of all kinds of traps in Li Zixuan's exam papers. Did Xiao Xian change his personality this time? Why are the questions so easy? It didn't take long for Ching Chumo to finish the 10 fill-in-the-blank questions. He was so fast that he started to doubt himself. Fortunately, this idiot still had some self-awareness and didn't think that it was because he was too good at mathematics. On the other side, Iron Egg was also puzzled. He had finished 2 big questions at this time, but there was no pride or joy on his face. Instead, he was puzzled in his heart. What's wrong with these questions? Why are they all basic questions in the textbook? If the rest of the exam is as difficult as this, I'm not sure about the other candidates, but the students from the School of Mathematics will definitely score more than 90 points. Bruiser was not exaggerating. It was just that when Li Zixuan was teaching in the School of Mathematics, they were the most hardworking, the happiest, and the most effective. During that time, everyone was competing with each other and working hard to learn. Even the few students with the worst grades were considered to be above average among the 2,000 or so examinees now. In fact, this was indeed the case. Looking at the examinees in the other examination halls, no one could compare to the top students of the School of Mathematics. Most of them could not even compare to Ching Chumo. This was where the difference in learning effects between self-study and the guidance of a great teacher was reflected. Phew. It's still considered smooth. He should be almost halfway done. Fortunately, there aren't any difficult questions. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish them in 4 hours. In examination hall number 51, Di Zixuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself. The difficulty of this set of exam papers was just right for him. Although he did not have a firm grasp of many of the knowledge points and could not remember clearly, he could still recall them if he spent some time thinking about it. After stumbling along the way, he finally finished half of the exam questions in 2 hours. Gradually, as time passed, the afternoon mathematics exam gradually came to an end. Di Zixuan finally solved the last question. Almost out of habit, he first looked at the score of this question. When he saw it, he was immediately stunned. Damn it! This question is actually worth 20 points. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have fought so hard with that equation in front of me. 20 points. My 20 points. Di Zixuan wailed crazily in his heart because there were less than 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. He felt that it was simply impossible to solve the last question in such a short time. Di Zixuan, who was dejected, glanced at the last question with the mentality of, so be it. Then, he was stunned again. Oh, God. This question. He saw that the question said, one day, Xiaoming went to buy onions and asked the shop owner how much they cost per caddy. The shop owner said that the price was 10 copper coins per caddy, and the price was 1,000 copper coins per caddy. Xiaoming then asked the shop owner if he could sell the white onions and the green onions separately. The shop owner said that the white onions were 7 copper coins per caddy, and the green onions were 3 copper coins per caddy. In the end, Xiaoming bought 25 caddies of the white onions and 25 caddies of the green onions. In the end, 50 times 7 for the white onions was 350 copper coins, and 50 times 3 for the green onions was 150 copper coins, which added up to 500 copper coins. Xiaoming gave the shop owner 500 copper coins and left. Why do you think this is? The reason why Di Jixuan was so shocked was that the content of the note given to him by the man in black was exactly the same as this question. There was even an answer on the note. At that time, he thought that the question was very interesting and the answer was very unexpected. Who knew that he would encounter the exact same question during the exam? Was there anything more bizarre than this? There is not much time left. Write down the answer first, and we will talk about the rest later. Seeing that there were people handing in their test papers in the classroom, Di Jixuan had no time to think about other things. He quickly wrote down the answers that he had seen before on the test paper. After he finished writing, he even had time to check it again. Logically speaking, if he hadn't seen the correct answer before, it was absolutely impossible for him to write it down in such a short time. Oh! Who on earth gave me the question and the answer on purpose? Who has such a great ability? This is the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. Seeing that it was not time to hand in the paper, Di Jixuan began to analyze the background of the man in black. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of who had such a great ability to get the question. Inadvertently, he glanced at the top of the paper and saw the words, Author, Li Zishuan. His eyes instantly lit up, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Damn it! Could it be that little brother? Oh, no, it should be Yamacho. Could it be that Yamacho asked someone to give me the question and the answer? Damn it! What a good person! Yamacho is really a good person. Di Jixuan sighed in his heart. He didn't feel guilty about cheating because in his mind, it was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College who asked him to cheat. Why should he feel guilty? Chapter 674. More than 2 hours ago, in the Sweet Dew Hall. Dugu Xan, how's the thing I asked you to do going? Li Er asked faintly. Dugu Xan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I've already asked someone to personally deliver that piece of paper to Di Jixuan, and I saw him open it with my own eyes. Li Er nodded and said, Not bad. This question is worth 20 points, and mathematics takes up 50% of the weight of the entire exam. In other words, I've increased Di Jixuan's total score by 10 points. Now he should have no problem getting into Yanhuang College, right? Dugu Xan sweated profusely. In the past, he would never have thought that Li Er would do such a boring thing, but now that things had come to this, he could only accept the reality. Hearing Li Er's question, he hurriedly replied, I've heard that the 5th son of Secretary Di has been extraordinarily intelligent since he was young. Under Secretary Di's urging, he was already familiar with the classics and history when he was 8 years old. I'm sure the entrance exam of Yanhuang College won't be a problem for him. Now that he has Your Majesty's help, he'll definitely get in. When Li Er heard that, his face instantly revealed an expression of, my evil scheme has succeeded. He chuckled and said, Ha! Now Di Xiaoxiu still has the face to say that engineering is a miscellaneous subject, right? Now his own son is also involved. Is this still the wise and mighty Tang Emperor who doesn't show his emotions on his face? Dugu Xan was a little dumbfounded. Li Zishuan used the questions and answers given by Li Er to help Di Jixuan cheat. This kind of strange and illogical thing, Li Zishuan, the person involved, would never have thought of it. At this time, he didn't have time to care about this, because the entrance exam of Yanhuang College had already ended. He let the examinees go back to rest first. The day after tomorrow, the college would release the results on time. The students who passed the exam would need to attend the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College in the afternoon. After that, they would have 2 days off to prepare for the admission. Of course, this arrangement also meant that all the teachers in the academy would be in a race against time to mark the papers. They would not have a moment of leisure. In order to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality, the grading of the papers needed to be done. After that, Li Zixuan distributed the papers for the classics and moral test to the teachers of the economics department and the geography department. The papers for the mathematics department were distributed to the teachers of the mathematics department, the physics department, and the chemistry department. As for the answers and grading standards, Li Zixuan had already asked each of them to copy a copy. There shouldn't be any problems with grading the papers according to the answers and grading standards, right? Moreover, after marking the test papers, there would be someone to check them again. If there were any objections, they would be handed over to Li Zixuan to judge them personally. In this way, the probability of misjudgment would be minimized. Gentlemen, there are a total of more than 4,000 test papers this time, but we only have 1 day and 2 nights. The task is very important, but there is no other way. The academy has a very important task at the back. We have to start school as soon as possible, so I'll have to trouble you. Furthermore, before I finish marking the papers, I will be busy with all of you at the academy. Let's start working now. Group leaders of each department, pay attention to the distribution of work. In the conference room, more than 70 classrooms were gathered together. Li Zixuan looked at them and said in a clear voice. More than 4,000 test papers corresponded to more than 70 people. The workload of each person was quite large. No wonder Li Zixuan was so serious about sharing the joys and sorrows with them. Yes. Yamacho. The 5 group leaders of Yanhuang College's 5 major departments answered in unison. The rest of the teachers also puffed out their chests and showed a firm expression. Most of them were attracted by Yanhuang College's generous treatment at the beginning. They were not optimistic about the future of this civilian academy. However, after seeing so many students coming to Yanhuang College's examination today, a sense of pride and responsibility rose in their hearts. Everyone had dreams. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves and leave a mark for generations to come. Li Zixuan waved his hand, and the teachers of the academy immediately went into a busy state. They had to work for a while before the sky turned dark. After all, there were so many of them at night, and they could not mark the papers together because the candlelight was too weak. On the other hand, after Di Xiaoxiu finished his examination, he had been wondering if he should go home. He had been fooling around in the academy. In the end, a follower of the school of Mo in the academy could not stand it anymore and asked him why he was fooling around in the academy. Of course, that was not his original words, only then did Di Zixuan leave the academy unhappily. Looking in the direction of Chang'an, Di Zixuan's expression changed. After some time, he said tragically, I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. What will come will come. Go back. If the old man wants to deal with me, let him deal with me. After saying that, he strode forward as if he was going to the execution ground. Under the setting sun, his shadow was elongated, and he looked a little sad. 45 minutes later, he finally entered Chang'an City. He encouraged himself and then walked in the direction of the Di family. After a while, the Di family's residence appeared in front of him. Di Zixuan did not hesitate and walked directly to the gate of the Di family's residence. Young master. Young master. The scene where the guards of the Di residence would swarm him and hand him over to his father did not happen. They only greeted Di Zixuan and then continued to observe and listen to the surroundings. It was as if they did not know that Di Zixuan had sneaked out of the residence today. Where is my father now? Di Zixuan asked calmly. Since he had decided to go home, he had to face the anger of the old man. Besides, if the old man really wanted to do something to him, he could run away. At worst, he could run to Yanhuang College. He believed that with his performance in the exam, it would not be a problem for him to enter Yanhuang College. Old master is in the backyard. A gatekeeper bowed and answered. Oh, I know. Di Zixuan waved his hand and walked to the backyard. When he entered the backyard, he saw Di Xiaoxiu playing chess alone under the pavilion. Was this the legendary game with him? Zixuan, you're back. Come here. Just when Di Zixuan was hesitating, Di Xiaoxiu, who was playing chess in the pavilion, suddenly called out. Di Jishuan hurriedly replied, "Ah. Father, I'm back." Di Xiaoxiu asked meaningfully, how was the exam today?" Hearing this, Di Jishuan felt strange. Logically speaking, his father should have beaten him up at this time. Why was he still chatting amiably with his father? Chapter 675. In the backyard of the Di residence. Cough, cough. "Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out to take the exam." Di Jishuan felt that something was wrong with Di Xiaoxiu's question. He guessed that his father was pretending to be weak on purpose, waiting for him to get carried away before giving him a fatal blow. Therefore, Di Jishuan didn't act rashly at this time. Instead, he admitted his mistake very cautiously. Di Xiaoxiu frowned. If it was any other time, he would definitely hit him. However, the warning that Li Er gave him in the morning still rang in his ears. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about this first. This old man wants to know how you did on the exam today." Di Jishuan couldn't understand his father's meaning. He pondered for a moment and said, I didn't prepare well for the exam this time, so I didn't do very well on the exam." In his mind, his father didn't like him studying mathematics. If he told him that he did very well on the exam, wouldn't he be waiting for a beating? However, he was destined to miscalculate this time. When Di Xiaoxiu heard that his son didn't do well on the exam, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Didn't that mean that he couldn't get into Yanhuang College? In that case, wouldn't the agreement that Li Er made with him in the morning be invalid? Then what did he have to worry about? Thinking of this, Di Xiaoxiu immediately changed his expression and said loudly, "Unfilial son. This old man repeatedly ordered you not to go out in these 3 days. In the end, you turned a deaf ear and insisted on doing things your own way. You actually took advantage of this old man's morning court to secretly run away from home and go to Yanhuang College to take the entrance exam. How preposterous. Housekeeper, quickly take out the family law." Di Jishuan was shocked. He stared in shock and said, "No, father. Father, didn't you just say that you wouldn't pursue the matter of me leaving the residence without permission? How can you go back on your words?" Di Xiaoxiu snorted and said, "When did this old man say that I wouldn't pursue the matter? Housekeeper, what are you waiting for? Quickly take out the family law. Bastard. You little brat, how dare you run away? Men, arrest him for this old man. Ganlu Palace. This son pays his respects to the emperor." When Li Er heard this, he put down the memorial in his hand and looked up with a smile. "Qingxian is here. Have a seat. I called you here because I have something to tell you." Li Qingxian gave his thanks and walked to the side to sit on the embroidered stool that the chamberlain had brought over. Then, he looked towards Li Er and cupped his hands, asking, "Does Imperial Father have any orders for this son?" "I will do my best." Li Er waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. Qingxian, have you heard about the big exam at Yanhuang College today?" Li Qingxian didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly ask about this. He could only answer honestly, "Of course I know about this. I'm afraid that there aren't many in the entire Chang'an city who don't know about this." Li Er nodded. A moment later, he said, "We actually ran into Di Xiaoxiu in the academy today. At that time, he was causing havoc in Yanhuang College." Li Qingxian asked curiously, "Secretary Di?" "As far as I know, Secretary Di has never had any conflicts with Yanhuang College. Why would he go and wreak havoc in the Yanhuang Academy today?" Li Er said with a gloomy expression. He didn't have any conflicts with Yanhuang College in the past, but today, his youngest son secretly went behind his back to participate in Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Di Xiaoxiu discovered that his son was missing after the morning court assembly, so he went to Yanhuang College to ask for him. Although Secretary Di loves his son dearly, this will definitely affect the other examinees. I don't think it's appropriate. Li Qingxian thought for a moment and cupped his hands. He loves his son dearly. Li Er snorted in dissatisfaction and continued, we can put Qing Ke and Ku in Yanhuang College. Don't tell me I don't love my son dearly. Is Di Xiaoshu's son more precious than our son? We see that some people only know how to cling to the prejudice of their sex, and there are many such people. We didn't want Yanhuang College to develop so quickly, but now it seems. Li Qingxian's expression turned serious. He quickly stood up and said, "Father, what do you want me to do? I will do my best." This was what it meant to fight a tiger with brothers, father and son soldiers. Before Li Er finished speaking, Li Qingxian roughly understood what Li Er meant. Li Er saw this and couldn't help but smile. Good. Actually, we wanted to let Yanhuang College slowly develop, but no one expected the first batch of students to apply for Yanhuang College to be so many. This means that many people still recognize Li Zishuan's engineering skills. Since we have such a good foundation, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't make good use of it? As far as we know, Yanhuang College will release the results the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, we will officially start school. We plan to appoint you as a supervisor and enter Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. You will return to court a month later. Supervisor? Enter Yanhuang College? Li Qingxian was shocked when he heard this. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to Yanhuang College. Logically speaking, he should be the one who had the deepest relationship with Li Zishuan. Therefore, he should be the one who should go to Li Zishuan's Yanhuang College. However, Li Qingxian understood that as a country's heir, he couldn't go wherever he wanted. If he really went to Yanhuang College, there would definitely be many courtiers who would oppose it. Father, this. I'm afraid the courtiers won't. Li Qingxian hesitated. Li Er waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry. We are only sending you to supervise, not to enroll. We want to see who will oppose. Actually, things weren't as simple as Li Er said. The reason why he dared to do this was because several civil officials, led by Zhang Sun Wuji, had sent their juniors to Yanhuang College. This showed that in the conflict between the sects and the country's interests, there were still many people who were willing to follow Li Er. Li Er was naturally aware of this point. That was why he made this decision. Your son accepts the decree. Although he didn't know where his father's confidence came from, Li Qingxian still agreed. Then Qingxian, go back and prepare. Li Er picked up his teacup and said calmly. Li Qingxian knew that this meant that he should leave. However, he suddenly thought of something and said, Father, I heard that in the first month of Yanhuang College, they will train all the students, just like how they train the army. The person who will be in charge of the training is Duke Yi. Li Er nodded. And there is indeed such a thing. What about it? Qin Xiong had personally told him about this before. He thought about it then. Since there was no war in the Tang Empire, there was no need for Qin Xiong to go to the battlefield. Thus, he agreed on the spot. However, he didn't know why Li Qingxian mentioned this now. Chapter 676. Inside the Ganlu Hall. Li Qingxian cupped his hands and said, Father, I'm worried that with Qingshue's constitution, she won't be able to withstand that kind of high-intensity training. However, the rules set by Xiao Xian can't be abolished because of him. Therefore, I want to use the name of supervising the studies to accompany Qin Ke to participate in the training. When the time comes, we can take care of each other. Hearing this, Li Er looked deeply at Li Qingxian. After a long time, he said word by word, approved. Li Qingxian bowed and said, Thank you, Father. Then, I'll take my leave. Seeing that Li Er didn't object, Li Qingxian slowly left the hall. Li Er looked at Li Qingxian's back and an imperceptible gratification flashed through the corner of his eyes. He then heard him mutter, Brothers are harmonious, father is kind and son is filial. The golden age lasts forever. Qingxian has grown up. After a long time, he stood up and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. At the same time, he thought to himself, when Yanhuang College was just being built, there were always many voices of opposition both inside and outside the court. I also constantly balanced the various forces. However, today, Li Zishuan has already built the academy. Moreover, the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College far exceeded everyone's expectations. Since that's the case, then I'll continue to add fuel to the fire and have Qingxian personally go to Yanhuang College. Let's see if those people can wake up a little. Although Di Xiaoxu's matter today made Li Er angry, it made him understand one thing more: there were more than one person like Di Xiaoxu in the court. There were many Di Xiaoxu in the court. They were sectarian and looked down on engineering. Normally, they wouldn't show this kind of contempt because of their own power. However, once it involved their own interests, they would unreservedly reveal the contempt in their bones and put it into action. Li Er had Li Qingxian go to the academy to express his attitude and show his support for Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, the country's heir had personally stayed at Yanhuang College. Who else would have a reason to dislike Yanhuang College? The next day, Li Zishuan woke up early. After eating the breakfast personally made by Han Yushi, he went straight to the academy. Last night, he stayed at the Yunshan residence. Because everyone in the academy was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground, he couldn't return to Cheng and to enjoy life alone, right? If he really did that, the people's hearts might be scattered. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the gate of the Yanhuang Academy. He did not expect to meet the person he least wanted to meet. Ah! Yamacho, you're finally here. HH. You didn't even arrive earlier than me, and you still have the nerve to be a mountain chief? When Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan, she quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. Of course, she only muttered the second half of her sentence softly and didn't say it out loud. However, she definitely didn't expect Li Zishuan to hear her word for word. This girl was wearing a lotus-colored gauze shirt today. Her waist-length hair was only gently tied up with a pink ribbon. She was really cute and charming. From afar, it seemed as if she was covered in mist. She really didn't belong to this world. What a pity. This girl is indeed good-looking, but she's a little unruly and difficult to deal with. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Ha! So it's the ink girl. What a coincidence. Li Zishuan pretended that he didn't hear the second half of Mo Lingwei's mocking words and chuckled. Hee hee. It's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you here. Mo Lingwei blinked and smiled. Waiting for me? When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He had a headache and said, Ink girl, I've told you before. Whether you can come to Yanhuang College or not, I can't make the decision. You should go and find your father. I have to go and mark the papers for the students. He thought for a moment and knew why Mo Lingwei was waiting for him. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away. Hey hey hey. Don't. Mo Lingwei opened her arms and blocked Li Zishuan's path. She said anxiously, I can help you mark the papers. As long as you help me convince my father, I'll mark as many papers as you want. Seeing this girl's bright and beautiful face full of sincerity, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, Ink girl, why are you so determined to come to Yanhuang College to teach? Mo Lingwei was speechless for a moment. She wanted to say that she wanted to be as good as him, but when the words reached her mouth, they became, everyone in the Mo family went to Yanhuang College. I'm the only one left. I'm bored at home alone. I don't want to learn needlework because once I learn it, my father will definitely marry me off. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of reason is this? You want to be a teacher because you're bored at home? This. Ink girl, I understand your desire to become a teacher, but this matter is not up to me. I can't persuade your father, so you should let me in first. Otherwise, it won't be good if the results are delayed tomorrow. Li Zishuan spread his hands and said helplessly. But, I know how to do mathematics. Although it's not your new type of mathematics, I can learn it again. Let me tell you, in the Mo family, other than my father, I'm the best at mathematics. If you take me in, you'll have another capable person. Mo Lingwei widened her eyes and said unwillingly. Take me in? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This brat is at it again. Doesn't she know how to watch her words? I didn't expect Ink Girl to be so knowledgeable. However, the college doesn't lack mathematics teachers. Although Lisa Schwan was surprised by Mo Lingwei's mathematics standards, he was still unmoved. You! Mo Lingwei was so angry that she almost lost her temper. But in the end, she held it back and took 2 deep breaths. She smiled sweetly and said, Then I also know how to investigate matter. Force, light, I know what these are, and I also know how to use them. Didn't your physics class teach about these things? Lisa Schwan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, You even know these things? God knows how rare it is to meet a girl who knows physics in ancient times. Not to mention ancient times, even in modern times, more than half of the girls are not willing to learn physics. Mo Lingwei proudly raised her chin and snorted, Of course. I know a lot of things. If you take me in, I guarantee that you'll earn a lot. Hearing her say this, Lisa Schwan was happy and subconsciously said, Then do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? Cough cough. However, after saying this, Lisa Schwan immediately regretted it. Chapter 677. Miss, do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? This was a phrase that Lisa Schwan often saw on the bullet screen on a certain live streaming platform in his previous life. As for the origin of this phrase, it should have been said by a live streamer in the Saber section while he was flirting with girls online. Later on, this phrase was developed by the big bosses in the bullet screen to extend its meaning. As for the specific extended meaning, it should be possible to guess with a little thought. After all, drilling wood to start a fire relied on friction to generate heat. But no matter what, it was inappropriate for Lisa Schwan to use this phrase to tease Mo Lingwei. After all, she was still a virgin. If Lisa Schwan's mischievous words really caused some scandal, it wouldn't be good. Drilling wood to start a fire? I don't know how to do that, but I know how to use ice to start a fire. Isn't that awesome? Of course, Mo Lingwei didn't know the hidden meaning of drilling wood to start a fire. She frowned and thought for a while, then smiled sweetly. Using ice to start a fire? Miss, do you really know how to use ice to start a fire? It was unknown when Enchanting had suddenly appeared behind Lisa Schwan as he exclaimed. Unlike Lisa Schwan, Enchanting, as the chief engineer of Yanhuang College, usually stayed at the college during this period of time. Even if he had to go home at night, he would come very early the next morning. Therefore, Enchanting definitely contributed a lot to the rapid construction of Yanhuang College. Of course. I'm not bragging. Who are you? Mo Lingwei said proudly, then looked at Enchanting and asked. Enchanting was about to say something, but Lisa Schwan immediately interrupted him, cough cough. Ink Girl, let me introduce you. This is the son of the famous Minister of Works, Minister Yen. Brother Xiaoning's achievements in landscape architecture are deeply taught by Minister Yen. Don't you think that Yanhuang College is very impressive? This is built by Brother Xiaoning himself. Isn't it amazing? Lisa Schwan wouldn't let go of this opportunity since it was rare for someone to take the bullet for him. He praised Enchanting as if he was the only genius in the world. Mo Lingwei turned her head to look at Yanhuang College before shifting her gaze back to Enchanting. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Wow! Although you're a little ugly, you're pretty good. Compared to Lisa Schwan, Enchanting's looks were indeed slightly inferior. However, Enchanting was definitely not ugly. You! Enchanting almost vomited blood when he heard that. No one liked being called ugly. If someone he knew said that to him, he would definitely retort. However, he did not know this girl in front of him. How could he have the nerve to retort? Moreover, he had to admit that this girl was quite pretty. Of course, our classmate Enchanting would never admit that the last one was the main reason. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoning, this is the daughter of the Mo family's magnate. She's quite proficient in the Mo family's techniques. I think the two of you must have a lot in common. Well, you guys can chat first. I have to go in and grade the papers. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and introduced Imo Lingwei to Yan Xiaoning. Then, he used the cloud-piercing steps and disappeared instantly. What a joke. If he really wanted to run, there were not many people in Chang and City who could stop him. Li Zishuan left rather confidently, but he left behind a man and a woman staring at each other with their big eyes. Ink girl, did you come to the academy for something? After a long awkward silence, Yan Xiaoning took the initiative to ask. Mo Lingwei seemed to have felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She bit her lips and said softly, there's something. But it's nothing much. Yan Xiaoning was confused. What did she mean? After a long while, he said, we can't just stand here like this. Why don't I bring you to my office to take a look? You have an office? Mo Lingwei tilted her head and thought for a while before asking curiously. It wasn't like she hadn't been to Yanhuang College. Of course, she knew what an office was. It was because she knew that she was so surprised. Because in Yanhuang College, only teachers like her father who were team leaders and above had their own offices. She didn't expect Yan Xiaoning to have his own office in Yanhuang College at such a young age. Hey. Of course. Let's go, I'll bring you to take a look. Yan Xiaoning finally found something to be proud of in front of a beauty. He said proudly. His office was on the 9th floor to the left of the Guanghua building. On the right of the 10th floor was Li Zishuan's office. The left of the 10th floor was obviously reserved for Li Zishuan. After all, the left was the most respected at this time. They still had to give Li Zishuan some face. No. My father doesn't like me going to the college all the time. If he sees me, he'll definitely be unhappy. Mo Lingwei was about to follow Yan Xiaoning in when she suddenly thought of Mo Huai. Her expression instantly darkened as she angrily kicked the pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot and said, Why is that? Yan Xiaoning, who had always been lacking in EQ, found it hard to understand. He was puzzled. Isn't it because I'm a girl? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said angrily. Yan Xiaoning seemed to have understood something. He thought for a while and said, It's okay. Ink girl, don't worry and go in. If Mr. Mo asks, I'll say that I invited you over to study how to drill wood to start a fire. To study how to use ice to start a fire. Yan Xiaoning made a slip of the tongue and almost said drilling wood to start a fire. Although he didn't know what the joke was, judging from Li Zishuan's embarrassed expression just now, these 4 words were obviously not as simple as they seemed. Hee. Okay. Then it's settled. I'll teach you how to use ice to start a fire. You'll have to help me explain it to my father. Okay? Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she instantly giggled happily. She was originally full of talent and knowledge, but Li Zishuan completely ignored her and avoided her like the plague. This made her angry and helpless. Now, it was rare for someone as good as Li Zishuan to acknowledge her and was even willing to help her persuade her father. Of course, she was happy. Yan Xiaoning naturally agreed. Thus, the 2 young men and women who met for the first time didn't even exchange 20 sentences in total before they went to the office together. Yes, the office. Li Zishuan would never have thought that the engineering genius Yan Xiaoning, who had always had a negative EQ, would be so extraordinarily effective in flirting with girls even though his flirting methods seemed clumsy. He had to admit that this was a true flirting expert. Chapter 678. Yamacho, is there a problem with the grading criteria? Li Zishuan had chatted with Mo Lingwei for a long time at the entrance of the academy. When he arrived at the academy, he found that the teachers of the academy had already begun grading the papers in the office. When he passed by the geography department's office, Tang Yu, who was inside, hurriedly ran out and asked. Li Zishuan paused and asked subconsciously, What's the problem? Let me see. Tang Yu handed the paper in his hand to Li Zishuan and said, This is the grading criteria for the moral character test. Yamacho, why did you specify that the scores for each choice are different? For example, in the first question, why did those who chose Cheongzhou only get 1 point, Xiangzhou 2 points, Bingzhou 3 points, Luoyang 4 points, and Chang'an 5 points. Li Zishuan looked at Tang Yu strangely and answered matter-of-factly, if a person only wants to be content with a small corner and doesn't dare to go to a big city to work hard and gain experience, why would our Yanhuang College want such a timid person? Tang Yu was stunned, but he couldn't help but ask, But Yamacho, you said on the question that there is no right or wrong choice. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes, there is no right choice. So, no matter what they choose, they will get a point. Tang Yu opened his mouth and said unhappily, but the question also said that there is no right or wrong choice. Li Zishuan was speechless. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have grabbed Tang Yu and said to everyone, come on. There is an honest person here. Everyone, come and bully him. Glancing into the office, Li Zishuan found that although many people were grading the papers on the surface, their eyes were always inadvertently glancing over. Obviously, Tang Yu was not the only honest person. He thought for a moment and said, if I didn't write this in the question, how could the examinees answer the questions according to their true thoughts? Tang Yu. He didn't know if he should curse in his heart. Not only Tang Yu, but all the teachers in the geography department's office were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Zishuan, a Yamacho, to be so shameless. But, Yamacho, aren't you lying? As a teacher, how can I set a bad example for my students? Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to leave, Tang Yu mustered up his courage and shouted. Li Zishuan paused. The teachers in the office held their breaths and couldn't help swallowing. They thought to themselves, Tang Yu is probably finished this time. How dare he talk to Yamacho like that? However, the reality was not as they had imagined. Li Zishuan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, if I don't lie to them, won't they lie to me on the test paper in order to get high marks? It's also a lie, but my lie is to prevent these thousands of students from lying. Mr. Tang, don't you think it's necessary for me to tell this lie? Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless. Seeing that Tang Yu had nothing to say, Li Zishuan smiled and turned to leave. In fact, this guy himself somewhat admired what he had just said. The reason was very strong, so strong that no one could refute it. At the same time, in the imperial court of Taiji Palace. Obviously, the morning court had been going on for some time. At this time, Li Er looked at the ministers and said lightly, Yanhuang College has just opened. I want to appoint the Crown Prince as the superintendent. In the name of the superintendent, I will inspect Yanhuang College for a month. What do you think? His tone was rather flat, but the content was not flat at all. When the ministers in the hall heard this, they immediately burst into an uproar, whispering to each other in private. Only Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling and a few others remained expressionless. Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. Minister Cui Shanyu of the Honglu Temple stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, what's inappropriate? Hearing that Li Er's tone was a little unfriendly, Cui Shanyu trembled and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he still forced himself to say, the Crown Prince is the heir of a country, but Yanhuang College is a place to teach engineering. I'm afraid this will shake people's hearts. Li Er's face was gloomy and said, then tell me, whose heart did I shake? This, Cui Shanyu was suddenly speechless. The ministers in the hall were suddenly silent. At this time, they understood that Li Er did not come with good intentions today. The matter of sending Li Qingxian to the Yanhuang Academy was more of a notice than a discussion between Li Er and them. This was because there seemed to be no room for discussion. You won't say? Then I'll say it for you. Seeing that Cui Shanyu lowered his head and did not dare to speak, Li Er suddenly stood up and pointed at Cui Shanyu, saying, you said my actions will shake people's hearts. I guess you think I'm shaking the roots of Confucianism, shaking the foundations of the aristocratic families, cough cough, let's not talk about gays, old Li has committed a taboo? I've already said in the court that as long as it's useful to my Tang dynasty and can make my Tang dynasty stronger, I'm willing to accept it. I have no intention of stirring up a dispute between schools of thought. Confucianism has always been orthodox. In comparison, engineering is only a tool to make the country stronger. I'm letting Qingxian go to Yanhuang College to let him go to the sword of the world that is engineering, so that he can fully use it in the future to make my Tang dynasty stronger. However, some of you keep thinking that I'm shaking the foundations of Confucianism. Do you understand that first there is the country, then there will be Confucianism and engineering? Cui Shan Yu, you're my minister first, then you're a disciple of Confucianism. If there comes a day when the Tang dynasty is weak and falls into the hands of other races, where can Confucianism spread? Don't tell me you want us to be the dogs of other races that enslave us Han people. These familiar words were basically used by Li Er to reprimand Di Xiaoxiu yesterday. Today, Di Xiaoxiu did not come because Li Er punished him to reflect on his mistakes in isolation for a month. Otherwise, old man Di would definitely find it very familiar. This old minister does not dare. Di Xiaoxiu might have heard these words, but Cui Shan Yu had not. All the ministers in the court had not heard of it either. Therefore, when Li Er said these harsh words, the entire court was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Cui Shan Yu was sweating profusely as he bowed and asked for forgiveness. This subject is terrified. The other ministers also cupped their hands and said. Li Er snorted and waved his sleeves, saying, I've decided. Qingxian will prepare to supervise Yanhuang College starting tomorrow and return to court in a month. This subject obeys the decree. Li Qingxian bowed and said. Dear ministers, if you have something to report, court is dismissed. Li Er said coldly. Everyone saw that he was unhappy. Moreover, in today's morning court, the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others did not say anything. They did not dare to persuade him anymore and could only give up. Court is dismissed. Seeing this, the eunuch holding the brush sensibly called out. All the ministers bowed and saluted. Li Er waved his hand and turned to leave. Chapter 679. The news of Li Er allowing Li Qingxian to stay in Yanhuang College for a month caused quite a stir among the upper echelons of Tang dynasty. After all, the crown prince was the heir to the throne. His actions would directly affect the future direction of the empire. Didn't they, as officials, want to confer titles to their wives and children to ensure that their families would continue to prosper? If they couldn't grasp the thoughts of the emperor and grasp the future direction of the imperial court, then their families might fall behind or even be pushed out of the imperial court. Thus, after the morning assembly, many people gathered at Zhang Sun Wuji's house. Old Master, Assistant Minister He from the Ministry of Personnel, Assistant Minister Yuan from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Junior Supervisor Huang from the Ministry of Secretaries, and Assistant Minister Zhang from the Taifu Temple are outside the residence seeking an audience. In the Duke Zhao residence, a middle-aged man who looked like a servant came to the study and reported with a bow. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. After pondering for a moment, he said, Don't see them. Tell them that I'm tired and ask them to return to their own duties. Don't let down the emperor's trust in them and don't become the emperor's stumbling block. Yes, old master. The servant bowed and received the order before slowly retreating. Father, why did you? After the servant left, Zhang Sun Chong couldn't help but ask. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand and interrupted, You don't have to care about this. Chong, let father ask you, how do you feel about the Yanhuang College examination this time? Do you have the confidence to pass? Zhang Sun Chong was taken aback. With an embarrassed expression, he said weakly, Father, I'm confident that I can get full marks for this examination. However, I'm not sure about the moral character test and mathematics test. Now, I don't know the correct answer, so I don't dare to say that I have the confidence to pass the examination to Yanhuang College. Moral character test? This was something that was mentioned on Datong Daily before. Thus, Zhang Sun Wuji had some impression of it. He frowned and said, What's there to be uncertain about? Don't tell me you're afraid that Li Zishuan won't be able to pass with your character? Tell father, what questions are there? Yes. Father. Zhang Sun Chong made a sound of agreement. Then he recalled a little and said, I remember that the moral character test questions said that there was no right or wrong, good or bad choices in all the questions. Please choose according to your own real situation. Even so, I had my doubts at the time. The first question should be like this. Which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Cheongzhou B. Xiangzhou C. Bingzhou D. Luoyang E. Chang'an. Zhang Sun Wuji's frown deepened. Even though he was well versed in history and had read through all the weird questions in the various dynasties, he had never seen such a weird question before. Chong'er, what did you choose? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Sun Wuji asked. I've lived in Chang'an since I was young. Of course, I'd choose Chang'an. Zhang Sun Chong said matter-of-factly. Zhang Sun Wuji. Then tell me about the second question. Zhang Sun Chong nodded and said, the second question is, if you could become one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat B. Horse C. Elephant D. Monkey E. Dog F. Tiger. Back then, I chose tiger because the first few choices were too unbearable. Zhang Sun Wuji was enlightened and said, I understand now. That question said that all the choices are not good or bad, right or wrong. It's all bullsh asterisk T. Li Zishuan, this brat, is brilliant. He's testing your hearts. He wants all of you to put down your guard so that you can show your truest side to him. Then, he can choose the person he wants from among you. I've underestimated this person. SSSS. Then, father, is there any problem with my choice? Hearing how terrifying his father's words were, Zhang Sun Chong took in a deep breath of cold air and quickly asked. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said in a deep voice, based on your nature, it's definitely not a problem for you to pass this moral test. I'm just a little surprised. Li Zishuan's temperament, methods, martial arts, and abilities are all the most outstanding in your generation. Such a person, you can either be friends with him or be enemies with him. Then, you must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I'm old, which one of you can be his opponent? Zhang Sun Chong's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and said, I didn't say that I have to be enemies with him. Chong-er, when you go to Yanhuang College, see if you can get along well with him. It'll be good if you can, but it's fine if you can't. Our Zhang Sun family has no reason to be afraid of him. It's just that the current emperor's thoughts are always on that kid. Now that times have changed, it might not be a bad thing for you to get in touch with engineering. Besides, the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are also in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong clasped his hands and said, yes, father. I understand. N. Go and do your work. Zhang Sun Wuji said indifferently. Zhang Sun Chong responded and left the study room, leaving Zhang Sun Wuji alone with his eyes closed. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji was definitely not a defender of Confucianism. He only cared about his own interests. As for which school was the orthodox, he didn't care at all. He was a pure egoist. Thus, when he noticed that Li Er had the intention to raise the status of engineering in Yanhuang College, Zhang Sun Wuji didn't hesitate to throw out his olive branch and send his son to Yanhuang College. This was the foresight of an old fox. When the other court officials reacted, Zhang Sun Wuji had already walked further and further away from the path of treason. Furthermore, he benefited greatly from it. He would forever be the man who ate the fish head and body. As for the fish tail, it was naturally left for those short-sighted people to eat. Brother Crown Prince, I heard that you are also going to Yanhuang College? Eastern Palace. Li Qingxian had just returned from the morning assembly and rested for a short while when Chang'e came to his door and asked. Yo! Chang'e, when did you start to care about court politics? You got the news so quickly? Li Qingxian couldn't help but rub his sister's head and laugh. Chang'e slapped Li Qingxian's hand away and said unhappily, Chang'e doesn't care about court politics. That's your men's business. I only heard that Brother Crown Prince is also going to Yanhuang College, so I came to ask. Oh. Li Qingxian replied with an oh. Then, he smiled and explained, you can't say that I'm going to Yanhuang College. After all, I have to return to the palace in a month. I can't stay in Yanhuang College forever like Qin Ke. So that's the case. Chang'e suddenly understood. Then, the little girl said with some worry, but if that's the case, Chang'e will be left alone in the palace. It's so boring. P.S. Not included in total word count looking for subscriptions, looking for monthly votes. My brothers all said that the updates these 2 days weren't good. Actually, the subscriptions are the worst. Looking at the rapid drop in subscriptions every day, it's already not easy for swordsmen to still be able to update 3 or 4 times a day. In the past, they would always update 2 times a day. So, friends who read pirated versions, please come back and subscribe. It's just a few cents. Everyone's support is the motivation for swordsmen to work hard to update. Thank you.